What's up, guys? This is Hyce. It looks like I've figured everything out, and hopefully the audio and video and all that fun stuff is now all working. Joining me today in the Discord chat, we have Mickley and Pharma. I don't know if Pharma's just hanging out or if he wants to help, but anyway, we'll have your questions to be answered here today in November's edition of Office Hours with Professor Hyce. So welcome, everyone. I see a lot of familiar names and familiar faces in chat. That's always great. I will answer right away. One person asked a very pertinent question. Is that old footage of 20 or new footage of 20? I took that footage yesterday. It's very snowy in Colorado right now. And I figured it would make great B-roll for the winter season to replace my typical kind of end cut. So, yeah, 20's up and at 'em again, and we'll have to do a video about that or two. But, yeah, she's doing well. Mickley, Pharma, how are we doing?
Good, yourself?
Sure, if you wanted me to say hi or not.
I mean, I guess you can say hi. Oh, good. Good. I'm glad everyone's doing well. Well, let's get started. Obviously, I put up those couple posts to see exactly, kind of if anyone had any questions to start with. And then there were lots of great questions. So Mickley was a sweetheart and compiled them for me while I was dealing with fighting snow all weekend and end of week. And so we'll just start kind of with some general stuff and dive in here. So Bill Cannon asked, give an update on the book stuffs. Well, talking about Little Engines, Big Men, of course, which we made that little video about. I'm happy to say that I've made contact with the publisher and determined that the publisher still has the copyright for the book, and they're probably going to let me use it. Over the phone, the guy said, yeah, no, we should probably be able to arrange that. But unfortunately, it was kind of a, hey, send that in an email, and now I'm waiting on an email back. So hopefully next week, if I don't hear something back next week, I'll probably give him another call. But either way, things are looking good on that front, so hopefully I'll be able to share the, share that fun stuff on the channel with you guys. Jonathan Coleman asks, have I ever had to ride in a trolley? If so, where? No, I don't think I've ever had like a real trolley ride somewhere, unless you count like a streetcar in like public transit, but not like a genuine old school fun trolley. No. And how many likes, subs, etc. to get a haircut? I'm going to have to come up with a number for that because I have a feeling now that that's been asked once, it's going to be asked many times. I'm not sure.
Are we talking haircut, bald haircut, or haircut, shorter hair?
I guess that's the question because I'm overdue for a normal haircut. I've got some split ends, let me tell you. It's just been a tough time trying to find a way in, so... Oh, hang on. While we're here, I see there's a couple brakemen chatting in here. A101A, a red lamp, 3 months already. Time seems to fly. And then someone earlier, I caught another one of those. 6 months, half a year from William Fleet. Thank you, guys. 6 months, I think you get you transition into a blue lamp, I think. Or maybe that's after a year. I haven't seen a blue lamp in chat yet, so that's exciting. That's going to be fun to see. Let's see. Kablooey 2011, how did you get into steam trains? Did I go to school for it? Was it a mentorship? Or am I a time traveler? I love this question. This is silly. I got into trains in general, like originally as a kid, because my granddad was huge into model trains, and he actually invented the first sound system for model trains. And he had a Lionel train set and models and whatever, and we'd play with models all the time together when I was younger. And then like actually getting into the biz, I just showed up and started volunteering. And then I went down the rabbit hole. So, And Andrew Beeman, conductor, 6 as well. Wonderful. Yeah, I was going to say we started it about 6 months ago, so you guys should be the first couple there. Let's see. Links, please, asks, since I'm looking at the future and have had an interest in working at historical societies or museums that have steam-powered locomotives, can you learn this in trade school? If not, how can you? Plus, do you need certain certifications, and where can you go to school for those? Okay, so this kind of question comes up a lot, and there's not really a great answer because there's no like steam engine school anymore. That doesn't exist. But there are some things that you can learn in school that you can translate to a steam locomotive. Machining. The big one that you need like certs for is welding. If you're going to weld on a boiler, You have to have a lot of welding certifications, typically through the ASME. You have to be a code welder, not just some guy with a welder. You have to be, signed off and tested by the ASME, which is the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. You don't necessarily need to go to a trade school for either of those things. You can pick them up in other places. I learned machining on the job at the museum, and as well a little bit in college and a little bit from my granddad when I was a little kid. But you can certainly go to trade school and learn a lot more things in a more dense manner and a lot faster. And if a traditional, like go to college and go get a white collar kind of job is not your shtick, it's not for everybody. I tried it and I quit. Definitely look into a trade school if that's kind of what you're interested in. But there's no like, okay, this is going to teach you steam engines. That doesn't exist. You got to learn on the job with all that stuff. So anyway, I'm seeing some more streamy type things pop up here. Thomas Perry, 3 months for the ES&D Brakeman as well. And Jared Stafford, thank you for the super chat. Congrats on number 20. Thank you. I had this moment earlier today, and Goose was there. Goose was there to see it from the Discord. He's a brakeman trainee at the museum now. But we were riding around behind 20. It was the first time she's pulled a train since we did all the work from the bolt video and everything. And that video was one bolt, and I made like 6 of them. And with the help of Ricky, we kind of, both worked on the different things depending on what day he was there or what day I was there or whatever. And I had that moment where as someone, if you restore something or you work on some mechanical thing for so long, and then you finally get to see it work and see it run and know that it's your hard work that made that happen, that is one of the most awesome, freaking rewarding feelings. That's like a higher level of happiness. That's a word. A higher level of happiness. If you subscribe to the levels of happiness kind of philosophical. Words are hard. I've been up too long today. Philosophical sort of thing. And I hadn't experienced that with 20 yet because I'd never really worked on 20. 20 was, she came back to the museum when I was gone in Seattle, and I never turned a wrench really on it until, I came and worked back here again. And so doing all the machining and making the new parts for it, and then getting to listen to 20 running a almost tonnage train up the hill, slogging it up with 5 coaches behind on the 3.5% grade, knowing that it was my bolts that are in there and Dusty and I's reaming and, Ricky and I's bolts, I should say, that made that happen. It's like, this engine can't be doing this without me. And that is the best freaking feeling in the world. So, yeah, I'm not sure how I got into that diatribe, but there you go. That was a good moment that I had today. Let's see. Many people, Mickley says, ask, any advice on getting into / continuing rail or steam preservation? Find a place, show up, and work hard. That's all it takes. Sometimes there's social and political things that come kind of through the course there. But if you really want to do this stuff, there's probably somewhere close to you. Hopefully there is. Plenty of our folks drive 2 or 3 hours to come volunteer at the museum. That may not be something for you, but definitely something that you can do. And if you really want to and you feel really driven to do this thing, find a place, sign up as a volunteer, come do the thing, and put the time in. And if you show up, you're respectful, you're open, open mind, open ears, ready to learn, and you're ready to work and get dirty and do the thing and not worry about clean hands. Lord knows mine are disgusting. That is how that sort of thing happens. There's always something to do. I mean, we talk about at the museum that we've got like 115 or something pieces of rolling stock and like 75 really dedicated weekly volunteers. The Colorado weather will kill the rolling stock by the time we can get to everything, so we're always looking for more people that want to, do whatever, whether it's scrape paint, do the gross jobs. I mean, it's stuff that's got to get done. So if you're willing to show up and do all that stuff, that's the way to do it. Richie Wingo, thank you for the super chat about the Loco oven season, the shovel like a cast iron. Yeah, I should have done that. I should have oiled the scoop or brought Pam spray or tried the cornmeal thing or something. In my head, I'm like, when you use the cornmeal, you're using it to get onto the steel from the peel at home. And then once the pizza cooks, it just comes right off the steel. And so I thought the cornmeal was more to get off the peel than come off the steel. Maybe, I don't know. It's worth another shot. That pizza turned out great. Turned out better than the barbecue ribs, which that'll be a upcoming episode, which were a smidge underdone, but still very tasty. So it's fine. Let's see. Many people. How many steam trains have I personally worked on? Oh, Lord. Okay. Worked on or operated? I guess those are two different questions. But if we're talking about like wrenched on, 346, 20, 491, 493, 484. Those are all Rio Grande engines or Rio Grande Southern engines. Doyle McCormick's, or that's a steam, that's not a steam engine. Whatever. Train. Doyle McCormick's Alco PA, the nickel plate 190. I think I've worked on that. That's a diesel. Whatever. It counts. It's old. And Alcos make lots of steamy smoke anyway. And the Chehalis and Centralia 15. Although that wasn't much. That was helping with a stupid thing with the burner. But I think them's the ones. So 20, 346, 491, 15, 484. So five steam engines, and then like other than like stealing parts from the display engines at the museum, which I wouldn't count. Anyway. Mickley asks, this is your question? You asked a question? Look at you.
Hey, it was a good question.
It is a good question. What is my favorite aspect of running the YouTube channel and the affiliated social medias? I really can't pronounce words today. For me, it's really interacting with you guys, the audience. Like, I love answering the comments. I love seeing everyone's response to things. I love the memes in the Discord, all the little jokes, the inside jokes, the community that we've really built together. That's my favorite part. And yeah, there you go. It's certainly not thumbnails and titles. Those are my least favorite things to do. Yeah. Let's see. Plenty Sticks asks, what's my most hair-raising incident that happened during my time at BNSF? I thankfully never really had any super bad hair-raising ones when I worked there. So as an aside, I will tell the story of the most hair-raising thing that happened at my shop in recent memory before I was there. Because, you want to talk about freaking awful bad day. And I'll probably have to... Do I need to draw this? Because, okay. We're gonna break out the paint.net. It's happening. And also, I'm going to go to voice activity because I've just been sitting here hammering down my mouse 4 button this whole time in Discord. Okay, now I'm open here. All right, and we will go
I should have
to...
included that one in the needs paint section of questions.
There's a needs paint section?
Yeah, it's at the end.
Oh, good.
There's a couple ones that I thought might be good to have drawings on.
Oh, okay, good. Well, we'll do that. So this involves the wheel machine at the Inner Bay Roundhouse. So typically, I'm still saying
title is still there.
It's fine. We can delete that. We'll just that's fine. See, I got the Stream Deck and I've got macros to change scenes, but I didn't have macros to turn off things that I added just 5 minutes before we started. So details. Okay, so wheel machine. Back in the day, in Steam era land and stuff and things, you would have to drop wheel sets out of the locomotive to true the wheels. So we've talked about wheel profile and all that stuff and tires on steam engines a little bit. Diesel locomotives also have tires on their wheels. I think the wheels are actually just a one piece and pressed on and designed rather than like a removable tire, but whatever. The point is that they're thicker than they need to be so that as they wear down or some idiot slides them flat or, all those fun things that can happen, you can retrue the wheel and bring the profile back into specification so long as the defect isn't so bad. And on a steam engine, you have to take all the rods off, drop the wheels out the bottom, put them in a giant lathe, and it sucks. And it just sucks. Like, that's not even something we can do at the museum because our drop pit wasn't designed right, so we can't, even drop drivers out of 491. So when it comes time to do it, we're going to have to rent 2 cranes and pick her butt up into the sky and off the wheels, and it's going to be a whole thing. But diesel locomotives, they came up with this nifty thing called the wheel machine that sits in the track. And so when you've got, how do I want to draw this? Anyway, so you got your two rails coming in, and then there's a removable section of rail that kind of lives right around here. And then there's a big, scary lathe of death, basically, that has cutters. And the cutters mimic the wheel profile. So it's like, if you saw in the lathe video, we had those little triangle cutters. So the wheel machine's got like a zillion thousand of those cutters designed to follow the actual profile of the wheel, so that when you take a wheel set, you put it in there, and then the lathe runs, and grabs this. It's got a bit that can spin the wheel. It grabs the wheel itself and spins it, and then it also cuts this as it goes. So all you need to do is you drive the diesel locomotive up to the wheel machine, and then the machine grabs the truck frame, so the locomotive can't move. You tie down the handbrake too. And then you take the center caps off of the bearings so that the wheel machine can find center and have something to index off of to know how big the wheels are going to be. And then you turn the machine on, and it sits there, and it starts spinning the wheel by itself and grinding the profile back into the correct way with all these carbide cutters. It's an awesome machine. Really, really helpful, and has made life really, really easy for diesel locomotives, because you can just, rather than cranes and drop pits and all this crap, you roll the engine onto this special track, park it, move the lathe up to it, and it just cuts the wheels, and then you move to the next one. It meant, rather than like taking all day to get the wheels out, to put them in a lathe, to put one wheel in and maybe cut one wheel set in a day, you can cut the entire locomotive in a shift, 8 hours. Incredible efficiency thing. But most hair-raising story, right? So we're talking about big, scary machines. Well, thankfully, we have nothing to talk about the big, scary part of the cutty big part of the machine. We unfortunately have something to talk about, the chip removal. So the way that this worked at our shop is that basically underneath there was a conveyor belt that would run, and then it had an elevator belt, and it would go up and out of the, the shop wall was like here. It would come out, and then it would spit out into a scrap dumpster that would sit outside. And so your metal shavings, as they get knocked off the wheels, would fall onto this conveyor belt, and then they'd get sucked up the elevator part of the conveyor belt thing, and then they'd get spat out into the scrap skid. And then it would make it a lot easier to, keep the machine free of chips and deal with all that process stuff, because sometimes you're cutting those wheels really far. So there's a lot of chip that's getting tossed around. And so like a couple years before I was at the shop, something happened where the machinist who was cutting the wheels was working on the locomotive, or was working on the machine. It was going, doing its thing. And he slipped and he fell onto the conveyor belt. And he got sucked up into the elevator, and the belt never stopped. It kept trying to spit him through, the fine grating and everything up top. And it ripped his legs wide open. Like horrific, awful. And there was no dead man switch on the machine at the time. This was actually the incident that got, and just in like if no one has pressed a button in 20 seconds, the machine shuts off kind of thing. Because no one found him for like an hour. And someone, heard him screaming from across the shop. It was second shift or something, and there were only so many people. And they came, and had they not stopped the machine and got him out and got an ambulance right then and there, he would have died if it had been any longer. He lost something like several pints of blood because, he was getting chewed up by a conveyor belt and the chips from the machine that were still falling and cutting him. So yeah, that's my most hair-raising story from the shop. That was thankfully a couple years before I was there, but they told me that story and it's like, holy shit. Yeah. So don't screw around with big machinery or machine tools or locomotives or heavy equipment or anything, because they will all try and kill you if you don't pay attention. And I'm not the best example because I've been wearing long sleeves while running a lathe. The detail is that those shirts are so thin that the lathe would rip it in half. But anyway, yeah, always take the safest course. So Anyway, I saw a couple things pop up in the chat while I was on my safety story here. Let's see. Thank you for the super chat, Storm Chaser 4653. You're with Loco Shortline Operations. Would you be okay if you asked some of the modelers on my Discord if we could hire some for their great work? Figured get your approval. I mean, that's your own business venture. I would recommend you conduct it over direct message rather than, publicly in my Discord. But I mean, I'm happy for you to approach them. They're just users of my Discord, just like you are. So feel free and best of wishes. It'd be great to see more engines come to that game because that game is hilarious. I need to play that again. Anyway, Luna likes trains, more RGS 20 valve gear cam when? I need to I have more B-roll footage of that I never posted. So I at least should post that for conductors or something at some point. So anyway, the stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. OBS, what are you doing? Don't do this to me. Why are you sad? Why are you sad? The bitrate is supposed to be a lot higher than it is. Why you do this? It says the stream is good. Is it dead? Is it okay? How does it look on your end, Mick?
It's gone very fuzzy.
It says good connection, and it is, and I'm very clearly frozen.
Yeah, that's what a good connection means, Hyce. You're expecting too much.
I guess so.
If face cam is lagging, I don't know if the computer screen is lagging.
It's not lagging in OBS, so that's I'm gonna go back to the other scene with just my face, and is it maybe working now?
You gotta give me for stream delay.
Nope.
Looks like it's not.
Stream bitrate of 4,500 kbps. Can we? Why you do this to me, YouTube or Comcast or one of you? Well, I'm not sure what the correct avenue to fix this is, because OBS is set to 5,000, and it's on super fast encoding. So why you do this? I guess I can.
Back to normal, on my end at least.
Is it?
It appears so.
I can incorporate that statement. You seem to be normal.
Okay, good. Yeah, it looks okay. It looks like we might be back, I guess. But yeah, that was a little silly. Mick, now that we've been live for a minute, have there been any good viewer questions coming up in the live chat, or should I carry on with the already asked stuff?
6777 Productions asked if attendance is mandatory.
If attendance is mandatory?
For office hours, yeah.
Oh, for office hours? No. I'm not an evil professor. You don't have to come to my office hours. I appreciate it when people do come to the office hours. These streams are always fun. But
I'm also streaming the list of questions to the chat if you want to look at it. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at you being really smart. I can open that. Let's see. Oh, lordy. Okay. Why was the RGS called that if it never went near the river the same name? I could not tell you. Actually, I think they talk about the start of the Rio Grande Southern in Little Engines and Big Men, but I still don't understand the exact reason it was named that. Bullyard asks, how do you ultrasound and paint the underside of the boiler? Having reach issues dealing with the frame of your Northern, I recommend you get it over a pit, which is not always ideal. But yeah, I mean, you got to get really good at being a spider monkey. And if I can do it on a 3-foot gauge 282 with itty bitty drivers, you should be able to hopefully do it on the 484, unless the boiler's too far above, in which case you're going to have to come up with something with like planks of wood or something. Get some 2x run in between frame rails or something, or on the brake rigging that you could stand on or work on. But usually it's a problem of being too small. But I mean, even with the 491, we were able to do it. So it's not very fun, but Blue Jacket Warrior asks, very appropriate question. Now that winter is upon us, will you be doing anything on snow removal on the railroad or the narrow gauge? Seeing that RGS got every choo-choo they owned stuck in one winter. Yes, I've actually got a video probably coming out Monday about it being cold in the cab, even when it's cold out, which is hilarious. Talking about cab curtains and how they seal the cabs up and stuff, and a couple other little things. And then I filmed us doing switch brooming and clearing the crossing and railroading in the snow. And railroading in the snow sucks. Yeah, it just sucks. So I filmed some stuff about that. That'll probably come out maybe next week, perhaps. So, yeah. Anyway, no pegs. Member for 6 months with the conductors. If the locomotive's technically tied down during the profiling of the wheels, does that mean the engineer and brakeman get paid a big paid union break? No, engineers and conductors don't exist in the mechanical facility these days. I need to do a true Railroad 101 video, which I need to like get a bunch of B-roll and like a bunch of little things to figure out about it, but talking about like how the railroad functions as a whole these days, like how does the class 1 work? What are all the different pieces? Because train crew does not even typically show up at a mechanical facility, at least in my case at Inner Bay. We would hardly ever get actual crews, engineers and conductors arriving at the shop. We'd usually have hostlers who are only legally allowed to operate light locomotives or consists of light locomotives. They couldn't legally pull train cars. They would bring the power to us and drop the power off, and then our own hostler or our own like labor engine hostlers internal to the roundhouse would then move the power around the shop. And they were also only allowed to do the same as the hostlers, but they weren't allowed to run on the main line. They were only approved to run within mechanical limits. So there's all sorts of little nuances. So yeah, at some of the bigger shops, you'd get like inbound crews would just drop their power off or something, and then they'd go to the break room or whatever at the shop. But it's a little dependent on location. But yeah, you would never actually get an engineer and conductor bringing their equipment into the roundhouse. That's not for them to do, or the shop. That's somebody else's job. Which yeah. Let me know if you'd like to see an overall picture of Railroad 101. It would be a bit of a chore for me to put together, but I think it's worthy of doing. So, anyway. SJorers 12321, what was the intro song and where to listen to? The intro song was Big Hook, which was the first collaboration song that Wings and Strings and I did after all of the Fun Railroads Online drama. Back a couple months ago, and as such it's never been released. I do want to finish the volume 2 soundtrack for Railroads Online, just to have it done as a thing, and then release it on Spotify at some point, but that's time and things, and Polar Express consumes all at the moment. Z Photography, have I seen any sheep trackside lately? No, although I did just buy an SN3 stock car, so I will be able to have my own sheep narrow gauge soon enough. Okay, I'm going to jump back to a couple of the pre-asked questions, and we'll keep going here. Quebec Gamer asks, how are your dogs doing, and how cold does it get in Colorado? Unfortunately, the dogs are not mine, and they are now gone. As we talked about a little bit in one of the previous videos, my fiance is now my ex, and the dogs were both hers, and so she and the dogs have moved away and done their thing. I do miss them. They were sweethearts, but they were also the most annoying, most reactive, loud, obnoxious dogs in the world. So at the same time of me missing them and being sad, I'm just reminded that they don't explode with barks every 4 seconds. So ups and downs. How cold does it get in Colorado? Decently cold. It doesn't, it was in the single digits degrees Fahrenheit this week. It was like the high was 9 degrees, I think, yesterday or the day before. So that was pretty cold. It's not like stupid cold, but it's pretty cold. The coldest I've ever seen is like -5. So, yeah, that's awful. I can't recommend that. And then, of course, all the people from Wisconsin will say that that's just like baby numbers. And I'll say, yeah, I just never need to go there. So,
Baby numbers.
Insert something about Arizona
Yeah, right.
not liking cold.
How cold is it there? 50 degrees. Yeah, something like that.
I think it's actually higher than that right now. I need to check.
Laughs in Minnesota,
66.
-50. Yes, you cheeseheads, all of you up there, where you talking? I can't even do a Midwest accent. I'm not even going to try. Yeah, you guys can go keep your colds and go over there. We used to talk about being sent to Minot, North Dakota, being the ultimate punishment on the railroads. So, and it was for a reason.
My low this week is 45.
That's higher than the high this week here. But anyway, moving on to the historical section of questions. Aiden asks, is there any difference mechanically between the original Ridgeways and the ones at the museum, or that the DNS had in the 90s? Yes. So the original ones for the narrow gauge are slightly different than the one that we have for 346, because we were really concerned about the fire risk, and so we put that whole circle plate deal that I showed off in the Ridgeway video in, which it turns out, based on the prints, is actually only for standard gauge engines on the CNS. That wasn't for the narrow gauge engines, but because the fire department wasn't going to let us run 346 unless we did everything we could, we put that in, and it's extremely effective, and it doesn't seem to affect the draft, so I don't know why the CNS didn't do that. And then the Ridgeways that were on the DNS in the 90s were just bullshit. They were not designed right. They were not the correct dimensions. They didn't have the drawings. They didn't work. So it just kind of a little silly. At least that's what I've heard. And that's why they kind of got rid of them, is because they weren't effective. And that's why the DNS changed to, on their coal burners, they got the bigger spark arresters that then had the sprayer on top mounted, which really seemed to do a pretty good job. But obviously they've since converted almost everything to oil, which, you got to do what you got to do. The DNS is a real railroad, and they were up. A couple of their guys were up and visited us yesterday at the shop because they went to the auction up in Wyoming for the Wasatch Railroad contractors, and they gave me cursed objects. Where did I put them? I have a whole roll of stickers. Yes, yeah, they gave me some cursed objects that I don't know what I'm gonna do with yet. But anyway,
Might I make a suggestion?
oh, dear Lord, what?
Stick them in random places around the shop where people are unlikely to find them.
That could be fun.
And then 10 years down the line, someone's going to find one. There's still more?
Is now when we talk about somebody allegedly, someone who you may or may not know, allegedly having given the class clown of the shop a roll of 500 for rectal use only medical stickers on his last day of work at a big orange railroad, allegedly. So now when we talk about that apparently caused an HR nightmare, but
sounds hilarious.
It was alleged. I don't know who did it. Some guy, I guess. That was, yeah. He'd just walk into a locomotive and it would say turbo lube pump for rectal use only. Well, naturally,
You mind if I chime in here real quick?
Sure.
All of you in chat repeating your questions. I have them written down. We'll get to them. You can stop asking 500 times.
Yes, folks. I try to do these for a couple hours, and we'll try and get to all of them. I want to do a good mix of pre-asked questions and the ones that come up live. So we'll do a couple more of the pre-asked ones, and then we'll go back to the live ones, because I want to try and get through as many as I can. The questions are so much fun and everything. So anyway, I got derailed in that train of thought there. Durango guys came and visited, and, talking with them, and people that freak out about the oil conversion stuff, like the Durango and Silverton is still a real railroad that is really trying to run. And if the trains don't run, their families in the shop and in the train crews and everyone don't get to eat. Like, that is their job. That is their business. The train's got to run. The fact that they are still running steam when they do not have to. They have beautiful scenery. They could just run diesels and phone it in. But no, they are continuing the history and the saga of these steam locomotives, oil burning or not. Like, I don't get why people get so frustrated about it. I can understand, like, that wasn't historically what they were, but the railroad would have done it too. The DNRGW, if they were still doing it, would have converted them to oil too. So
can you skip down about 7 or 8 questions to Marco TD?
To Marco TD?
Yeah.
Where's that one at?
In H.
Is it?
It's under history, yeah. You're really close to it. It's just...
I don't see one by Marco TD. Oh, that might have been one of the ones that I pasted to you as a quick answer, and for the rapid fire round. Yeah, that's why. No, there are no USA narrow gauge lines like in revenue freight service. Yeah, like Durango and Silverton. I mean, it's still a tourist line. Same with Cumbres and Toltec. There's no like, oh, we are doing this for being the sake of a common carrier hauling freight.
Okay.
So that doesn't exist anywhere as far as I know. Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. I see a super chat. Ruby's Rail Videos. Thank you. Are you aware of the Colorado and Southern 280 that went to the Milwaukee Road? You believe its number was 65 on the CNS and 4 on the Milwaukee Road. 65. No, I'm not familiar with that engine. 65 sounds like a weird number for a 280 for the Southern, the Colorado and Southern. I want to say the only CNS standard gauge engine that I know of that still kicks around is the 641 in Leadville, which is another 280. So maybe it was a 650 or something, or maybe it was the 65. I don't know. I'm not really that familiar with the CNS, but good question. Cole T will answer this. And anyway, conductor for 3 months, another red lamp. Thanks for the great content. You love the videos where you can show and teach us train things. Also, sheep. Yes, sheep. Sheep. Anyway, moving on to let's do like 2 or 3 more of these pre-asked, and then we'll go to some of the more live questions. Geneva Rail Fan, what is the difference between the Ks, the 27, the 28, the 36, the 37? And since the 37s weren't converted, where did that rumor come from? Okay. Wow, you had to ask like the most loaded and detailed question. Maybe we'll just do this one because this is going to need some explanation. So, okay. K27, K28, K36, K37. The K means Mikado, 282. The number is the number of 1,000-ish pounds of tractive effort the locomotive has. So 27 has about 27,000. 28, it's about 28,000. In reality, I think they're like 27,100 and then 27,600 or something, but round up to 28. There you go. 36 was like 36,200, and the 37 was like 37,100. Do math, whatever. So you go up the food chain in terms of how strong the locomotive is. K27s came first, like 1905, I think. There were 15 of them, 450 through 464. They were wacky when they were delivered, called Class 125s. They were Vauquelin compounds, so they had totally weird cylinders and rods and things. Stevenson valve gear. Mute Wesley Stuff in chat, please, Mickley. That's ridiculous.
I fudged the button like 4 times.
K27, yeah, weird to start. Had Stevenson valve gear. They ended up converting them to piston valve, either I think most of them actually went to piston valve. Some of them may have been slide valve. Anyway, they got converted to more conventional valve gear, got converted to wall shirts, and then some of them had inside canned, some of them had inside or outside canned cylinders. They're kind of wacky. A little bit of weird design because it was the early 1900s. They hadn't quite figured things out yet with like the trailing truck not pivoting. The trailing truck just slides over left and right really far. Just has a crap ton of lateral, but it can't actually pivot or rotate. And the K27 looks similar, like a small small K37. The boiler's smaller, the firebox is smaller, but it's got the same flat front, and you can see the kind of the family lineage there. But those are the first, smallest, early on, and the big visual difference is it's small, and then they've got wedge-shaped counterweights instead of the big scalloped ones. They got kind of wedge guys. K28 comes along 1923, because next year is the 100th anniversary of the K28s. That's right. K28s were built by Alco, the American Locomotive Company, and very different design. Big visual difference is the air compressors on the front rather than on the side, which gives them a very unique front profile. The counterweights are weird, where the 1, 2, and 4 driver just have cranks on the outside. There's no actual counterweight. The counterweight's on the wheels. And then the number 3 has a bigger scalloped counterweight, almost like a K36, but just on the number 3, which is where the main rod ties in. The K28, I think, is actually the longest of the Ks. And then they've got a pretty long tender on them. So they're pretty long locomotive. It's a little bit stronger than the K27, but the big thing that people talk about with the 28 is that they're the sports model. They ride really nice. They're really comfortable locomotives because the balancing with the counterweights on the wheels as opposed to the rods, plus a more modern spring rigging design on the K28, is like, it's really, really good. They're a lot smarter, better design than the other Ks. And this is one that I want to do a video on. I actually need to go down to Durango and talk to the guys and see if I could come like film up close and show this off in person, because I want to do that, and I'd love to go hang out with my buddies down there. So hopefully I can do that. But the quick and dirty thing on the K28, as far as the spring rigging is concerned, is the way that they connect. So like on 491 and on a lot of the other Rio Grande engines, you have your leaf spring. It's kind of this wedge guy, right? And it's got a pack in the middle that holds it, whatever. This is going to be atrocious fast drawing. I'm sorry. And if you look at the top view of the spring has slots in it like this. And then the actual equalizer, the hangers, there's a little grooved tongue that sits in there. And I need to draw these better. But basically they look kind of like that. And if you look at this guy from a front profile, he looks like this. And so this mushroom looking thing sits down into the slot there. And then the hanger that goes down to the lever goes over the top of it like this. And the actual surface of this is kind of dished like this to hold that and try and center it. But the thing with that is that they end up kind of being locked together, and they don't have freedom of motion around the way that these are connected. And now comes the K28, which does a much smarter thing than these sort of keys like this that hold things together. The K28 has the same spring basically set up, and then there is a boxed connection with then a pin connection that lives on the spring. And so the way that this box guy looks is, if you look at from the front, he kind of looks like this, where there's then a little tang that sticks down into the slot internal. And so this kind of lives with the spring and does what it does. But then there's the pinned connection, and then you end up having the strap, rather than a hanger, you have a strap that comes down. So instead of going up and over and having a bent piece of steel like this, you have just a straight flat bar, which is A, way easier to make, but B, is pinned at both locations. And so it acts as a two-force member, which in engineering is basically the easy way to say that it can only translate forces one or two ways, because it's free to rotate and move the rest of the ways, which means it's never binding, provided everything's in good condition. You can still wear it out and ruin pins and whatever. But it's a much, much better spring rigging design. And actually the K37, later on, they stole part of this to help adjust the number 4 to the trailing truck, because the Rio Grande screwed it up so bad. So the K28, like, that's the big thing, is that the balancing and then the spring rigging is so good, and that's why they ride so much nicer than a lot of the other engines, where the K37s ride like a broken lumber wagon with broken wheels. Good God, they're rough. Anyway, so that's K28. K36 and K37, let's finish here. K36, much larger, 1925, purpose-built narrow gauge from Baldwin. Huge boiler compared to the K28. Pumps mounted on the side, so different look. The front of a K36 has a very contoured cast smokebox front, whereas if you see a K37, which is most visually similar to a K36, it's a plate front that's just totally flat. I think their smoke boxes are pretty much the same size between a 36 and a 37, and the barrels are pretty similar, but like the K36 has a 3/4 inch thick boiler barrel. The K37 has a 5/8 inch thick boiler barrel. Different design. K36s have a lot more flexible stay bolts than the 37s, which had old boilers from a different class of locomotive. So the boilers are from 1902 or 1903, but the engines are from 1928 or 1930, built, purpose-built in Denver for narrow gauge, but with the old boiler put on it. So like the biggest difference is really at the back, where The K-37 has a goddamn massive firebox, and the K-36 has a not massive firebox. The first time I climbed on a K-36 after being on 491 a bunch, I opened the fire door and I looked in and I went, that's it? Because the K-37 firebox is like 40% longer, 30 or 40% longer. I mean, it's huge comparatively. So you do a lot more shoveling on the K-37. Yeah. So if you look at like the way that the firebox sets up with the bigger firebox, longer ash pan, all that stuff. The ash pan on the K-37 is a travesty. The gap is like that big, and a K-36 has like that much space, so you can actually work in there. K-36 firebox is always sloped all the way down, and the big difference visually when you're in the cab is the K-36 has a reverse taper course coming to the backhead, so the backhead is much smaller. You walk into a K-36, and for me, the boiler backhead's like at eye level, whereas the K-37 is like a foot above. I mean, it feels huge compared when you're in the cab. And then the K-37 has a much taller but less long tender versus the K-36. K-36 is the same tender as the K-28. And because of the different boiler thicknesses, the K-36 is actually heavier than the K-37. So, yeah, we could probably talk about this subject for another hour at least, pointing all the things out, and maybe I'll find some pictures later if we go long enough and show some of the differences that way. But yeah, lots of differences between the Ks, and that's a video that I really want to do, but I need like actual footage of the 27 and the 28s.
Would it be one video or a series?
It might be a series. There's a lot that can be said about those. And then the last thing, the rumor mill of the conversion, that was due to the 497. The 497 wrecked late with the 498. It was like the last wreck on the Grand, really, the narrow gauge. And the 97's trailing truck was ruined after that, and it was basically stuck as a decapod, 210 rather than a 282, except, the last wheel wasn't powered. It just couldn't move. And so it was horrid on the track. It rode like crap, even more so than a normal K-37. And so it got this bad rap in Durango, which is why they did the swap to the Cumbrace and Toltec to get the 482. So the Cumbrace and Toltec got the 497. They fixed the trailing truck problem eventually once they figured it out on the Cumbrace and Toltec, and it ran great. But the myth that the K-37s were bad because they were conversions and they were hard on track and it didn't make any sense got all started then when there wasn't the history that was necessarily as known in that era. It was just a convenient excuse to say choo-choo's bad. Oh yeah, it was just converted. It was the standard gauge frame and thing, and they just made it work on narrow gauge, and it was garbage. Well, no, it was a purpose-built narrow gauge engine that reused an old boiler, and that's the reason I don't like the conversion term. Some people and a couple official railroad documents use the word conversion, but because of the bad rap and all of the myth and all of these armchair historians who don't know what the hell they're talking about. Look, you always get me fired up with this crap. Because of all of that, the conversion makes it seem really misleading. People assume, they squeezed the wheels in and it's the same thing, when it's really a brand new engine and a brand new locomotive that used an old boiler, which, yes, that's a major piece, but, implying conversion helps keep that myth alive. And they're obviously great engines because the railroad still had 8 of them. Had the Rio Grande... They cut up a K-27 to spite the founder of the Colorado Railroad Museum. Like, they scrapped it because they were mad at him. They wouldn't do that with a K-37 because they were still using them and they were good, important power. There's 8 of the 37s, 9 of the 36s. They were good choo-choos. The last train on the Rio Grande that was a freight train was pulled by the 498. Must have been a piece of junk if it was the last thing that was running, huh? So, anyway...
So this one locomotive that they broke, they blamed everything else to be bad on.
Yeah, because it was the Rio Grande wrecked it, and then the DNS put it in service in the early 80s because it still had boiler time left from the old law from the railroad. It had a good boiler and it was legal to run still. And so they said, well, shoot, we just got to get the running gear ready and we can run that one. We won't have to do a whole bunch of work. We can get this engine back on the railroad. And so they did. And then they had all this hell of a problem with it. And it was the only one that was running because it was the 1980s. None of the other ones had run because the K-36s, were, for whatever reason, kind of the ones that were ready to run. And the Cumbres and Toltecs started with those. And it was like, well, we only want to work with one class right now because we've got so many of them, rather than try and mix and match and deal with different parts and whatever. Let's just work on this one class, whatever, till they did the swap. And then like the DNS was using K-28s that had been running for ever, and then K-36s or other engines that still had time. So just weird crap like that. Anyway, on to some live questions now that question took an hour to answer. Or Mickley, yes.
So relevant question from chat.
Okay.
Which K-27 got cut up?
Oh, which one got cut up to spite the museum?
Yeah.
I wish Leighton or Brett were here. Brett is running to the North Pole on the Polar Express right now. I don't know what Leighton's doing. Maybe Leighton knows.
Well, Leighton, if you're in the chat, please tell us.
Yeah, I want to say it was the 461. Bob Richardson, the founder of the Colorado Railroad Museum, had a couple engines. He almost saved like 3 more locomotives, and because he was so vehement against the railroad trying to end the railroad, he made the railroads mad because he was trying to get them to save more stuff, and the railroad was like, no, we want to scrap this stuff and be done with it because it is losing us money. We are a business. And then they cut stuff up to spite him. So they cut up one of the K-27s. I think it was the 461. They cut up the 360 or the 361, the C-21 we were going to get. And then the CNS also had a 280 they were sending us. And they loaded the smoke box full of good appliances and parts and stuff. And then he pissed them off and they scrapped it. And we would have had all this crap. Damn it, Bob. Oh, well. At the same time, he saved so much and founded the museum. And so he did all this good stuff. And it was all under, good intentions. But the railroad was the railroad. And, they would bite their own nose off to spite their own face. So so it's not really Bob's fault. But at the same time, maybe if he had not gone to the abandonment hearings and tried to talk the railroad out of doing things, maybe we'd have more choo-choos to play with. But anyway. Antimatter 1207. 6 months as a conductor. Thank you so much. Hypothetical question. Had a diesel cost about the same as steam to run and maintain? Do you think steam would have stuck around longer? It's not about cost. It's about time. It's about time. Time in the shop with a diesel. That is the reason steam is gone. Steam locomotive regulations and just common sense. You need to drain the boiler, have it out of service, do a wash every 31 service days. So you have 31 days, then you have to come to the shop, guaranteed. And you probably are coming to the shop more often than that, and probably getting serviced much more often than that. Diesel locomotives nowadays, 184 service days. And 184 service days comes around, the engine comes in, it goes in on one shift, is done that same shift, goes back out, is back on the rails 8 hours later. Once every 184 days, provided nothing breaks. Steam engine comes in every 31 days and is out of service for at least like 3 days unless you're being awful to the boiler. Do you want to maintain something 6 times as often at the bare minimum for a much longer period of time every single time? It just doesn't make any sense. It's not about the cost. It's about the time. Okay. On to the live questions from Mrs. Mickley. Look at that. Favorite thing about Colorado? I mean, it's the choo-choo trains. I could have told you that. You could have guessed that one.
That's what I was saying.
Right? Like no, the favorite thing for me about Colorado, I mean, it is the trains is certainly part of it. The mountains are beautiful. The culture is great. The green chili. The Colorado, New Mexico style pork green chili is the greatest food on the planet. It's one of my favorite things in the whole world. Hatch chilies.
The recipe for green chili chicken enchiladas.
But it's probably not this green chili. Like it is a Colorado, New Mexico thing when we talk about green chili. It's not talking about just green chili peppers. It is talking about, like, some people out of Colorado, New Mexico call it green chili stew, where it is it's just the best thing in the whole world. Yeah, you will experience it when you come someday, when you come visit. So, Yeah, no, I love that about Colorado. But for me, I mean, it's the personal connection. My granddad, when my granddad was dying of lung cancer, and was, you know, a little bit out of his head, and dreaming, he was always talking in his sleep about going to Colorado, doing the narrow gauge thing, going on the adventures, going to the Durango and Silverton, the Cumbrace and Toltec. He always told me about how we were going to get to do that someday, and it never happened. You know, he passed away when I was not even 10 years old. And I am presently living the narrow gauge railroading adventure every day, every week, and have been since August. And it is the most fulfilling, awesome, wonderful everything in my life. And I'm so freaking lucky and fortunate to be doing it. So that's my favorite thing. That's why it's important to me. So anyway. Super chat from Bryce Weeks. Hi, Hyce. You don't have a question, just want to say hi. That and steam choo-choos are better, but more work. I wholeheartedly agree. Steam choo-choos are much better, but they are much more work too. Yeah. So, Hatch got to Hyce. We're too late. I like my Hatch chili, okay? But we already answered Bulliard's question. Why is he doing that? No, I will not read that on stream. DJ Kretzinger asks, have you ever ridden in the doghouse on 491? Yes, many a time. I don't remember if I was one of the first ones riding on it since we put it back on in 2015-ish. It's comfy other than, you know, the tender riding kind of like crap. But if you get a full load of coal and water, it's a decent enough ride. The seat's comfy. Eventually, someday, maybe we'll plumb the steam heat to it, and then it'll be really nice in the winter. But anyway. Heritage Unit 1989. Is there a difference in steaming characteristics of a steam locomotive in different times of weather? Yes. You will actually notice that when it's cold out, you need to put more coal in. And that's something that I have to teach guys when we're firing for like Polar Express when it's, 5 degrees out versus 100 degrees out. Your ambient temperature is lower, so it is actively cooling the boiler faster, even through the insulation and everything. And you wouldn't think it's too much, because boiler hot, 400 degrees, right? But 400 to 100 versus 400 to 5-ish is a 25% difference in your ambient heat sink. So you end up having to have more of a fire when it's cold out than when it's warm out. Radio isotopics. What about the design of Mason bogies make them oscillate so badly, especially when compared to Forneys or even articulateds? I don't know exactly what you mean by oscillate, but I'm assuming you're talking about hunting or dancing down the track a little bit much. The Mason bogie was using the boiler as a stressed frame member. There was no frame. The engine set was free to swivel underneath, and the boiler was the frame. So rather than having a dedicated, stronger member to, deal with the actual motion of the locomotive, you had one pivot point, and then the boiler is like acting as a bridge between the bogies, which is nifty as hell, but that would probably be the reason why they're a little bit more tipsy-turvy, topsy, whatever. Insert onomatopoeia here. Train animator. How long has Hyce been growing his beard? I have not trimmed it back in a while because I haven't really cared. We've been getting a little pirate captain-y this winter. I've been with a beard since about 2017-ish. 2018? 2017, 2018? No, it would have been 2018, I think, that I tried the beard for the first time because many old pictures of me that if you show up in the Discord, they pop up and end up getting made into memes. I used to be a big sideburn guy. So in college, I had big sideburns just because I thought they were silly and they're goofy, and that's who I am as a person. And I could never really do a beard because it took forever for some of the hair to fill in some places. But 2018, I think, was the first time I tried it and was successful. It's been shaved off a couple times, but like the last time I trimmed it back was like 2 months ago, probably. So I don't know. It's not the fastest growing beard in the West, but I enjoy it. Keeps my face warm when it's freaking cold outside. Many people. Hyce, when is the next episode of Railroads Online with Khan coming out? I've responded to this question a bunch on the channel, and I need to probably make a post or something. Khan and I are anticipating every Tuesday and Friday that we'll do a new episode. We haven't filmed yet for this upcoming week, but we're planning on Tuesdays and Fridays. There may be some days that I have to step out just because that's an aggressive schedule to keep. And I have all this real content that I want to do. I have so many freaking videos that are filmed right now, guys. I am up to my eyeballs and stuff to edit. And I need to have some dedicated time off to try and catch up. And as you've seen, I mean, I've been cranking out the videos even then, and I still have this slog of stuff to edit. So, we're trying to get through that, but we're trying to do Tuesday, Fridays for the Railroads Online series. And I love making those videos with Con because Con's great. He's super fun to hang out with. He's a fun guy. It's great to teach us some railroad stuff. We have a good time, and it's a breeze to edit. Like, I will cut out like one or two things or cut a little bit of dead air, but it's like we film, we're just rolling the whole time, just trying to talk the whole time, and then it makes an edit easy, render the video, and it's done. It's a way easier edit than most of my other stuff, and you guys seem to like it, so I'm kind of inclined to keep that series going for sure. So, Frankie, will you cook another pizza in the firebox? Probably. Yeah, I want to try that again. That was fun.
I mean, it mostly worked last time.
It did mostly work last time. I know that it's possible to do and do right, so I want to try it again. One video that is coming out soon that is one of the things that's filmed that I need to edit was we made barbecue ribs in 20 smoke box. And not just in the smoke box, also in the cab. It was a disaster of scheduling because we had to do stuff with the engine too. And they turned out pretty good. They're actually really tasty. The smoke flavor was great. But yeah, that was a chore, and that'll be an interesting episode. The next episode of K37 Kitchen, but it's not on a K37 because K37 Kitchen sounds better. Whatever, you know what I mean. Yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna do a quick ad break. Sorry, I've got to go run and use the restroom, and then we'll be right back in just a minute here, folks. So. Keep up with the questions. I want to hit everything that I had pre-recorded or pre-asked, and then as well all the live stuff that I can. So we'll keep it up. Just give me about 2 minutes here. So I'll be right back. All right. Cam on. Boom. There we are. Back. I'm still working out I got a Stream Deck recently, and I've only done like 1 or 2 streams with it, I think. So I am slowly working those things out, but I appreciate you guys letting me run for a little break. And yes, that is a song, a real song. Midland 1072 Production gifting 10 memberships. Yeah, that's so sweet. Thank you.
You missed the one before that.
There was another one before that? Oh, you guys. And it's Tultree again. Tultree, you were like one of the most generous, sweet people around. Fun in the Discord, sweetheart. And at every one of these streams, he's gifted memberships. Oh my goodness, guys. Thank you.
Yes, another one.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thanks so much, guys. That's really, I don't know. I always feel warm and fuzzy after those. Anyway. Okay, we'll go back to some live questions just so I can try and catch up there, and then we'll kind of go from there. Wesley Stuff, if the 491 derails at the museum, what would happen? I'm knocking on wood and saying, how dare you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby? Oh, God. Hopefully they're not in the dirt right now. Don't ask us that question. What would happen? We would have to rerail it. It doesn't happen often. I always joke about never being there at the museum for a derailment. I was technically there for one derailment, but I didn't see it happen, and it was just a stupid moment. But thankfully, like, I've never been on site when like a bigger derailment or something happened that needed to be rerailed. They did derail the goose once at the museum, and I had to come rerail it. And that was so annoying. Both there's a couple stories there. Do I have in the immortal words of one of my favorite teachers on the railroad, Tim Gomez? Do I have time to tell a story? Okay.
So what do you use to rerail the stuff if it were to derail?
Oak wedges, butterflies, and tie plates. Let's
Define butterflies, because the only thing I know about butterflies is the bug.
Let me get my pictures and let me show you. So there's on the Grand, we have dedicated rerailing devices that we bring around on our tenders. One's called I think it's a frog, and the other is the butterfly. And they are the things that you pray that you never have to use. And smarter people, like the Durango and Silverton, got some cast out of aluminum so that they were lighter. But ours are still historic and gigantic and made out of steel. And God help you if you have to put one in place. Anyway, I'm scrolling through my pictures, trying to find a picture of one to show you. But yeah,
yes, we'll see it, but not yet.
So the basically, the thought is if you really have to gain height, you use a wedge-shaped piece of oak, triangular piece of oak, that you then drag the wheels up, and you might have to use a track jack or something to move it over, or hopefully you have access to a backhoe or an excavator or something that can help drag things around with chains or straps. And then, it's not my choo-choo, and it doesn't have equipment on it. Oh, Lordy. Let me go back to pictures of many moons ago, and I hopefully can find these. Sorry, I have so many pictures. It's always a chore to find stuff, but there's a lot of good stuff in there. Tie plates help not crush the oak wedges when you have them. Can't see those pictures. Hey, okay. Ancient picture of 491 tender. Here we go. Right. Face desk. Right there. Okay. So this silver thingy is the frog, I think is what it's called. I can't remember. I've never actually used this one. And you put it up next to the rail, and the thought is that the flange runs up on it and then gets shoved to the center by that little rib in the middle. And then the butterfly is this kind of letter A shaped thing where the rail sits in between in that slot, and you just got to get the wheel anywhere there and then have enough force to drag it up the ramp. So you couple into it with another engine, or you get a backhoe or something and drag it up over on those. But you got to get the wheel close enough there if it was wandered off. So when the Goose derailed, we actually used one of these, the one that got scuffed up. I think it's still scuffed up, to rerail.
Use a backhoe to rerail stuff?
Yeah, because you can use the actual arm and a chain. You put a chain through the bucket, and then you can use the arm in a lot of different ways to put a lot of different tension and pull the equipment the way you need to. Oh, and I need to get rid of the back soon. There we go. Yeah, so we used that. And like when the Goose derailed, they ran through the switch, and it was light enough that it just put all the wheels in the dirt. We had to put a jack against the wheels to get them closer to the rail, and then the backhoe came in and dragged it back up over the butterfly, and it went back on. But that was an annoying day for me, because that was one of the rare days where my boss was like, hey, I've got a big staff meeting and it won't get out till noon, so feel free to come in late. And I was in college, so come in late on a Saturday meant that I got to have fun on Friday night. And then I get the rampant phone call at 7:30 in the morning, and I'm hungover, and he says, yeah, no, you need to come in and re-rail the Goose now. I was just like, I was going to get to sleep in. This was going to be the first time. And then the derailment that I was there for, that I was a part of, was me running 491, and apparently somebody had chained the wrong side. We always chain on the inside so that you can inspect and whatever. And we were in a hurry. It was stupid. We were running late for day out with Thomas. Train was parked next to the crossing. Somebody had chained the outside wheel around the outside rail, and I got told to go ahead. And so I start heading to the station, and I'm right at the crossing. So I'm focused on the crossing. I don't want to run into someone at the crossing. This was before we had gates. He had a guy with a stop sign. So I'm focused ahead, laser focused on everything that's going on and watching out for the million running children that are around the station. And I get up and I stop at the station, and then this frantic radio call comes in, and it says, "If you don't listen to me, you're out of the cab for the rest of the day." And I was like, what? And I looked over at my fireman, and I looked over at Jeff, who's now the boss at the museum. We're all sitting there like, what? We didn't hear anything else. And apparently Ding Dong back there had been fat fingering the mic on the radio, telling us to stop over and over again, but never pushed to talk, because the car hopped the chain and was running on the ground, just bouncing. And there were no brakemen on the train to dump the air. This was just a stupid situation. Bad safety culture, bad safety practices under a regrettable individual, anyway, who needs not be named other than Stromboli, if you've been in the Discord. The great Stromboli. Anyway.
Something flat spots?
Well, no, there were no flat spots, actually, although that car has a bunch of flat spots, but that's from the Grand. And so it's bouncing across the ties, and just like it's an HO scale train set, we got to the grade crossing, and the wheels hopped up and bounced back on the track at the crossing, apparently. So as far as I was concerned, it never derailed because I didn't see it. I just kept pulling right through it. And so I was like, I never heard anything. There was never a radio call. No one else with a radio heard him say anything. But he apparently went on this whole rant exercising his authority about how I wasn't listening to him and nobody was there to stop the train. But he was telling us that we needed to hurry up and hurry up and hurry up, and we didn't need brakemen, and we didn't need to do an air test first. Excuse my French. Fucking moron. Anyways, yeah. Safety culture is an important thing, and thankfully it's a lot better now. But that was many moons ago. Okay, I saw some super chats come in. So anyways, William Nimmo, thank you so much for the super chat. Carmen Bay Lines, can you send me your save file for Railroads Online? You think I will like it? You can feel free and send it to me. I'm not sure if I'll get a chance to look at it for a while, but it's been a minute. Bryant Towles, member for 2 months with the ES&D conductors. Does the museum have any tank engines? Yes. Two. We have Lulu Bell standard oil number 1 oil burner, and the COG engine, Pikes Peak and Manitou and Pikes Peak number 1 or number 4, number 1. They have number 4 down there. It's the one that runs. Yeah, those are both tank engines, and I think those are the only tank engines we have. Anyway, okay. Did Midland just give another 10 subs out? Or memberships out?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, guys! Thank you so much. that's awesome.
I'm just sitting here waiting for you to notice.
I was trying, I've scrolled up in the chat, so I scrolled down and I was like, "Was that the first one?" Or no, there's 2 of those. And Jared Stafford giving 10 memberships. You guys are too sweet. Oh my goodness. Oh, and Tronjet66 with the super chat. You guys are too kind tonight. This is awesome. Funniest story from the railroad or the museum? Oh God, funniest one.
Mark that one off the question list. I think
the funniest one off the top of my head. Well, probably the funniest in terms of the funniest and the one that we get told to talk about the most often is not necessarily the most appropriate story for YouTube, of course. I'll try and be I'm going to report facts of things that happened, and you can draw conclusions as you wish without putting any kind of spin on this. So we were running daily ops at the museum a couple years back. I was the engineer, and Brett was the conductor, and it was just us 2. I'm 25% German, 25% Croatian, 25% Irish, and 25% Mutt, basically, by heritage. Brett is 100% German. And we're doing summer ops, and a big tour group comes in. Big, like they had a couple tour buses, all matching T-shirts, bunch of kids, couple chaperones. A couple of them are wearing yarmulkes. Okay, as you do. That's great. Realized that their T-shirts say Camp Can Israel, and it's a Jewish summer camp that has come to us, and we're running daily ops.
I think I need to interrupt you real quick.
How come?
Look in your super chats.
Holy poopy! Good heavens! All right, we're now people are trying to one up each other here. Thank you, Ezekiel034, with the 50 memberships. I don't even know what to say to that. That is
Be spared.
yeah, that's good God. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. That's I don't know what to say. I'm really good at talking about lots of things. I'm a little speechless at the moment. Wow, thank you. Yeah, I guess the chat's going to be derailed for a minute while all these get accepted by people. Wow, thank you guys. Anyway, back to the story. So, Jewish summer camp. We're running our diesel number 4 and 2 converted freight cars and a caboose as the train. So it was a German train crew running a freight train full of Jewish children. Parallels to history, off-color jokes may have been made, but that's one of the funniest things to happen in the museum. Just like, what are the odds of this? What are the odds? Come on, like, where's the sitcom? Are there cameras? How is this happening? So, yeah, jawohl. Yeah, that was funny. I will not repeat what I said on the radio to Brett as he gave me the highball, because that's probably not appropriate for YouTube, and it was a different time. Anyway, carrying on. From Namrid Stormfellow, how often when you guys run the 491-20 or 346 do you wipe down the ashes build up on the boiler jacket, and what do you use to clean with? Not very often is the answer, because good God, the choo-choos are filthy. For one-up, steam-up events, like big event, like, okay, it's our first steam-up of the year, or it's like the monthly steam-up or whatever, we'll usually try and wipe them down and clean them up pretty good, 346 and 491. 20 has a no cleaning policy, because Jeff wants 20 to look like she did in her appearance, because she is restored so accurately. She is exactly like 1945 to 1947. Everything is right. No one has been able to find something that is incorrect on the engine. The stencils are correctly askew to like a 16th of an inch based on pictures. Like, she is perfect. I'm sure there's probably something, but no internet foamer, armchair someone has ever been able to be like, yeah, you did that wrong. Everything on that engine's right. And part of it is the RGS was run down and didn't have money. So they didn't wash their engines. So we don't wash her. She is just prototypically dirty and takes her cinders with her everywhere. We'll wipe down the rods to keep junk out of bearings and rods and whatever. And so would have they. But jackets, cab, whatever, filthy. 20 is a dirty girl. 346 and 491, yeah, if it's a bigger event, start of something, we'll try and wipe them down, keep them clean. But like Polar now, 491, it's just a slog, and you clean the jacket, and then you blow out the ash pan, and it looks worse than before you cleaned it. So it's just like, it's kind of pointless. Like, really the only thing that you can do is wipe down the jacket with diesel fuel, or WD-40, and then it looks decent, but you have to do it after you blow out the pan. Otherwise, it's going to look like crap again. And usually with the way that we work and the way that things work out and the function of our railroad, by the time that we're out, poop's dumped, pan's done, we need to go get on the choo-choo and be ready at the station, and there's just no time. So, yeah, they get filthy and they stay filthy. And both 491 and 346 are green, but you'll never know. So.
Do a quick ad break.
Ad break?
Yes.
From you?
I'm going... Well, podcasts for you,
Oh,
but by me. I'm seeing some people asking some questions and just, everybody's got their green name. If y'all want to go to this link that I've posted in chat, and it's going to take a second for the thing to pop up there, but we do have a Discord. And if you link your YouTube account to your Discord, you will receive a special role in said Discord with the membership, and you get access to the pay to win channel.
that is very true. And that's I need to put that in the list of perks for the both conductors and brakemen. I added that after the fact when I found out you could do it, and I never updated the perks. So it's an extra perk technically for brakemen and conductors. Yeah, you do get a special role, special color. You're denoted in the Discord that way. If your YouTube and Discord are linked up. And then, yeah, there's an ES&D train crew chat. And every day, everyone knows in the Discord, I try to be pretty active, but I guarantee read all of YouTube discussion, and I guaranteed read all of the ES&D train crew chat. I always try and check in and read all the posts there, and those are the two that I read everything. General is so much stuff gets posted. God help me trying to keep up with memes. So like I don't do all of those things, but the ES&D train crew pay to win chat, I do try to read absolutely everything that's in there. So it's definitely easier for me to keep up that way. So good ad break, Mickley. Good call.
Another special thing about the Discord role is that particular role will grant you streaming privileges if you want to share your gameplay with someone else in the voice chats.
Right. Exactly. Okay, I just saw it. I'm going out of order because I see it here, and he's here now. Dick is 91 is in chat. When is 491 get to get painted in the Bumblebee scheme? Never! No! No yellow choo-choo. There were only 2 engines that were ever painted that color scheme.
One of them was Pee-wee.
No, actually, Pee-wee is Pee-wee's actually in the FT Rio Grande early scheme. The Bumblebee scheme on Steam was 268 and the 473 or the 476. It's one of the K28s. Okay. Anyway,
it's just black and yellow. That's all I know.
Well, that was the Grand's thing, but yeah, of the Steam engine there were only 2. Anyway, Jam 7. What are some things you'd love to see in the museum shop that it currently doesn't have? Christ, how about more space? More space is the answer. I don't want a thing. I want a bigger shop. I want more space. I want the machine tools away from the things that breathe fire and moisture and ruin the machine tools. I want the sockets to be organized. Oh my God. I should just film the socket drawers just so that I can break everyone's face. If you have the mildest amount of OCD, you open the socket drawers at the museum and you die. You immediately just die right then and there, because
I'm going to end up doing.
They are not, Mickley. The sockets and wrenches are not organized by size. They're not organized by drive. They're like, okay, it's vaguely this big. It goes in this drawer. Good luck. The reason we use crescent wrenches on everything, because it will take you a half hour to find the socket you need. Oh, I am having an elevated response because I get mad at this every time. That's what I really want. As far as like big ticket, sexy, fun things, smoke jacks that work. Please, the smoke jack that we have in stall 1 sucks. It doesn't work. We're designing one for stall 2 that should work well. A bigger lathe, a wheel lathe, all of these things, a bridge crane. There's so many things. I wish we had everything, but yeah, more space would be nice. So. And organization, but you kind of have to have the more space to have the organization. So yeah. Anyway,
what's a smoke jack?
The thing that makes your smoke go out the roof instead of in the shop, and it don't do a very good job, and so then, smoke go everywhere.
In terms of more space, are we talking more space in general or more stalls?
Yes, and there's actually plans drawn up for how to do it, and there is possibility that it will be happening within some amount of time. There's actually engineering drawings for like making stall 6 and 7, I think, and adding like 50 feet to the back of the shop. And oh my God, it would be incredible if we had that. Oh my God. Jeff showed me the plans for the first time and I was like, what do we have to do? What do we have to do to get this? I want this. And apparently they're putting together like a master plan, the board and the trustees and everyone at the museum on the admin side of things are putting together the long-range plan of how to do that. And I'm really excited. And the leadership at the museum is so good right now. I have so much confidence in where it's actually really exciting to be a part of now. And it's going to be really cool. So cheers to you, Colorado Rare Museum trustees and board and all of you people. And please give us the big shot because I want it really bad. But I know I'm not the only stakeholder. So, listen to everyone.
Does that count as a leak?
I don't think it's a leak because it's not guaranteed. If I showed you the plans, that would be a leak. But yeah, there's no like guaranteed. Oh yeah, it's happening this year, or next year, or anything like that. But they're working on it, and hopefully it'll be in the cards. And if you're a museum member or a museum visitor, they want your input because they want to have input from all the stakeholders, staff, volunteers, guests, and everything. So if you are a member of the museum or you visited the museum, put your 2 cents in. And don't just say what I want because it's important. Say what you want as a visitor. What I want as a shop guy. Every guy who had like a garage, whatever, workshop guy, they always want the biggest, most badass shop. And no, you don't necessarily need it. And yes, we're making do with what we have, but it would be really nice. Anyway, I see some super chats. Bryant Towels. Not train related, but you can't keep up with memes. That's what the starboard is for. Precisely. Also, at least you have machine tools. Also, precisely. Yes, we're very fortunate to have what we have. But yes, I usually check in with starboard. I don't even look at the memes chat because there's so much just schlock in there that I wait until it makes the starboard. So make a good meme. And then Blue Jacket Warrior, another super chat. Thank you. Hyce, you should get someone from Naval Aviation to sort the tools. Really intent about that. That sold. It's been on my list for a downtime project to sort them and organize them and build racks and like a shadow board for the tools and everything. But we just need to have not events for 4 seconds to do it. And Corey Allison, welcome to the ES&D Conductors as well. Anyway.
One more before that. Zion, member for 5 months, ES&D conductor. You want to go ahead and read that?
Did I miss that?
Yeah.
Where's that? Oh, all the way up there. Zion, Explodey Boys vids and snow cleansing with the flamethrower when. We've cleaned switches with flamethrowers before, actually. Just saying. Not this year though. Haven't had to do that. And yes, hi Matt. The museum's multimedia coordinator is watching in chat, and we aren't supposed to show the plans. I know. I don't even have them, so I can't even show them. But yes. So they're working on all that fun stuff. There have been talks about another offsite excursion. Ooh, Matt's leaking stuff. I don't even know what he means by that. Anyway. Bryant tells, thank you for the super chat. Yes, downtime, you mean after Polar. Precisely. Someone gets it. And you guys with all the fancy chats. I'm never going to get through all these questions. RC, sup Hyce, I see you've been trying to stream without me. When do we and the 3/4 idiots going to do that mainline Steam and Whistle ranking video? Oh, God, we should do that. That would be so much fun. After Polar is the answer because Leighton, Brett, and I's schedules are kind of hard to coordinate right now. So hopefully.
Who is this RC person?
He's a member in the ES&D train crew. I don't know if we'll do those videos with them or not. Perhaps, maybe, we'll see. But anyway. And Yearly Gymnast 98, welcome to the ES&D Conductors as well. Anyways, let's continue on with a couple more live questions, and we'll go back to the pre-asked questions and go from there. Casper Reninja, I'm sorry, names are hard. Can you maybe do a Railroad 101 video on Vauquelin compounds? I know your museum should have an engine with that system in place. Yes, we do have one that's in place. I need to understand how the hell it works. I don't know how the Vauquelin compound works precisely. The rod arrangement is bizarre. So I need to study first before I could make that video, but I'd love to if I get the chance to do that. Vol NW Fan 10, I think. What's the most surprising thing that you have seen that you've had to repair, i.e. a previous duct tape WD-40 repair? The most surprising thing were not things that I had to repair, but it was stuff that was broken on 20, which Strasbourg had to repair. God, there was so much that the RGS just, did that was just bad. But stuff that I've personally had to repair, I think the worst thing, that was one of my proudest moments machining, actually. This is where the Microsoft Paint time. Okay. So in 491 spring rigging, there are a number of bushings and pins, very important bits. So in the spring rigging, there is, oh my God, I've got pictures of this too. There is what is called a dead block. And the dead block is basically a block that looked like this that has a hole in it. Very exciting. And then the frame in orange comes around like this. And so the dead block, hanger in blue, and then pin in green. So pin comes through the dead block. There's a bushing, which is basically a reduction in diameter that sits around the pin and then goes to the cast dead block. The dead block is black. So this is iron, bronze, brass bushing type thing in purple, and then the actual hardened pin in green right there, and then the hanger in blue. So all the force is going, the frame is pressing down onto the dead block and then stressing things that way. And so the 491's spring rigging was absolutely destroyed when we put her in service. It's actually kind of a travesty that we ran her with her spring rigging the first year. There's a whole video to be made about that and the 491 and how it was restored, but that's politics for another year. Anyway, the spring rigging was ruined. And so normally the bushings, would be circular. They're like a little sleeve of material. And this one was a circle, and then it was egg-shaped. And actually it egg-shaped so hard that it egged out the side of the dead block. So the dead block is supposed to look like this with the hole for the bushing, and it was actually like wallered out like an egg, like that. And I have pictures of it somewhere over the rainbow. When did we rebuild the suspension of the 491? God help me. Was it 2016? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, here's math. Yes, here's drawings and math. Yes, it was 2016. Okay. Anyways, so the dead block, we weren't sure if it was going to work anymore because how wallered out the hole was. And so I had to clean the hole back to circular in the mill. And here is a picture of the dead block in the mill getting bored with this ridiculous setup of clamps and things. And we wanted to make sure it was going to work, so I modeled the dead block in SolidWorks. Here's what the part looked like. And we were worried about this wall thickness getting too small because the hole, normally it was supposed to be like a 2-inch hole, and we were going to upsize to almost 4 inches because of how ruined it was. And so I had to back out the spring rigging calculations that the Rio Grande did. Guess what? They were wrong. Had to do my own spring rigging calculations, determine how much load was going to be on this part, and then determine the stresses within it. And to figure out, okay, what is our safety factor in this part against yielding or breaking or anything based on what it looks like if we size the bushing this large. And thankfully, it was okay, and it wasn't going to be overstressed. And so we were able to true this up. But the reason that I'm most proud of that was there was no way to indicate really the exact center of that hole with how, geometrically destroyed the hole was. And I needed to critically get that circle just right. So I barely cut the circle. And it wasn't until my last full cut before my finish cut that I cut the complete circle and totally cleaned up that ruined hole. So it was surprising in that the hole was ruined that bad. But it was a really proud and exciting moment for me as a machinist, taking this utter garbage from the railroad and bringing it back to life and getting to do real engineering, mechanical engineering analysis on this part to make it work. It was like the marriage of the practical and the school. And that was one of my favorite things I've ever gotten to do. So, but yeah, that's SolidWorks for those of you recognizing in chat. I love SolidWorks. I miss playing with that program.
You have several super chats.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. The first one is Bryant Towels again. Thank you, Bryant. You've been helping with Polar here in OKC. Yeah, you know exactly how it goes then, don't you? And RC, oh no, you don't. Your idea. Again, all you have to do, Brett, is give Hyce enough money to buy enough beer to do the video. That is a decent bet. That's true. We could see about that. That'd be fun. I'm presently on a little bit of a beer break. Me and the alcohol got along a little too well for a minute there after the whole event that went on, and so I'm taking a break. But yeah, we can get back down there at some point, I imagine. Dickus91 putting his money where his mouth is. Welcome to the ES&D Conductors. Thank you, bud. Let's see. And Strasbourg Railfan 90. Any update on Unsplodable? No. I need to write the script. We have so many dumb ideas, and I'm so freaking excited. I haven't written the script yet, but because you asked, I'll give a couple little plot points away because you're here and we're doing the live stream and it's fun. So Unsplodable is going to be, it was Leighton's idea, so credit to Leighton, but it's going to be a short film that we're going to do parodying Unstoppable with Denzel Washington and everything. Except the plot is that Hyce, the mythical character, who is a bird, comes and steals a train with explosive tank cars, with the Explodey Boys, and is going to go run it off of Dead Man's Curve and blow up the tank cars and blow up the city and kill a bunch of people. Madman, blow up the harbor, Derail Valley style, but in real life. And so the plot, that's kind of the story to begin with. I have a giant papier-mâché hyacinth head that my mom made for a costume a million years ago. So I'm going to go get that from Seattle somehow, and there's going to be a bird running a diesel at some point at the museum. We've bought the little tank cars to really blow up for the film, but the other part of the plot is that I'm hoping that I can get Brett to play John Railroadson and dress up as the conductor, and he'll be the hero, and it'll be John Railroadson's early days. How did he get his start? He cut his teeth by stopping the unsplodable train. Yeah, it's gonna be stupid. It's gonna be so stupid. I can't stop smiling thinking about it.
Very stupid indeed.
Just so dumb. Just absolutely the stupidest crap. Hyce, are you a furry? No, I'm not a furry. I think birds are funny. That's the only reason. Anyway, no offense or whatever or disrespect to those that are. If that's your thing, that's great. It is not for me. But
He gets asked that every live stream at least 5 times.
It happens a lot, and I walked that line by putting the bird profile picture thing in because it's kind of like, okay, it looks like a bird, but I think the Hyce comes from hyacinth, which is that kind of bird, and birds have the same goofball energy that I aspire to, and I've always just loved that. Like, just watch videos of cockatoos; they're fucking hilarious. That's where that stuff comes from for me. It's not anything on the furry spectrum. But again, no kink shaming. I'm not Khan. I'm not going to kink shame people's track work. Yes, Jared Stafford, director Hyce. Yes, that'll be it. And RC, you'll do it in exchange. We do your video idea. Okay, well, we'll coordinate something with Brett, and we'll see if we can make it happen.
All of one person has said that I am supposedly quiet, so I don't know.
I can turn you up a little bit. Anyway. Okay. Moving on to the next questions. Oh, go do pre-asked questions, lol. Good man. Yeah, I should probably do that.
There's a lot more of the pre-asked in terms of where you're at, in terms of the live questions.
Fair. Okay. Humble Pinecone asks, did the Rio Grande or related shops ever produce a miniature locomotive? For instance, out east, Erie Railroad Machinist created an 8th scale live steamer for a millionaire. The little live steamer still exists and has Erie paperwork. I don't know of the Grand doing their own engine, but they did maintain the Cagney's for the Lakeside Amusement Park, and I have a picture of one of those. So if you look at Lakeside Amusement Park in Denver, a cute little one step above your typical fair kind of amusement park, they have some old steam engines that don't run anymore because the Grand stopped maintaining them. Fun fact. And they also have kind of a neat 50s built diesel streamliner thing that was built at Burnham, and Burnham shops built all the cars, which is one thing. Here is a picture of the choo-choo. This is the steam engine. And so they had the Rio Grande logo and everything because the Rio Grande worked on it, and they totally did some crazy stuff to this in the 70s. It used to be much shorter, and they raised up the boiler and did all this stuff to make it look different, but it's 22-inch gauge or something weird like that. And when we joked about in the model train video that we joked about Lakeside having more track than us. Yeah, Lakeside has more track than us. It's one example. And then the other example, I actually took pictures of today just because I saw this question, and it would be a fun thing that I could show off that we have on display. This is Colorado and Southern number 4. It was built by a former shop foreman of the Colorado and Southern. It is a 5-inch gauge Cook Mogul. So someone call Clown and tell him that tell him his baby is we've got one on display at the museum. It's a really cute little engine, and it's actually got a steel boiler, so it probably wouldn't be too hard to make run, but it's beautiful, and we display it in the roundhouse.
Did it work at some point?
It did, yeah. It was a steam engine that ran. It was built in the 1960s. I actually got, let me pull up the details real quick.
Was it just built like as a PR stunt type deal?
No, he built it because he wanted to have one. He was a steam guy, and that's it. So let's see. The tag from the museum says, the late William H. Soper, a Rocky Mountain Railroad Club member, built this 5-inch gauge 260 steam locomotive in his home machine shop and operated it on trackage in his yard at an address in Denver. Oh, that's fun. CNS number 4 was Bill's favorite locomotive when he worked on the railroad, and he patterned his model after this engine. It took him 3 years to make and assemble all the parts of this beautiful model, and it was completed in 1962. Unfortunately, Bill died August 10th of 1963, and his widow gave the locomotive to the Rocky Mountain Railroad Club in 1969 for preservation, and it ultimately ended up at the museum. It's a beautiful little engine, and making it in 3 years is impressive. I was actually talking to my very good friend Jimmy Booth today about live steam engines, and he said that when he was building his C16 in 2.5-inch scale, so 7-inch C16, he said that he built a part a day for the locomotive every single day and only missed 20 days, and it took him 3.5 years to build the engine by making one part every day except for 20 of those days. So the fact that he did this in 3 years, I mean, is impressive. You got to have a lot of time to do that. So a lot of work. That's something that is a dream of mine. It is a goal for me to either have a machine shop or be able to use the museum's machine shop and make my own live steam engine as a series on the channel. That is a absolute goal of mine, but that's going to be expensive and time consuming, and that's a stretch goal, but someday. So
Stream's being a little bit weird.
Okay.
In terms of freezing. And then you've got a couple super chats.
Comcast. Is it better? Is it maybe better? It just tells me. It says the connection looks good. I mean, can people at least hear me? It doesn't matter if my face is not moving as much, as long as the audio is okay.
I'm not seeing anything about the audio, just that the picture's freezing. But I don't know if they're specifically talking about the picture and the audio. They're just saying it's freezing or sneezing a couple times.
Annoying. Well, at least okay. They're saying that they can hear me, but some people are saying the stream died. So. Anyway, let me catch up on my super chats, and then hopefully it'll be back to correct by then. Let's see. Blue Jacket Warrior, welcome to the ES&D train crew. Thank you. CJ, thank you for the super chat as well. Bryant Towels, another super chat. Bryant, you're all over it tonight. Thank you. Sadly, not train crew, but helping anywhere and everywhere you can, but you started volunteering too late to get paperwork and training done in time for it. I know that feeling all too well. And yeah, I mean, my day gig at the museum, my actual title, I mean, I'm the groundskeeper and restoration and operations and maintenance specialist, which means that like this week I've done a 5-day week of just groundskeeping and working on the engines and firing up engines and stuff. I haven't been on train crew this week. Tomorrow night I will be on train crew. But yeah, it's important to do every little piece. Every little piece makes it work. So just know that what you're doing, it may not be the sexy, I'm the badass railroader guy thing, but it means that the event goes well, and it means that you keep the lights on and you'll have a chance at it next year. Because I know for us, the Polar Express is like the reason that we can do everything else we do. So it's really important. Okay. People are audio, but video is still slideshow. Okay, we'll keep going then. Blackbird Gaming, ES&D train crew for 6 months. Thank you so much. What would I build as a live steam engine? One of the standard gauge DNRGW Pacifics would be pretty cool. The DNRGW had a lot of really cool standard gauge power that I would love to. God, there would be too much cool stuff to do there. But you know where my heart is. My heart's in narrow gauge land. And I was thinking about it today, and Jimmy that I was talking with, who has the C16, was telling me things that I didn't know, that my granddad started one and never finished it. And I don't know where he never showed the parts off to me when I was a kid. but he was going to build another C16, and he was going to build the DNRGW 271. And
In what gauge?
in a 7.5-inch gauge.
Okay.
So big, you can ride on it. And there of the other notable C16s, there are 2.5-inch scale, 7.5-inch gauge, 223, 268, and 278. But he was going to make the 271, which was the other one that lasted a long time. And so I was thinking about it today, and it would be cool to make something my own. But at the same time, knowing that he started and never got to finish the 271 kind of makes me want to do the 271. So that would be cool. I would love to do that. It would be really neat. And there's drawings for it. I actually have them on literal floppy drive. I have the drawings for the C16 he was going to build. I thought it was just drawings for Jimmy because Jimmy built his with those drawings too. But it was also for my granddad. And I have it on literal floppy drives that my mom gave me. And I was like, how am I ever going to open these? But I guess Jimmy's got them on a PDF that he can send to me now. So yeah, I would probably do the C16.
The museum has enough land to even put in a 7.5-inch line for like rail clubs, doesn't it?
I mean, there's
Possible future plans.
I don't know if there's any plan to do 7.5-inch at the museum. That'd be neat. But there's a couple of 7.5-inch places around Denver. So anyway, good questions. Okay, moving on. Jordan Freeman, who had a bone to pick with me with the way that he phrased this question. Why was Walschaerts valve gear more common than the supposedly better Baker valve gear? Because it came first, and the railroad is about tradition. When Baker came out in like the early 1900s, Walschaerts was mid 1800s. People stuck with what they know, and I mean the advantage is so slight. I mean, and if you maintain your locomotives well, it's not that big of a deal. But Baker is a little bit better. It's not that big of a deal. Laser Lake asks, most British locos have a pronounced squared off firebox area, but it seems all American locos are cylindrical for the length of the firebox and the boiler. Why the difference? Because it's a better design. No, so it's a kind of a two-faceted thing, and what he's talking about, Microsoft PageCam. What he's talking about is specifically external firebox, not the internal firebox. So you look at most American steam locomotives, including the ones we have that run at the museum. You've got something that looks like this on the side view. If you were to look at the back, the back head, it looks like that. It's got the radius on top, and then the barrel is a barrel, right? And so if you were to like draw it, you'd see circle, whatever. Microsoft Paint's hard. He's talking about British engines have a bigger firebox that looks something kind of like this. This is an awful drawing. Whatever. And then they're usually like wedge shaped like this. And then the barrel comes out of that. And then there's lots of stay bolts holding these shapes like this. And so some American railroads did this, and notably the Pennsylvania Railroad. They're called bell pair fireboxes. If you see the T1 Trust and the boiler they're making, they've got this going on in spades. But most of us did this because do the math for bolts that intersect the surface like this, or do ones that are always just straight circle to circle. It's simpler. It requires fewer bolts. The stresses are easier. There's a reason why no Pennsylvania Railroad engines run right now. It's because none of them meet the math of the new boiler laws, but these do. So, these are easier. But the advantage of this is that you can get more heating surface in the same area as this. So this is a more advanced design. And when you're Britain and you have no loading gauge because your choo-choos are smaller than mine and mine are narrow gauge, not all of them, but most of them, you need to pack the punch that you can when you're trying to go 100 mile an hour. So my guess would be that the Brits did this to get more heating surface to generate more steam with the area that they had available to them, whereas we have the luxury of doing the easy, simple thing because our trains are just giant. So that would be my guess, but I don't know for sure. But educated guess and all that fun stuff. Okay. I see another super chat from Garrett Zimmerman. I should check out Jesse Banning's shop in Sequim, Washington, next time I'm in Seattle. He helped build your East Broad top 7.5-inch diesel, and you're working on the 17. Oh my goodness. Garrett, if you can get me a hookup next time I'm up there, I would love to meet with Jesse and go see that. That would be absolutely wonderful to see. Yeah, I would love to do that. But I have not met Jesse. So if you've got, send me a message or an email at the channel email. I would love to go see that. That would be awesome. That'd be a great video too if you'd be interested or you'd be interested. So,
comment that was made just around that time. This Akabog guy seems very knowledgeable.
that is the Railroad Museum's multimeter coordinator. He's my coworker, Matt. He's a very nice guy. Hi, Matt.
He said, I just lost it. Something about the museum possibly opening up or being invited to manage multiple sites so that we might possibly see multiple Colorado Railroad museums.
Sold. That sounds
There it
that
is. The
sounds
museum has been
awful. That sounds like a lot of work, but that sounds fun. Cool. I don't know.
As the museum has been invited to open and operate at least one quote-unquote off-site facility, we may see multiple.
There have been talks of that in the
someday.
past. I know. I don't have details on any of it other than when we were trying to get the Burnham shops cries. But I know that Matt's more involved with that side of things, so I would trust his word more so than mine on that. But anyway, Bryant
Sounds
Towels
very
with yet another super chat. You are just on the roll today. Thank you so much. Polar is the irritating lifeblood of the Oklahoma Railway Museum. Also, what do you mean by loading gauge? Yeah, yes, Polar is the lifeblood of museums. And what I mean by loading gauge, let me get a clean slate here. Loading gauge is how much space do the train take up in general. So like, I think if you look it up like an actual terminology like railroad loading gauge, it is literally the overall dimensions of what we now call, in real engineering terms, the dynamic clearance envelope of the vehicle or the locomotive. So like you have 491. Oh God, don't tell her that I'm drawing her because I'm going to draw her real bad and she can't know that I'm bad at drawing on paint. Oh, those cylinders are not the same size. It's fine. Valve, piston, whatever. Okay, thingy, choo pilot. Train. Looks like a train, right? Domes. Cab. Yes. Train. All right, so 491, the loading gauge on 491, she is 10'8" at her cylinders, which is ridiculous given that she is 3 feet wide at her wheel sets. K37s are huge. And then the funny thing is the tallest that she is 13'7", and that's at the doghouse on the tender. The doghouse is the tallest part. The stack is 13'4". So the doghouse on the tender sticks up a little bit above the stack up there. So the overall, like if you were to measure the box that 491 would run into, it would be, 10'8" at the cylinders by 13'7". Actually, the tender stirrups at the bottom of the steps are also like 11 feet wide. So call it 11 foot wide by 13'7". And that's the loading gauge of that. Whereas like the loading gauge of a standard gauge train, you're talking about a double stack intermodal train car that's got the containers. Like those are 22'8", I think, tall. And so the loading gauge is bigger. The thing that they can run into is so much bigger. But in Britain, with the standard gauge of 56.5 inches, because writing 4'8.5" is annoying, 56 inches, their loading gauge, I mean, it's still something like, based on tunnels and station platforms that have been around for centuries, they can only be something like 9 feet wide. And so 491 is wider than every British locomotive, because it can be. And it's narrow gauge running in the Colorado Rockies. So that's loading gauge. Loading gauge is the overall profile of how much space, what front view does the locomotive occupy.
Just don't tell that to 491's face,
Right. Don't call her fat. She does weigh 150 tons. Just saying. Okay, let's see. Farron Katz, thank you. Welcome to the ES&D train crew. And then Jan Alf's a member for 6 months of the conductors. Loading gauge, the thing that failed in those can opener videos. Precisely. That is precisely what loading gauge is. 11'8" the bridge. There you go. That's a problem with loading gauge. But I think loading gauge is specifically a railroad term. Anyway, I digress. That's that. Okay, back to the questions. What's the most unique engine to ever see use on a narrow gauge line? Probably that god-awful backward cab forward 440. That is, yeah, that's, as far as unique, yeah, the North Pacific Coast 21, that stupid thing. How and where a trailing truck pivots specifically on something like a K37? There are several different patents out there for trailing truck design, and they're all a little bit different. If you watched the most recent Railroad 101 with all of the wheel sets filmed, that showed off of the rear end of what the trailing truck does. The pivot point is actually just like a big hinge pin up ahead that's kind of harder to see. At least I think it's like that on 491. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've seen it. But there's a couple different styles. Some of them use swinging links. Some of them use pins like that. So it's a pretty far forward, too, in the engine set. So I'll see if I can try and get footage of that somehow, or at least a picture. Because, God, it's been a minute since I've been there. Another 491 question from the P42DC. Is it true 491 really came from the Georgetown Loop Railroad, or are the stories I've heard straight up lies? It'd be really hard to imagine why they would buy that to think, or buy that only to think it wouldn't fit. So, partial truth there. 491 never went to the Georgetown Loop Railroad, but it was owned by the people who made the Georgetown Loop Railroad happen. History, Colorado. So, 491's saga is that she was retired in 1963 when her throttle leaked and she went on a little adventure all on her own across Alamosa, and they said, we don't want to deal with that one anymore. And so they parked her in the deadline, and that was that. In 1970, History Colorado said, hey, we want to preserve one of the engines that was built in Colorado, so we want a K37. Can you get us a K37, put us together an engine tender? You know, we want it for the Georgetown Loop when we do the Georgetown Loop again. Okay. So they get 491, and her tender had been stolen because K37 tender sagas. God, that's we will need to do a flow chart of that at some point for you guys, because because 491's tender is not 491's tender, and we will go down that rabbit hole someday, but that would be a whole hour-long video itself. Anyway, so they put a tender with 491, another K37 tender, and they said, okay, well, this will be, your engine, it's yours. And then they didn't know about the loading gauge thing. They're rebuilding the loop, and the cuts are too narrow. There's no way that she would work. The curves are not too sharp. She would make the curves, but they realized after the fact that K37 was not going to fit through once they got the track kind of put in, at least so far as I've heard. So she never went to the Georgetown Loop, but she was owned by History Colorado, who had it as an artifact regardless and wanted to run it for the loop, but it didn't work. And so in 1985, she was trucked to the museum, put on display at the Colorado Railroad Museum up in Golden from 1985 till 2014. 2014? I think early 2014. She was owned by History Colorado and was on display on loan at the museum. And then we basically said, you've got asbestos hanging out of this and haven't taken care of it. Can you give it to us so we can maintain it and take care of it as an artifact? And they said, sure. And then now she's Peaches and she runs, and yay, we love her. So there's a couple details in there. The Springtrap Gamer. Why are the most gorgeous steam locomotives one of a kind, never two or three of them running? You just insulted like all of my choo-choos. I don't know. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe it's because scarcity is what breeds the beauty and the desire for the locomotives or something. Anyway. William Adams asks, Hyce, were bogie truck exchange facilities common in the United States? Here in Australia, your national network was originally built with 3 primary gauges, 3'6" standard and 5'3". Good Lord. And it wasn't unknown for wagons or even locomotives to be gauge converted by simply swapping the bogies out. Continues to 2022. Yes, this did happen. They used to actually pick up car bodies and set them on different trucks in the narrow gauge land. But it wasn't super common, but it was a thing. And these days, everything that runs out there is standard gauge. And there's so many rules about interchange and stuff that it doesn't happen now. I see a super chat, and I can't answer your question, Cole. I'm sorry. Why is 491 called Peaches? I don't know. I'm pretty sure I came up with it too. The more I think about it, um, the all we can remember is that I thought Brett came up with it. Brett thought Leighton came up with it, and Leighton thought I came up with it. Or that flow is reversed. Something. We all don't remember exactly who named her Peaches and how, but it's just the name that stuck. It's just the nickname. She had many nicknames before that. Cartman, because she was fat. The Cookie Monster, because she was fat. Like she had all these dumb nicknames that never really stuck. Although the Cookie Monster, we did used to tell her that the cookies were inside the blue dumpster that was in front of her during Day Out with Thomas, and if she crushed the dumpster, she'd get the cookies. But she never did crush the dumpster. Oh well. But Peaches stuck. Like, it was just like something, like somebody made a joke or something, and I think it was me that was like, did you mean me or Peaches? And pointed at the engine, and it was just funny that we called the engine Peaches, and it just kind of stuck, I think. So I really wish I had the story, because we get that question so much now. So, yeah. William McNay. Oh, sorry?
Dyches says that he has sent you a cursed locomotive 2 DMs if you want to show that on stream.
Oh, boy. Wow! Wow! Oh. Okay, I thought you were making fun of the RGS for a second, but it is... This is just sad. This is a East Broadtop goose that is just very obviously a poorly MS painted goose that has been recolored for the broad top. I guess I'll have to show it now. Watch as you look at this cursed object with us.
Your face went through about 5 different emotions there. It was hilarious.
Oh, good. Yeah, the broad top. Yeah, but this is like, there's no frame. This is not how the goose works. What is the... Yeah, stupid foamers. That's not the stupidest cursed thing I've seen today. The stupidest cursed thing I saw today was that goddamn Photoshop someone did with 491 at the centered headlight. Like, if you're gonna shitpost, do a high effort shitpost and make it look good. Like Wings doing the centered headlight 20 and then the 20 with the Ridgeway, that looked badass. Those were great Photoshops, but the one with the freaking MS painted BS nuts, low effort shitpost. Be high effort if you're gonna shitpost. Truly strive to do the shitpost.
Something. This is why we like Jersey.
Precisely. This is why we like Jersey. Jacoby Irish, member for 2 months with the ES&D Conductors. Thank you. Speaking of Day Out with Thomas, how is the Thomas built? Mostly out of 1/4-inch steel.
Dumpster material.
Yeah, it sounds like a dumpster getting hit with sledgehammers when it goes down the rail. The wheels, like the wheel centers and wheels and tires, are like real cast wheels and everything, I think. Or maybe they're they're probably cast. I don't know. I haven't really looked at them. And the like journal bearings and everything are like standard whatever, but then like the body that is the Thomas is just a weldment structure of 1/4-inch steel and angle iron. Yeah. The little blue bastard. Yes, that one. Okay. Anyways,
Matt has said another thing that he wants to bring back to museums. Get goosed at the Colorado Road Museum t-shirt.
Those
and
were good
I will only
t-shirts.
accept this if I can get a picture of Goose wearing one of these.
Oh man, yeah, we gotta get Goose is being a brakeman trainee right now. I saw him earlier today. Good for him. He's getting his training in so that he can work his way up the operational crew. And he's being smart. He is showing up and working like multiple times every week during Polar when we need people, and is there learning. So it's like, you want to get involved in steam preservation, do what Goose is doing. So anyway.
I'm just saying, assuming we're going to have some sort of merch shop, and that's what you're talking about for the Colorado Road Museum.
The museum has a merch shop. There's t-shirts and hats and things and whatever. Yeah.
There is a merch shop. Okay.
Yeah.
So imagine the website for this Get Goosed at the Road Museum t-shirt, but the model is Goose from the Discord.
That would be, it would be a joke that all 5 of us would get, and nobody else that goes to the museum would get it, but it'd be funny. All right, I'm going to answer one more question from the pre-asked questions, and then I'm going to take another bathroom break because I've been staying hydrated. And then we will carry on with some more of the live questions here shortly. But William McNay asks, what are the biggest challenges with the narrow gauge compared to standard gauge, especially with steam operation? And also, we need more citation needed. Yes, there is one more citation needed video that I want to edit up. I don't know if it'll survive the edit because it was weird in the moment when we filmed it. It was kind of weird energy because it's kind of a depressing story. It's about the worst train accident in Washington state history. Someone actually, it was funny, after we recorded it, one of the other like railroad history YouTube channels did a video on it, the Wellington disaster. Basically 2 trains got hit by an avalanche and a bunch of people died. Yeah. And so it was a little like, it was less funny and more depressing. So I don't know if it'll survive the edit or not. We'll see. Worst case, the conductors will get to watch it and watch us be just like, ugh. But yeah, more citation needed will come. We'll film some more. Those were so much fun. But the biggest challenges between narrow gauge compared to standard gauge is the smallness and tight clearances between things. Like 491 doing the hubs, she has twice as many hubs as a comparable standard gauge engine because the outside frame. The counterweights add all this annoying stuff. Getting into places, I mean, the frame is narrow. It's small. I don't fit in 346's boiler. I literally get down to my hips, and my bones do not fit. It is not just because I'm a little chubby. I literally do not fit through the hole in the dome. So the small size and the tightness of the profile is really what ends up being the most challenging. And then the other challenging thing is because old, smaller, and less money typically, we don't have a lot of the modern comforts of like big standard gauge power. Like 346 and 20 don't have mechanical lubricators, which is like the gold standard of lubrication. Lubricate the engine with the engine as it moves so that it gets as much oil as it needs. No, they have a hydrostatic lubricator, which works on the principles of black magic and oil floaty on water with steamy condensy thingy. Quote me on that. Where it just floats oil up and sends drops as you set the feed. So if you forget to turn the drops off when you're sitting there in station, you piss a bunch of oil into the cylinders, then blow oil everywhere because you weren't paying attention. Oops. You deal with little things like that, whereas like the big boys got 18,000 mechanical lubricators on it because it's a modern engine and they don't have to deal with a hydrostatic because they had money and equipment and appliances and, so those are kind of some of the challenges that we run into with narrow gauge over standard gauge. But again, I'm going to take a quick break here as I go run and use the restroom. And we're going to put an ad break in. We've been going for, Lordy, probably a couple hours now. So this is a lot of fun, but I want to keep answering these questions because I haven't really gotten through them. So be right back.
Getting deafened this time, so I'm pretty sure y'all can still hear me. In that case, everybody...
Don't you be naughty, Mickley!
Ah! No!
Oh, I need to press another button. Okay.
Here I was going to encourage shenanigans, and I've been caught.
Oh, well, Okay. So we answered the last question in the history category. Let's go to some of the live questions. Let's see. Stop moving them.
I thought you were going to ask the history question. I'll check which one it was.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay, so Blue Jacket Warrior asks with Hyce not being able to pronounce words. With retirement from the Navy coming up in a few years, you've been looking into working for a railroad. Any red flags you should look out for? Yeah, them being a railroad. Do I even bother looking at the class ones or go for the short lines? Okay. A lot of people want to know about the railroad and what it's like to work on the railroad. it's typically train crew and engineering departments that really get the worst of it, and the worst of the scheduling stuff. And it really depends on what you want and what you're gonna do. If you've got a family, if you've got significant other that you want to spend lots of time with and stuff, all these details and whatever, versus if you're single and wanting to make a bunch of money or whatever. I mean, it all depends kind of what you want to do and what your life's like. But the work-life balance on the Class 1 is usually not brilliant. That said, the mechanical shop is not that bad, and most of my employees when I worked for BNSF as a gosh darn white hat actually were former military people, and I loved having them, and the culture is really there. It will be culturally as stupid as the military that you deal with is probably. Private sector. I mean, it's just the same thing. I mean, all the guys used to talk about how it was just the same, but without ranks.
He's still in the chat,
So-
and he responded, Lamau.
After the Navy, you're sure it can't be that bad. It's probably probably right. I do not have any military background or experience to corroborate or be able to say yes, no, maybe so. And thank you for your service, by the way. I do appreciate that. Always supporting all the folks that do that stuff. But yeah, yeah, the railroad, it will be a similar flavor of shenanigans. There'll probably be less of the pecking order kind of thing that comes with some of the military stories that you have with all that fun and how that sort of thing works out. But if you are interested in working for the railroad and you want to do a Class 1, I would really recommend you go to like the locomotive shop or the car shop or something. If you like working out and working with your hands, you get a better schedule. It does take time to build seniority, and that can be hard, but it's a neat enough place to work. Otherwise, short lines are better in some aspects and worse in others. Short lines, you might have to be the jack of all trades, which may not be what you want to do, and sometimes it may not feel worth the pay. But at the same time, you are allowed to railroad more. Like, you're not so worried about making a mistake or having a supervisor come out and chew you out and, blacklist you or something like that. Although that still can happen. It just depends. So the railroad's definitely a decent career, but, the scheduling thing can be the hard piece. So that'd be my 2 cents on that. Okay, I see that we've got some top chat thingies happening. Many things while I was out. Look at this. Dominic Perna, welcome to the ES&D Brakeman. Mad Dr. Jack, welcome to the ES&D Conductors. You're not my Jack. You're not Jack Campbell Jack, are you? Not that I need to dox you if you are, but that would be very fun. Because I've had a Mad Jack in my life, and he's one of my favorite people. Very good people. William Grantham, 6 months as an ES&D conductor. Thank you. Good day. Loving the content and the return of Railroads Online. Just wondering if my question made it into the list. I think it did, and you've just typed your thing in, so I can see. Let's see. Grantham, or it may have gotten collated under many people asking something, unless it was a live question, in which case maybe Mickley has it. But
I don't see one.
Okay. Well, hopefully ask it again if you just in case, and we'll make sure we get to it. Apologies for that, William. Nate's Trains, welcome to the ES&D Conductors as well. Thank you. And Garrett Zimmerman, welcome to the ES&D Conductor. All you new conductors, make sure you go check out the backlog of videos just for conductors. There's a lot of neat stuff in there, a lot of silly jokes, and I've got a couple more fun things to post in that front, including Smokebox Cam. I filmed the inside of the Smokebox when I was doing the rib video, and it's going out for conductors only because you know what's in the Smokebox? 10 points if you get it right, Mick.
Ribs?
No, there were no ribs actually in that shot. It was in between things. You know what's in the smoke box?
The swirly thing that makes the sparks not go up.
No, there's smoke in the smoke box, and that's all the camera got to see. But the sound is actually really cool. The video is worth watching because of the sound. But yeah, you literally can't see anything other than just haze. So, and even with a flashlight. But anyway. Carmen Bay Lines, Rear Grand Southern number 20 and Southern Paints, change your mind. She would probably look good in green, but Jeff Taylor will appear in my house and backhand me for that. So
Mad
And
Dog Jack said no.
he's not my Jack. He's a different Mad Jack. Oh, well. Okay, moving on. Rap Creeper Productions. Have you ever been to the Stir Museum in Nebraska? It had a 3-foot gauge rail line from 2004 to 2008. The track is still there. That's neat. I've never been to Nebraska. No, so I've not been there. Polar Vortex. Do the emergency pressure release valves open slowly as the pressure rises, or do they immediately pop all the way open? It depends on how worn out they are. A safety valve in good operating condition will pop all the way open right away, and then might taper off a little bit as it seats and stops. Ones that are worn in service, I mean, it's not even like it's a problem it's worn out, but they're worn. They start to feather, is what it's called, and they leak a little bit of steam, and they feather louder and louder until they finally then pop. Or they're so worn out that they never pop, and they just slowly, gradually just release more and more and more steam. I've seen all three kinds. 491 safeties. Back when we first got her going, she had 3 safeties that we rebuilt from the Rio Grande. And by we rebuilt, I mean Stromboli rebuilt them. And I don't know if he actually did anything to them. But they popped. But they feathered a lot on the way to popping, which is annoying. But in certain pressure ranges, they would make all sorts of wacky sounds. You ever heard a steam engine make a sound like it's a vacuum cleaner? I've heard that sound. Safety valve sitting there going at 192 psi, and then at 193 it shuts up. Then at 194 it pops. Safety valves are weird. There's some more ammo for your soundboard there, Mick.
The soundboard that doesn't work anymore.
Well, you know, if you ever get to it, that's fine. I know what not having time is like. Blackbird Gaming with a super chat. Thank you. You know where my heart is at, but top 3 favorite diesels. Oh, God, I got to think about that. I don't have too much hands-on experience with diesels. So it's hard to pick ones that I have a connection to, because I've only really worked on a couple. Doyle's PA is badass. That thing's cool. And PAs are a neat locomotive. So I'd probably put Alco PA would be on my list. Probably because it's the only standard gauge locomotive I've ever run. Allegedly, I have perhaps allegedly run the BNSF 2754. Allegedly, perhaps. I don't know. There's no proof. It never happened. I don't know. So, GP39-2, that could be on the list. And then if I had to pick a third one, I don't know, the E units. E units in general are really pretty. Like E9, or even like the Burlington E5, that huge big slanted front. Oh God, those things are cool. And in the silver paint, Burlington had some cool stuff. I'd probably put those 3 in my list. Jersey Central 833 himself. How often do the sand domes on the Colorado Railroad Museum locomotives need to be refilled? Depends on how bad the weather is, but usually maybe once a week if you're of service days. Every 7 service days, maybe. They hold 16 50-pound bags of sand. They take a lot of sand. Casper Reninga again. I still can't pronounce your name. I'm sorry, man. Do I know of any buried locomotives, and if so, what do you think should be done with them? The Rio Grande used to ballast over locomotives that derailed because they didn't care. But I think they've all been dug up or washed away at this point. I don't know of any actively buried locomotives, but I mean, if they're there's one that's buried in a river. There is a locomotive that is upside down in a river in Washington State that was wrecked for a French movie. I don't remember the name of the movie, but they wrecked it, and you can see the drivers sticking up through the water out towards the peninsula, whatever town that is, towards Ocean Shores. It's kind of near there. And what should be done with it? I don't know. Leave it in the river, I guess, unless you're Greek, in which case you take it out of the river and start restoring it because you're insane and also really good at what you do. Okay, a couple super chats here. Thank you, folks. Carmen Bay Lions, you sent me a friend request on Discord from CB Rail just so you can send a save file or possibly do a collab. Would be fun. Well, I will respond to your friend request when we're done with the stream. Thank you. Bryant, EMD FP45s are the best. I may be biased by the Santa Fe 90 at the museum. Those are neat. The FP's 45s are neat. I can abide by that. Those are cool. They're not. I don't have a tie or like an attachment to them myself, so that's probably the reason why they wouldn't make my list. But they're cool locomotives. The French movie was called Ring of Fire. I'm glad somebody knew. Yeah. J.R. Tanker, do you ever find a more distinct difference in traction in wet, cold weather between the locomotives with fewer or more drivers? God, yes. RGS 20 is the slipperiest of slippery little choo-choos. Like, 346 will hold the rail for days compared to 20. And I'm not talking crap about 20. I mean, she's just got 6 drivers and more power. I mean, think about it. T19 in 20, C19 in 346. Both have the same tractive effort. 346 has 8 drivers. 20 has 6. They weigh about the same. 346 is 160 psi. 20 has 180, which means that 20 is trying to do more power with the same size cylinders to achieve that tractive effort. So 20 is a hell of a lot more slippery, and a hell of a lot more slippery when it's cold out. But the answer is always sand valve, and then you do the do. Like, it's really hard to slip when you have sand on. So, yeah. So it's really noticeable between them, but yeah, you just fix it the same way. So you just, it's not really any difference in handling.
Just a little interjection here. Could I draw your attention to the highlighted text there real quick, and then I need to step out for a minute.
Okay.
And you have plenty of the other questions.
Yeah, I know. I've got God. Oh my God. Yes, we have. Okay, I'm gonna go back to pre-asked questions.
Yep. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, be right. Mickey's gonna be right back. So I'm gonna try and get through a bunch of these. Bryce Hill asks, what advice would you give for a museum that is starting out, that is looking for more attention from the public and to grow? You need to appeal to the public, not to the rail fans. We are rail fans. We like trains. We like going to museums. Museums were founded by people like us. The people who pay for the museums to exist don't give two craps about this locomotive being the one and only rare, this locomotive, whatever, and it did this thing. They care about the story. Tell a story. Like this is true in almost everything. If you want people to pay attention to you and you want people to see what you're about, like I want you guys to watch my YouTube, I have to tell a story. It's not just, okay, locomotive did thing. It's, okay, well, this locomotive did the thing, and this is how it affected the people, and this is why, and this is the way that it got that way, or this is the way that things happened, and the learning experience and the adventure we went on together. It's all about telling the story of the part or the locomotive or how it played into society. That's going to connect to so much more people. Don't have it just be, this is the 491 and it's badass and it's a cool train, because it is, and that's great. But this is the 491, and it was built by the people of Denver for the railroad that was Colorado's railroad. And it transported people and goods for Colorado and helped the development of the state. Tell the greater story. Don't just focus in on the equipment. Try and make it a general audience thing. If you get butts to come to your museum gets more money, and you can restore more choo-choo trains, which makes us, the rail fans, happy. But you have to have that appeal to the general populace. That's part of the reason why, okay, I did a video about cooking pizza on a steam train. That's not historic. That's not just a train thing. Who makes a pizza? What? This doesn't make any sense. But the story, the fun, the adventure of, we're going to try and do this ridiculous thing, that makes general people who aren't train people see the other side of us train people, us rail fans. And they help, that gets me engagement from a community that is not just train people. It's playing with Con Gaming and Railroads Online. He's not really a train guy. And he doesn't have viewers that are train people, but they love the game because they love hearing the stories and how the railroad grew and how the railroad impacted everything. You do that at a museum, that is what makes the museum successful, not what equipment they have, not what restorations they do. Like that's the way to do it. So anyway. Chris the Rail Fan asks, which locomotive at the museum rides the smoothest, overall, steam or not steam? It's gonna be a diesel. Are you kidding me? Probably of the stuff that runs, probably Algoma Central number 4, our diesel, a center cab diesel, because the number 7 is so much heavier that it hits the track hard. Pee-wee is god awful. And those are like the diesels that run, and DNR GW50, which hasn't run in a while because the clutch is out, but that thing is just a sadness and awful. So pay no attention to that. But steam engines ride typically worse than the diesels just because all the kinematics that go on. And of the steam engines, 20's probably the nicest riding. 20's sweet. She's super nice. 491 is like riding a lumber wagon with no springs on it. And 346 is somewhere in the middle there. So anyway, there's truth to the 10-wheelers and bigger drivers and riding better thing. John Doe, which loco at the museum causes the most trouble in terms of maintenance and repairs? 491, because it wasn't properly restored. Yeah, again, we'll get to that video at some point. Not everything was looked at that should have been looked at, and we still pay for it here and there. Many people ask, what's my favorite loco at the museum? I can't answer that. They'll kill me. The real answer is I love all 3 of the steam engines. 491, 20, 346. I have a special tie to each of them. I honestly couldn't pick a favorite between them. I have the most time spent on 491. Did so much work to it. Thousands of hours of machining and stuff. And so my blood, sweat, and tears are in that engine everywhere. She's a great engine. 346 is the reason that I got into this stuff. My granddad and I ran a little model of 346 back and forth on a piece of track for hours on the weekends, and he would tell me train stories when I was a kid. At 346, I mean, the reason I went to Mines, the Colorado School of Mines, was because they sent me emails about the school, and I was like, School of Mines? Mining? Pfft, I don't want to do that. I want to be an engineer. But I saw the school was in Golden, and I knew 346 was in Golden, so we went to visit. Turns out the school is great. 346 was there. I saw the museum, and the rest is history. I'm here because of 346. And then 20 is the only engine I've gotten to run on a real railroad. Going to the Cumbres and Toltec, going 20 mile an hour, 14 cars behind, firing and running on the real railroad. That whole adventure, that's some of the best couple weeks I've ever had. Being down with my idiot friends for like 3 weeks straight, hanging out, working on the trains, running excursions. That was just a dream. I mean, that was, yeah. So I've got those ties with all 3 of those engines. I can't pick one. I have models of all 3. I actually just got yesterday, knocked something on the floor, a model of RGS 20. Finally, I completed my set. I had 346 and 491, and I just got 20 today. And we ran it on her main rod. I brought some track in, and I ran. I'll probably post that as a short tomorrow or something. We ran 20 back and forth on 20, which is funny. Favorite part of working at the museum? Many people have asked this apparently as well. Being at the getting to be at the museum every day. There's a moment every day where I'm out doing ground stuff. I'll be out amidst all the equipment, and I'll just be looking around, and it's like I am at the museum. There's the F units. I'm the rotary. I'm here. I'm in Colorado. I'm at the narrow gauge. I'm at Mecca. That kind of thing. Or I'll walk in the shop, and you get the smell of shop when you walk in, and it's just like this. This is what I'm meant to be. I am meant to be here, and it feels so good to be there. A lot of the other stuff's fun too. The train crew, being with my friends, some of my best friends are my coworkers and volunteers that I work with. And that's all just so freaking awesome. But just being in that space and just constantly I'm so fortunate and lucky to be there. And I'm happy, I can only do this right now because of you guys on YouTube, particularly now that I split up with my fiance and all that stuff, or I guess ex-fiance, I should be saying. The YouTube and the museum, and then occasionally I still do some work for Sound Transit on the side, is all I've got. And the museum does not pay terribly much because it's a museum. They're a nonprofit and they can't. So I need you guys and your support, to be reliant on continuing to get to do this. And so there's not a day that goes by that I don't feel appreciative for that. So anyways, got a little deep there for a second. Anyway, Midland 1072 Productions asked, when you're hired on as the groundskeeper, how much of your duties split between groundskeeping and train/shop crew? It's a good question, and it's entirely dependent on the season. The first couple weeks I was at the museum was like groundskeeper almost the entire time because no one had been there doing it for a couple months, and the weeds were redonkulous. So I had to, wage war against the weeds for quite some time. So it was like 80-20, but now it's kind of like 20-80. I take out the trash. I mow the lawn. Well, it's not lawn mowing season, so I take out the trash. The past 2 days we're dealing with the snow, a bunch of snow, but I deal with stuff. And then when there's important bits, like I needed to machine parts for 20 or 491, the office knows, like, hey, that is a business need that Mark and like one volunteer can accomplish. Go do that. We will cover with volunteers or somewhere else the other pieces, okay, someone else can pick up the trash or whatever, that sort of crap. And they're really good at trying to keep that balance that way. And now that it's not weed lawn season, it's a lot better. But even kind of once September hit, it was like, maybe a third, 2/3. So it's definitely more in my favor. So, and I'm seeing super chats and top chat things happen here. Oh my goodness. I've missed several of these. I'm sorry. It's hard to be like focusing on trying to give good delivery and also reading the chat. Mickley needs to come back. Joshua Brunet or Brunace? I'm sorry. Names are hard. Bryson City 1702 likes a blueberry muffin when she steams up. And if your locomotives have a similar taste. Our locomotives like to drink. 491 likes tequila. 346 likes gin. And 20 likes bourbon. And you bet your ass that we've dumped entire bottles of liquor into tenders. I've lit 491 off on tequila before. Literally, soaked the rag in tequila, lit it off, threw it in there. Yeah. Dusty's lit 491 off on a tortilla. I think that's the only like food thing during Fire Up for the Choo-Choos, which is hilarious. Yeah. Garrett Zimmerman, another super chat. Thank you. As you sit here finishing a model of a DoD nuclear fuel car, could you talk about RGS-20 hauling uranium for the Manhattan Project? There you go. She did. So the RGS railroad in a whole hauled a lot of, I think it was vanadium. It was the unrefined yellow cake that had uranium in it, and no one knew why they were hauling it or why the government was doing the thing. But in the 40s, the RGS, I mean, they suffered through the 30s, and they only lived because their mail contract. But then in the late 30s, early 40s, they got owned or purchased by the Defense Supplies Corporation of Washington, D.C. And so on the side of 20, as restored right now in her 45 to 47 appearance, it says Defense Supplies Corporation, Washington, D.C., owner and lessor. And they leased the equipment to the entity of the railroad to operate, to haul this mysterious ore that was plentiful in southwestern Colorado. And it got taken down to Durango, transferred over the DNRGW, went down to New Mexico, and went to places. And then it got turned into atomic bombs. They actually may have they probably brought most of it to Denver, actually, to Rocky Flats, where they made the detonators and bits for the bombs and stuff. But yeah, the Manhattan Project yellow cake was hauled by RGS-20 and 346 most likely as well. And RGS-20 is actually on the National Register of Historic Places. That is the same list that the Lincoln Monument and the Washington Monument in D.C. are on. She has a little stamp on the tender, a big little plate that says that she's on the National Register of Historic Places for that, because of the role that she played. So there's not too much more to say about that, at least that I know off the top of my head. But yeah, 20 and the other engines on the RGS hauled the yellow cake for the Manhattan Project, which is kind of insane. And no one knew at the time. And then Japan was exploded, and then people understood very shortly. Oh, that's probably in poor taste. Sorry. But anyway, Carmen Baylines with another super chat. Wear a sheep's costume while operating 20. If people didn't accuse me of being a furry before, lordy. Bryant Towels with another. Oh my goodness, you guys are so sweet. With another super chat. General public engagement is why Polar makes so much more money than anything else you do, and it's the lifeblood of museums. It's a great story that pulls people in, even when your event center is your shop during the summer months. Well said. I mean, that's the thing. It's a story that engages the train in a greater thing that helps, tell the story. So, yeah. Jared Stafford with another super chat. Thank you. All this narrow gauge content reminds me of the story your grandpa got in trouble with the Rio Grande train crew for stowing away on the Silverton branch in the 50s. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm sure the train crew was pissed. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, going back to the questions, and Mickley's still out, so if you're typing live questions, I'm sorry, I'm trying to be engaging, and I have at least 20 more questions to get through here, so you might want to wait till you hear Mickley pipe back in to ask good questions here. Sir Liv asks, do you have any unusual or out-of-the-box ideas for helping museums and heritage railroads survive into the future as the older generation retire and pass on, while interesting in railroad amongst the young seems limited? Railroads partnering with local universities to offering courses, etc., as an example for class credit. I think what we talked about earlier with engaging the story is the most important thing. My YouTube analytics would suggest that there is a lot of younger people, my age and younger, that are really interested in this stuff, or at least want to watch me on YouTube. There's a large community of younger folks that seem to be taking interest in trains, be it for whatever reason. And I think they're taking an interest in a different way than the older generation is. The boomer generation, or the older folks that are in the industry. I've kind of been there, done that, and been around the block and done their thing with restorations or operations or whatever, and had the glory days and whatnot. But there's so many people that are getting into it now, and the answer is finding out how to get them involved and get them involved in the preservation effort, I think. And a partnership with a university would be a great way to do that. The museum should be doing that with the School of Mines. Because half of us that were interns at the museum were like doing that anyway, getting credit for it would have been great. I think Brett actually found a way to finagle that, but anyway, the answer is tell the story and get the people involved. And one of the most uplifting things that I've slowly learned talking to people as I meet people at the museum or at events like the Great Western Steam Up is that a couple of people have started volunteering at their local railroad because of watching my YouTube and stuff. And that's kind of outstanding to hear that and know that folks are getting involved in doing things there, because that's really what needs to go on. Get people involved and invested in the preservation and the history and the future of this stuff. So, and I see the chat. Swanton Pacific, be careful, universities. Yeah, my heart still breaks for you guys. I know who that is. The Swanton Pacific story is heartbreaking. That's a little railroad, I say little, but their engines are huge for like live steam. I don't know what gauge they are, but big enough that you could sit in the cab. Beautiful engines, and the whole railroad burned, and it sounds like it's just a political disaster mess with them and a university in California. And God, that just sucks. I hope the best comes of it, but so incredibly frustrating to hear about.
That is a sad note to come back to.
Yeah, it's unfortunately part of life sometimes. But yeah, Mickley's back. Ask your questions again. Carmen Baylines with a super chat. Ever been to Tweetsy before? If so, did you like it? I've not been to Tweetsy. It's on my list because narrow gauge, and I've got some friends out that way. It'd be good to go see. The Traveling Hillbillies asked what part of the steam locomotive is most prone to breaking / needs the most maintenance. That's a good question. I'm not sure. Needs the most maintenance is probably boiler stuff, because you have to do the most preventative maintenance to the boiler, and if you don't take care of it, it will screw you. But there's not anything like stand out off the top of my head other than like obnoxious crap that's appliance crap, like feed valves or air compressor governors and stuff that's anything that's pressure regulating. is kind of a pain in the ass in Steam in terms of like Steam era stuff, just because there's not too many replacement parts and they're old castings and weird defects and flaws, and the air that Steam locomotives make is so moist that they rust out and junk like that. So yeah, this is the last in the museum category of questions. Then we can go to some live questions if we got a Mick. Weird 101 asks, is 491 at risk of conversion to oil? The DNS converted 93 to oil, so there's a similar possibility of it happening to the pizza oven. By extension, the other Steam locos too. Our opinion is someday it may become necessary for us to do that. We hope that day is far in the future, and we don't have any plans right now. But if the coal mines go away, we'll have to, you know. Interpreting the locomotives operating is more important than what fuel they burn. That's just kind of is what it is. Like, that's the way that it goes. And I'm skipping because I see a name in the chat that I know that is good people as a live question here. Nicholas Ozarak asks, hey, Mark, what is your opinion on the East Broad Top? On the Broad Top. Well, you know, Nick, I've got a good friend of mine. His name's Lynn Modinger. He works in the car shop at the Broad Top now, ever since he retired from the Strasbourg. Lynn is one of my favorite people. He's a sweetheart, gentle, kind man. Now works at the Broad Top. I don't think he actually works. I don't know if he's a volunteer or if he's staff or how it works out, but Lynn's a sweetheart. Dave, that's in the shop, is one of the hardest working badass dudes that works on Steam, working in the Broad Top shops. And the East Broad Top is like, talk about a railroad where they just locked the door on the last day and just left. I've always heard, and I want to get out there so bad, that you walk into the shop and it might as well be 1955 and they just parked the engines. Everything is still there. All of the facilities, all of the shop, all of the support, you know, oh, they didn't scrap this building. Like, everything is there, you know, and you can see a slice of what was railroading in the era that they did their thing. So I've always wanted to get to the EBT. I've got some good friends that work there, obviously, as we talked about. And what a cool operation, and the fact that they're getting to bring it back under new ownership after the railroad had been cared for and preserved. Is kind of an incredible story in this era, and I want to get out there really bad. There's a lot of stuff on the East Coast that I want to go see, but the Broad Top is high on that list. Cool railroad, cool equipment, and a team of good people behind it. So, yeah, anyone with East Broad Top, if you're watching, hello. I would love to come say hi and film things. Let me know who I need to talk to. Actually, I probably already know who I need to talk to, but anyway, I digress. Okay. Let's go to a couple live questions, and then we'll see if we can slam out another category of already asked questions. All right, Jam7 asks, what kind of camera do I use to record my train videos? 1 second. I've got them right here. So most of my stuff is filmed with GoPro Hero 10s, Black Edition. And you can see that I've dropped them on their screen protectors 1,000 times, and they're covered in disgustingness. I use the snap mount system, which is incredibly helpful on a steam locomotive where almost everything's metal, and their magnets are really good. For the conductors only, there is a video where I had the camera mounted to 20's main rod, and it held doing 15 miles an hour. Did not fall off, so the snap mounts are badass. If you're out there, snap mount people, I would love to be sponsored, just saying. And GoPro, and also Small Rig for all your clampiness. Those are my favorite people that I use all their gear.
And also that one hair product.
And also that one hair product. Give me sponsorships, people. Come on. Somebody other than Raid Shadow Legends. Anyway, and then this is my Canon DSLR. It's an EOS 80D. I don't do too much filming with this. Most of my talking headshots are usually filmed with this in this room. And then some dialogue stuff, and like the model train videos were a lot of this.
I was gonna say I saw that.
But like if I'm at the museum, this is so clunky to set up compared to the GoPros on an engine, and I'm so worried about hurting it. And it's a much like nicer piece of kit that I usually don't use it too much, but it comes in and out. And talking heads, the model train videos, anytime a tripod's involved, and there is one clip that's been on the channel. I think it's in the whistle video, the one that looked like it was like we were in heaven and the lighting outside the engine was so freaking bright, was this mounted on the tender. And that was just such a pain that, yeah, the GoPros do it. And I need to buy a bunch more GoPros. So if GoPro wants to sponsor me, I want to have like 6 so I can record a bunch of stuff at once. And they're not cheap.
How many do you have?
I have 2. So, like, people were like, one of the things that I really want to film now after the wheel video was doing the, I need to put the GoPros on charge. I'll do that while I'm thinking about it. The coupler shot behind the engine, like, I desperately now want to film every joint in the train behind the locomotive. Like, I need to know, what does that look like? You know, okay, we're running a 5-car train. So tender, first car, second, all the way down. So I need like something like 6 cameras to see that. And then like a view of what the engineer sees, so you can watch, okay, what's he doing with the brake valve and how does the set propagate down the train? And then like, what is the air brake pressure on the rear end when it happens? Like, that is stuff that few people have been able to quantify in real time and do analysis on. And that's my favorite thing right now about the YouTube and doing some of these things, is getting to do these research sort of dives on trains in ways that no one else has ever gotten to do before, or if they have, it's never been at that level. And so doing studies like that, I mean, there's no point in filming one set and then doing another set because the engineer's not going to be consistent. So filming it all at once means I need to have a bunch of cameras. So more GoPros eventually, but they're like $350 a pop. So we'll get there.
How much are they?
Yeah, they're $350 a pop when they're on sale. If you have the GoPro session membership thing, that's like $50 a year. I think like not on sale already. They're $500. So yeah,
Black Friday's coming up.
They're on sale for $350 right now, and I'm considering buying them. But yeah, they're expensive, and I also need to exist off YouTube income now. It's not just for trying to build the channel, unfortunately. So that's the cameras that I use. So anyway, what's
should I do the thing?
What's the what thing?
I'm pretty sure you can donate up to $500.
Oh,
and $350 is less than $500 in terms of super chats.
Lord, yeah. Who wants to buy me? Don't. I will feel so like. I don't like asking for donations. That feels like slimy and fake. I'd like to like earn it, but I mean, if somebody threw lots of dollars at me, I would gladly buy a camera and put your name on it. But anyway, moving on. Mickily trying to get people to make more silly donations. There's been the chat has been so generous tonight already. So
it has.
I'm never going to complain or turn it down.
That's so. If you're not going to, I'll sell out for you.
Well, Mickily will be my sellout guy. All right. I try to, I don't know. This is like a soapbox topic for me. I want to be as real and genuine with you guys as I can. That is the most important thing for me, is just being a real. I want to be who I am always, just on YouTube with you guys. I don't want to be a fake. I've been burned by too many fake pieces of crap before in my life. And it's important to me to have integrity. So like, I almost did a sponsorship with a game company that will remain nameless for one of their games. And I didn't think it was good enough for me to like fake talk about making the game right, or like talking up the game when it didn't feel right to me. And so I turned down the sponsorship. They were going to pay me about $1,000, which I could have bought more cameras with, and I would have gladly done it. But soapbox, like I would rather be honest and completely full of integrity with you guys. That is so much more important than anything else for me in the channel. So, it always feels dumb or gross to sell out or whatever, because I want to be real. We have one shot at life together. Why are you wasting it being fake? Anyway, soapbox off. Carmen Bay Lines with a super chat. Thank you. You're doing an in-cab experience. Any advice? Do what they say. Be safe. Listen intently to what they have, what they say. Throw away anything you know from a train simulator. Don't come in knowing things. Listen to what they have to tell you, and enjoy it. Have fun. That's the biggest thing. And I missed another super chat far up. The chat's been just going. Garrett Zimmerman, the EBT crews were told the shutdown was temporary during a strike, so they expected to come back. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. I didn't know that. Huh. Anyway, moving on with the live questions here. Heritage.
Before you do that, Akabog, you said is Matt, right?
Yes.
He says the museum has a 15% Black Friday sale. Members get up to 30% off. Something, you're welcome for selling out.
There you go. The Colorado Railroad Museum, should you want sweet merch. And they actually do have some, I've actually been, I bought several of the museum shirts because I think they're cool. They've got some cool shirts these days, like the Colorado flag with 20 in it. And of course you can get numbered hats with all three of the operating engines on the hat. So there's actually some cool stuff. Ooh. And yeah, you don't get the slick flex fit ones that us who restored them get, but the hats are nice and they're pretty cool. And it's neat to see folks around the museum with them that are just like guests. It's like, yeah, he's wearing a 491 hat, and my GoPro switched scenes for me. Thanks, GoPro. Knocked it into my stream deck.
Speaking of merch, you want to drop a link to your store?
To my store? Why not? The ES&D trains
have it in the description, so.
Oh, is it not in the
No.
I need to set that up to be a thing. It should be. It's just on the channel as one of the tabs. If you just go to the store tab on the channel. But let me see if I can.
If we're gonna sell out,
if we're gonna sell out, we might as well give people the kit to really sell out. Let me see if I can. I think that's the link. Make sure that works as somebody who's not an admin. Anyway, now that we've sold out, and I feel gross for doing so. Anyway, super chat from Spagel Smagel, who I saw today, and whose real name I couldn't remember in the moment, and I felt really bad. You guys did a great job running 20 today. You're glad you got to see 491 and 20 both with their fireboxes lit. Yeah, it was awesome today. We did test runs with 20, and I actually filmed all of 20's wheels. And she has a blind number 2 driver, which I did not realize until I went to film it, which I'm not sure how I didn't notice that before. But anyways, yeah, so there'll be more fun stuff to come with that. Anyway, back to the questions. Heritage Unit 1989, what was the funniest thing to happen to you at the museum? Funniest? Well, we talked about the Jewish freight train story that we can't probably tell again because, God damn it. That was pretty funty. God, other funniest things. I don't know. It's hard to without a prompt of. There's a lot of funny things, but they come from other prompts, not just I don't have a list of that was the funniest moment at the museum. They're little things that pop up in stories, so it's hard to say something else. T12 Productions, thank you for the super chat. Can I do a collab with you, please? I don't know. Possibly. Collabs are usually fun, and if they make sense to work, send me a message and we'll see what we can do. Joe Mama 928. Hyce, how do you feel about live steam railroads? I think they're the lesser known but amazing part of tourist railroading, being a member of one, which would be my favorite. I don't know. The only live steam railroad I know by name is Train Mountain, really. Train Mountain is super cool. I need to get out there, and my buddy Jimmy's got a couple engines he runs there that are narrow gauge and badass. And yeah, you're totally right. Live steam engines are awesome. Yearly Gymnast 98, is there any plans to take 491 or 20 to another railroad anytime soon to drive them on other tracks? Yes and no. 491 is never going anywhere because she's not FRA legal, so she can't. That, and as we've discussed in this stream, she fat. So trucking permits just kill taking her anywhere, even if she was FRA legal. She's only got a Colorado state boiler ticket, so she can't operate on a federally regulated railroad because there's different standards, and she doesn't meet them. So, but yeah, when we were looking at getting the 493, it was going to be $70,000 to truck 93 from Durango to the Golden, staying in the state of Colorado. $70,000. And that was 6 years ago. So I'm sure it's only gone up. So it just doesn't make sense. But 20 is going to the Cumbres and Toltec next year, and probably the Durango and Silverton in 2024. And 346 might be going to go get FRA certified and go get to play when she's rebuilt too, but that's not really confirmed yet. So Garrett Zimmerman, next time in Washington, check out Kitsap live steamers. I'd never made it over there when I lived in Seattle for like 20 years, and I never made it to Kitsap live steamers. I need to go. They're on the peninsula. Yeah, and thank you for the
Matt
super chat as well.
posted a funny thing that he had at the museum.
Oh, did he? Where did Matt post that?
Slightly above the super chat.
Slightly above the super chat.
Just after sheep.
The weirdest funny thing at the museum in his time was you found a dead bug bounty board that had been hidden in the office by past staffers for about a decade before you found it. That's pretty funny. That made me think of a funny museum moment. We were digging through boxcars looking for something, and the museum's boxcars are full of everything, mostly rat poop, unfortunately, but full of many things. And we found a train crew board for like a list of crew members for some terminal on the DNRGW, and it's now in Jeff and Dusty's office, but it like had the list of like, you know, engineer, conductor, whatever, and like if they were sick or something was a column. And we found it, and Paul, who's one of our volunteers, who's one of the kindest, most sweet, wonderful humans in the whole world, but he's one of those guys who's just like quiet until he says something absolutely off the wall hilarious or does something absolutely off the wall hilarious. And because he's so quiet and reserved most of the time, it's always just way funnier. So there's reserved Paul, really smart electrical engineer, you know, and there's the board, and he sees it, and there was a piece of chalk with it, and it says sick, and he just writes down something really quick, and we turn and see, and he's written down, the list is long. Who's sick? Yeah, everybody in the head. Yeah. It was a funny moment. Anyway, there you go. Another super chat coming in from Bryant Towels. Again, thank you. You know, blind drivers are meant to help navigate turns, but do they cause any problems because of the lack of a flange? Yes. To quote Sonny, now you know why all those little engines were upside down in the river. Yeah, the 280s, like 346 with a lead truck and number one driver and then two blind drivers, you lose two wheels, you're going down the canyon. That's a bad day. You had one more flange, yeah, maybe you're just on the ground, but you lose those first two and then you're just whee. Yeah. You know, many rollovers happened with flangeless drivers. Okay, and now Christian had his question. We'll answer Christian's question, and I'm going to go to one of them. Oh God, of course he's got more than one, but he's special, so he counts.
This is not the pre-asked ones. I have his pre-asked ones.
Oh, okay. There's also that one. We'll get there too. Christian Schluter, live. I was not directly influenced by you to begin volunteering, but you were definitely an encouragement. As I type this, you're on your way home from elfing at the Polar Express. Oh, good. Very good, Christian. Elfing. I'm glad that's a verb.
And if you didn't catch it, Tristan has made an appearance in the live
I see.
chat.
What's up, homies? We're in the MOW chat if you want to come hang out, Tristan. Lord knows this stream is still going because I still have like 20 questions pre-asked to answer. All right, I'm going to try and blitz through a category here. And we haven't even done the lightning round questions. Maybe we should do the lightning round questions. Let's do the lightning round. These are questions that I can answer probably pretty quickly that I sifted from the earlier list. So, Mickley, read me the questions, and then I'll just give you the fast answer.
From John Doe, did the DNRG sell locomotives to any other railroads?
Yes, they did. The RGS ended up with lots of hand-me-downs from the DNRG, and other weird things happened, like the East Broad Top ending up with the Mosca or whatever. Yeah, weird stuff happened.
From Luke Craft, were there 3-foot gauge 044 RT engines?
I don't know what makes it an RT unless it's a Mopar product that means road and track. But yes, there were 044Ts.
We already answered that one. Penzi Productions, it's a bit of an odd question, but when measuring the chamber lengths of a whistle, would you start your measurement from the top of the bowl or from the bottom of the chamber itself? I currently have a 5 chine of unknown lineage. Believe it's CB&Q, although it's debated within the organization who it belongs to.
Well,
I'm hoping that those lengths might help me figure out a concrete origin.
The unfortunate thing with those chamber lengths is that they're the same between a CB and Q5, a Rio Grande 5, a New York Central 5, a Great Northern 5, a Lima 5, any like short bell or long or whatever it is, any whatever that length 5 chime, they're like all the same. So the lengths won't help. But for the point of measuring, you measure from the interior top of the cap of the chamber to the start of the chamber's wall, because every whistle may have a slightly different gap between the bowl's top and the start of the chamber, and so there may be slightly different, and if you don't screw it down all the way, it may actually be, thicker there. So to actually identify it, you need to know that chamber length from the striking edge all the way to the interior cap.
From William Nimmo, how fast can the K-36s go? And I'm paraphrasing here, something Back to the Future.
They would not get you up to the mythical 88 miles an hour, Doc. They would get you to approximately 35. Maybe you could go faster than 35, but you'd be pooping yourself.
From Rusty Rails Productions, what's the coldest temperature you've operated a locomotive at the museum?
-5 Fahrenheit, and that is awful. And the video that I'm probably going to post on Monday will address some of that. Cab curtains, we like them.
From the Chrissy, does the Colorado Railroad Museum offer anything like internships or something?
I was the first intern. After me, there was Brett and a Jeff Barrier, who you have probably seen his videos on YouTube, and currently Eric. So yes, we do have interns, and they're hourly and all that stuff. I don't think we're really going to ever have more than one. We did once, but, it just depends on needs and things. But Eric is the one for now. So if you're really interested, you might try and ask around to people that have power at the museum, not me. You can ask me, and I can tell you, I don't know. I'm not the one with the pocketbook.
From the Gaming Farmer, if you were to run all 3 engines at the museum all day long, how much coal would that take?
Several tons. I mean, it depends on how frequent we're running and how much tonnage we're running. But like on a typical day, like 491 will burn like 3 tons. 20 or 346 will burn like 2 tons-ish. So somewhere on the order of 10 tons if we were to have all 3 of them and they were all really like running a bunch.
And final for the lightning round from Elise Fox Gaming, was there ever a train that had 2 Johnson bars?
Not that I've ever heard of. Maybe. Oh, no. Well, kind of. There have been some trains that had a mixture screw reverse / Johnson bar that had a mix between the two. So that could technically be 2 reversing devices. But other than that, I don't know. A couple super chats came in. Carmen Bay Lines, is live steam narrow gauge or standard? Yes. It depends on what the prototype is. If it's, and the scale. Some people have 7.5-inch gauge engines that are narrow gauge, and some that have 7.5-inch gauge engines that are standard gauge, which means that the narrow gauge is just giant compared to the standard gauge because the scale is different, but the gauge is the same. So, the 7.5 inches is representing 3 feet as opposed to 56.5 inches. So it can be either. But if you're like being pedantic about it, like, is it narrow? It's all technically narrow gauge because it is narrower than standard. But when you get into scale models, it gets a little strange. So, yeah. Anyway, another super chat from Bryant Towels again. Thank you. You're so glad that ORM has a production company do the story for Polar, and the museum volunteers only have to do gift shop, train crew, and flagging crossings. That's pretty much what ours does too. We've got a production set of folks, and a lot of our administrative people at the museum are actor and thespian adjacent folk. So they work on the stage managing and getting actors and stuff, and they do a really good job with that. But yeah, I agree. Thankfully, we have to do the stuff that we want to do, more or less. So, agreed.
Matt's back in the chat with another thing that I find interesting. Says we have at least 1 or 2 staffers that started as volunteers and were roped into being paid staff due to museum needs and their skills.
Hi, that's me. I'm in that picture. I'm not sure who well, I guess Dusty did too. Dusty also was that. Jeff, I kind of got Jeff his position at the museum kind of inadvertently, which is hilarious. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's other folks like that. Actually, there's a guy in the gift shop that was an actor for Polar and ended up having other relevant skills and kind of got worked into the fold from that way too. Hi, Scott, if you're watching. I doubt you are, but you're cool people. Oh, and Bonnie too. And Danielle. Oh, he's got a whole list. Oh, that's very fun. office people. The museum, our staff is so freaking good right now. It's such a great place to work at. Anyway, not to fawn over that. We're gonna go back to some of the pre-asked questions because I'm going to finish them all. I still have like 20 probably. I said 20 every time, but
We're
it's
like
a lot.
barely 2/3 through the
Yeah.
pre-asked question.
So, it's a lot of stuff to answer. I appreciate it. These are so much fun, even though we've been going for a while. I hope you guys have been having fun too watching. So
3 hours.
Mickley is dying. You can be absolved of your duties at some point if you feel tired, sir. Thank you so
it's
much.
good.
But
I was expecting 2 hours, not
not
more.
3. Well, yeah, we're probably gonna be closer to 4 by the time I'm done. But I might have to go get a caffeinated beverage break. I'm out of Coke Zero up here, so I gotta something's got to keep me going. It's got to be caffeine.
Watch. Yeah, I've got time.
Well, I'm gonna get in on let's get a category done, then Coke Zero break. Give me a reward for that. So, all right, operations type questions. Cowcatcher Studios asks, what happens if you open the throttle on an engine while the Johnson bar is in neutral? Is there a way of keeping the throttle closed while neutral? Yes and yes, or well, I guess not yes, but things happen and yes. So neutral on a steam engine is not neutral like your car. Neutral like your car, the engine and the transmission are disengaged. You can't apply power. Neutral on a steam engine, you can, because you are limiting and setting the travel of the valve. But in order for the valve to allow the piston to do what it needs to do, the valve has to be slightly ahead of what the piston does. This is called lead. So the valve leads the piston a little bit. So when it's in neutral, you can actually keep the train going if the valves are set perfectly and everything's in great alignment and whatever. And I've watched Stothy's 040, the Chicken, with the bar on center, throttle wide the hell open, and it just bump, 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 doing the thing down the tracks, keeping going, no problem. On neutral, with the throttle, slamming open, because the engine was in really, recently rebuilt, really good shape. Stothy takes good care of it. All the pins, bushings, and everything was hard and not worn down. Unlike certain K37s I know that need their valve gear looked at, that only run, like 3 or 4 notches out of center, and then they completely cannot run because crap's worn out. But yeah, the engine will continue to run while on center, and some engines, depending on where and the throttle and whatever, like the 485 that rolled into the turntable pit that's on the ES&D logo, was on center, and the throttle leaked enough, and it was set, with just enough lead that it was able to move itself from a dead stop on center versus the brakes. So you can apply a surprising amount of power, even in center, if conditions are right. We have locks on our throttles to hold them shut if need be. Like if we're doing work or steaming up or whatever, the throttles are locked. That way no one can mess with them. So it's a good question. I see a super chat from Bryant Towels. What are the paid museum positions? RM only has 3. We have a staff of maybe 20 right now at the museum, most of which are in the office, the gift shop, as guest services. Several guest services people, volunteer coordinator, multimedia coordinator, an advertising person, director, deputy director, 2 guys in the shop, groundskeeper / shop, me as the half shop guy, and then a fair amount of guest services folks, HR / payroll / money person. And obviously, the Colorado Railroad Museum's a significant attraction in the Denver area. So, we don't have 3 people because our op's kind of big. I don't know the Oklahoma Railroad Museum, so I can't compare apples to oranges or apples to apples even. But we honestly could use more staff because it's a lot of work for all of us to keep things rolling. But you have to be right sized for the amount of work that you're going to do and the events you got to do. So it's kind of where we need to be. And then the librarian too. That's an open position. If you're into railroad history and library, we are I think seeking a librarian still. Anyway, moving on with the rest of these questions here. Highball 5550. How would manual firing differ for a lefty? This is a good question. Would they be forced to learn to fire right-handed to use the automatic doors, or would opening the doors manually, throwing the scoop in, and shutting them work just as well? Part of me thinks that having the door open for that period would be bad for the internal sheets due to the rush of cold air. Thoughts? Most railroaders, being the we do it this way, god damn it, type of people in history, would make you learn to throw right-handed. And I have a volunteer who's a wonderful gentleman by the name of Frank, the Colonel Frank. He's hilarious, sweetheart, has a million great stories. He was a colonel in the U.S. Army. He's total character. But he's lefty, and he would like to throw lefty. And he had engineers that would say, "Stay on your side of the cab. You're not coming over to my side to throw." Some engines had extended pedals to do ambidextrous. I've heard of at least once. But you can have the door open and then toss the scoop in. It's not going to hurt as long as you've got enough coal or wood or whatever right in front of the door. It's not going to hurt anything unless you're like leaving it open forever with a thin spot and you're working the engine absolutely as hard as it can. So, I mean, it's really not that big of a deal, but yeah, a lot of the lefties have to learn to throw right-handed, and that's what most of them do, just because the ergonomics are set up that way. But you could do it, but usually your trainer complains. Like, I had a guy that was training to fire 491, and he just would leave the thing open the whole time, and he was slow with the scoop, and it was like, "You are cooking my gentleman's area, sir. Please shut the fire door." James Simmons asks, why only 8 notches on diesel throttles, and could modern computer-controlled locos have continuous throttle control? What is the strategy to being a train downhill while dealing with grade changes? 2 good questions. First one, some trains, and a lot of the Rio Grande engines actually had continuous control even though they had 8 notches. The Rio Grande Power and our SD40, if I ever film the Loco 360 video for it, the tunnel motor, it's just been cold and I haven't had time, okay, has continuous variable load. So you have 8 notches, but there's a rheostat, a potentiometer basically, in the cab that allows you to back the load off in each notch. So you set the max with the throttle, and then you could dial it down with a literal dial. And you could, there was an old Rio Grande engineer that came in the one week, and he was hilarious. He had so many great stories. And he was talking about how he would bring trains up right to the signal, in run 8 and dial it down with that dial to bring it up to a perfect stop and easily transition. And it's like, oh my goodness, that's cool. I didn't realize diesels have that. But the real reason why they don't have it is otherwise you don't really need it. If you're not pulling passengers, freight doesn't complain. Slam it in 8 or wherever you need, and who cares? And you're picking up physical contacts for each throttle notch. So yeah, the computers could do in between, and they actually have some amount of in between as they change up. But there's no real need to have that exact percentage of control. Unless you're talking about like passenger and being really smooth, which, that's a different conversation. And strategy to being a train downhill while dealing with grade changes, it's all about when you take the set and let it propagate behind the train. If you set up too early with a long train as you're going into a downhill, the train's still on the uphill behind you. So you kind of need to get over the hill knowing that your engine is a boat anchor and it's going to tug harder. But as long as you got a lot of cars still on the uphill, you wait. And then you take the set. And then, when you get enough cars over the hill, and then you're setting up in advance of the changes once you're all on the hill to ensure that you've got the brakes applied by the time that enough mass of the train gets over. And it's kind of a challenging, neat thing. And thankfully, I only have to do it with so many cars because air brakes with like 100 cars sounds like some madness. And I don't think I'm a good enough engineer to do that. So don't have enough experience, at least. I see another super chat from Bryant. Thank you, sir. Those positions exist. We just lacked funds. You're trying to be sarcastic, but you suck with stuff like that. No worries. It's text. Sarcasm over text is really hard to read. And yeah, that's the game with funding, right? I mean, you gotta keep the lights on. And the Little Show, member for 6 months with the ES&D conductors. Thank you. All right, Justin J. visited the Colorado Road Museum in the spring. How does higher altitude affect steam engines? Talking about like boiling points of water and atmospheric pressure. I I don't know. I would presume that it makes it harder because you got less air. Water boils differently. But I've never had a one-to-one comparison or other experience for me to really, equally say. Like if I were to fire a coal burner at sea level, I could probably make a comparison, but I've only ever fired an oil burner at sea level. But one would assume, based on the science, that it would be you would need, more draft because there's less air, because you come to altitude and you wag your arms around and you realize that there's less crap moving around. Like you can really feel that difference when you get off the plane. And then I go home to Seattle for breaks and I'm like, there's so much air. It's surprisingly noticeable if you haven't been. I cannot pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Nare Mooncat? I've heard you mention a few times that during a wheel slip, the fireman has to shovel like mad. Why is that? Wheel slip is a lot of big valve events and lots of steam chest pressure going out the stack, causing lots of draft happening at once. You get a couple chugs, not a big deal. One little slip, not a big deal. Lots of slipping, continuous, your fire is going out the stack actively. You can watch the coal jump. I hope I can capture it on film at some point, but it's kind of hard to capture because it's not a guaranteed thing, and you don't want the engineer to do it, right? But it can. Science. Yeah, for science. Maybe for science. Maybe I can ask Jeff if we can beam into the choo-choos, and he'll probably say no, because that's the reasonable thing to do. You can break crap when you slip, so you don't want to do that. But
Matt's here. He might tell on us in our dastardly plans.
yeah, Matt. Don't tell Jeff, or tell Jeff. Jeff. Nope. We would all know it would be cool to see, and I'd love to have it on camera, but I wouldn't want to hurt the equipment, so I wouldn't want to force it to happen. But yeah, the coal jumps. I mean, it's like the clip from Chernobyl. The 350 kilogram steel lids were jumping up and down. Yeah, that, but it's coal. It's kind of insane to watch, and you pick up the scoop and you don't stop shoveling because you don't want cold air to come in. Because you've got the engine hot with that hot fire, and the fire is going away rapidly when it's slipping so much. And when that means cold air will come into a hot engine, which means the boiler can crack, which can cause all sorts of problems. So,
boom.
Yeah, at worst, a kaboom, which would be really impressive if you did that. But yeah, you got to put some coal in the thing. Blues Crew, thank you for the top chat. Hi, Hyce. Yes, thank you. Hello. Let's see. Richard Lintermoot, if you have asthma, can you work on a steam train? I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm sure you can. Make sure you have your medication or inhaler or whatever you need to take on hand, and probably work on an oil burner because you can get away from the fumes of an oil burner much easier and control them much more easily. Whereas, coal burners, once the coal is in, it does not come back out unless it goes out the stack, or you have a really bad day. The coal smoke happens, and I'm actually taking a prescription steroid for my nose right now because of the coal smoke. So, yeah, that's
you saying you got
not
hit in
fun.
the face with a bunch of cinders too?
Yeah, I got a big steam engine kiss by 491 yesterday because she just vomits sadness out of her stack, and that's what she do. Yeah. Here's a fun candid picture of me after work yesterday. Big choo-choo kiss all over my face, all the little dots. So there you go. Yeah, she loves me. It's okay. Okay, let's see. This is not a question, Mickley, but yes, thank you for putting this in here. Again, shout out to John's Garage for the inspiration for the video about 20's Throttle. If you haven't seen that, it was a cool video that came out earlier this week. And the most
italicize it because it wasn't a question.
I know, I see that. It's still a good call. And then a question from Waylon West. How do the trailing wheels support the weight of the locomotives, and how do they help them guide through curves? The trailing truck's not about guiding through curves. It is about supporting the weight. Because let's look at 491. Let us do that, and it will hopefully make sense rather quickly. Let me find a good picture. Lord knows that I should have one, hopefully, somewhere that would be convenient. No, I took pictures from the front. Lots of pictures from the front. Okay. Oh, this is a neat picture. Let me snipping tool this. And then I will paste it in the Microsoft Paint, and then we will do more painting. Okay, and kapoom. All right, here's 91. So we have lead truck up here, we have our 4 drivers sets right here, and we have our trailing truck back here. The driver is big enough that it would be co-located, aka in the same spot, and would hit the firebox if it was there. Also, I like this picture because look at the glow through the ash pan of the fire from the underside. This is a night picture. I'm very proud of it. Anyway, so you can't have drivers back here because the firebox is too big. If it was standard gauge, you could have that, like 90 at the Strasbourg, the Decapod, 210 2, and then it's got 10 wheels, 5 sets of drivers. But the firebox is up here. I mean, it's so tall that they could have the drivers be underneath. But that only works because the ratio between the driver size and the boiler size is there to do that. Whereas, on most standard gauge engines that are like, big drivered or, big boilered, you can't have the drivers sit where the firebox is because it's so big. And like even 5629 or 484 is like this, where the drivers are so tall that they would hit the side of the firebox. So you can't have another wheel back there. So you have to have, a driver. So you have to have a trailing truck. And the K37 should honestly have 2 trailing truck wheel sets. But the Rio Grande missed the boat egregiously with those. Anyway. But look at how much mass of boiler is back here. All of the boiler and then frame extension back here, most of the frame is back here. Most of the weight. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. No, Control Y. Anyway, most of the weight, actually, the most loaded axle on the K37 is the trailing truck, which is hilarious because the Rio Grande just really was sniffing glue when they did that math. But so the spring rigging and equalization tries to translate the weight of the boiler and the frame and everything to the wheel sets. And so when all that weight is back there, it's putting it on that trailing truck rather than being able to put it up here because, the locomotive is only rigidly affixed at the cylinder saddle up here. This is all on sliding plates and everything, so you can't put a bending moment where you're doing a torque. You can't do that back here. You can only do that up here. It's the only place it's fixed in position. So you can only get the gravity weight back here, and that means you're getting all of that back here, and some of it's going on the number 4 driver, sure, and maybe some on the 3, but by the time you get up here, the influence this has, because you can't put a moment on it, you don't get that influence like you do from up here. And so the trailing truck is there to hold up all of that without being a collision with the firebox, basically. And some engines worked around that with narrow fireboxes or shorter drivers or whatever, but I mean, that's really what it's about. It's not about leading through curves, it's about bearing the weight. Running backwards, yeah, I mean, it helps a little bit because it's a leading wheel that helps to angle the frame and try and keep things doing the right thing, but it's much more just weight bearing. It doesn't, there's nothing to accentuate the pivoting of the frame like there is with the lead truck, where there's actual devices that are trying to tug the frame of the locomotive into the curve. This is actually just getting that weight pressed down on it. So hopefully that long-winded explanation made sense, but oh no, Matt's leaving because his battery's dying. No. Yeah. Anyway, and that was the last in the operations question. So we're going to take hopefully the last break here while I go fetch a soda and use the restroom one more time, and then we'll get on to the last of the questions here. So we'll resume the music here, and I'm muting Mickley this time. Or actually, no, I will leave Mickley be so that you can do whatever you do.
What? No, I'm going to go get some ham.
Oh.
I cooked a ham today.
Oh.
And it's very tasty.
I just pressed I have a soundtrack button that pulls up the soundtrack on Spotify. And everyone knows what song is playing if they're listening to the stream, but for Mickley, Smells Like Kenosha just started playing.
Of course it did.
I promise you that I'm going to go get a Coke. Me and the beers are still taking a break here, so.
Be careful with the stairs, all right?
Well, yeah, I don't want to fall down the stairs and die because Smells Like Kenosha's playing. It's all right. We got time. We got time before it gets spicy.
Oh, you're showing all the questions. That's
Oh, I'm not meant to be showing all the questions. Ah! I'm trying to find that. I had footage up that I was playing in between breaks, but life's hard, and I don't know where it went. No, it's not in that folder. It's in. I said I was gonna leave. I'm sure this content is just riveting right now.
Absolutely. Christian S says he has to leave, so we should skip ahead to his thing. And Bacon has just done the super chat.
Okay. We're pausing the music. I can take my break in a second because that's things. Okay. First, Bacon, you sweetheart, as always. Sorry you're late. Could you explain the switch stands? Is the ham steamed? The switch stands. Okay, yeah, we didn't get into the switch stands after the Railroads Online thing, did we? I actually explain it in a video that I've filmed that will be coming out later about my buddy Norm's train layout, but we can talk about him here. I don't have reference for this. Okay. So the Railroads Online thing with the switch that was wrong that we were talking about with Khan. Harp switch stand is not a sprung switch stand. Let me get paint. We're going back to paint. It's happening. All right. Harp switch stand, like we have in Railroads Online, is no paint. Play nice. Let me get rid of most of the whatever. It's fine. Deal with that. Harp switch stand, the kind that are in Railroads Online. The way that the switch stand looks is kind of something like this, and then there's a little slot and a little slot and a little slot, and then the bar, and this is like a casting thing, and then the bar runs like this, whatever, and it's got the target, and then one side of it's red, and that's very exciting. Right? Okay, so there's a key. That's just a bent piece of metal. It looks kind of like this. That goes in the slot and holds the bar here. And so the key only goes in at that slot, and the bar only goes to those slots, and that's that. So why is that a problem, and why does it not make sense for point switches? Point switches need to plastically deform the the points to make sure that they close. So on a switch, and I've been meaning to do switches 101 and interlockings 101, and I've just never gotten to it. It's on the list. So when you have a point switch, it looks something like this. And the points are the movable pieces right here. And they're connected to the switch rod like this, basically. So when you force the switch stand over, it moves the points over, and that's great. The harp stand only moves things a set distance, which means that if the points are out of adjustment and you throw it the other way, you will never compress this point against this stock rail. And that means that your wheel will fit through and you go in the dirt. And that's a bad day. So real switch stands for point switches are like the flop over ground throws that you can see, or the more common one are the rotary ones that have a rotary target or lamp. And then they have a handle that you pick up, you move over, and you've seen it in one of my videos, at least, like the Brakeman 101, how to do the air test. You heard me tugging on the switch stand going, ugh, as I'm compressing the points into the stock rail. Because that extra throw distance that, there's a spring that takes up all that stuff, forces that point into the stock rail, so you guarantee get a closure unless something's really out of alignment. So you can have a harp switch on a point switch, or a harp stand on a point switch, but it's incredibly bad practice and can lead to derailments, which is why they weren't used that way, except for at the museum for a bit. But we've rectified that. Harp switch stands are used for stub switches. Stub switches are where you have two sets of rails leaving like this, and then your stock rails actually bend to a line. So this rod connects right here, and there's just a gap. And so as you throw the switch stand, like this is actually, and this is how it is too, they're wrong in the game where the targets don't line up correctly. The target being right on a harp stand means that the switch is thrown left or straight, which is kind of weird to think about, right? Because then you move the lever to the left, and it pulls through the pivot point right here. It pulls these rails to the right to align them to the other set. And so you bend the rail to actually make it work, which means moving a set distance is critical because you're not trying to compress something. You're trying to move the points a precise distance so that the rails line up. So it's a different style rather than I'm trying to move and squish these over hard into something. I'm trying to perfectly locate this to something. and it's a very different purpose. And that's why it makes no sense that they're the switch stand in Railroads Online, because you have point switches.
Tristan wants to know if you're saying that harp stands on point switches are canon or not.
I've never heard of one in real use. We had one at the museum set up that way, but it is incorrect and unsafe, would be my 2 cents. I wouldn't be surprised if in a pinch a railroad did it, but certainly not commonly.
Also, you should check Super Chats.
I need to check Super Chats because because Blues Crew, thank you so much for the Super Chat. Next time you find wild choo-choo tracks in the snow, can you do the Crocodile Hunter voice? Just for you, Blues Crew. I can do it just for you, Blues Crew. Gladly. Mika, I will tell you who Blues Crew is later, and you're going to laugh. Anyway. Okay. Joshua Knight, another Super Chat. Thank you. Nice to see the live stream. How are you going to clean my homemade 6-chime? I don't know if I'm going to. I might just leave it scuzzy, because it's kind of, it's rusted over just enough that it almost looks like it's made out of brass now, and I might just clear coat it. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, what was Christian's question so we can answer it so that he can leave? It's
near the very end under S.
I see.
So after paint, it just says S, and I'm sure you can guess what that S
Oh my
stands
God,
for.
Christian, why are you gonna make me answer this crap on live stream? I haven't even read this yet. Were all grand boilers green? No, most of them were not actually, and we don't even know if 491 really was green. Spoilers, massive spoilers. We know that the second batch of K-37s in 1930 were all delivered green, like 97, 96 through 99. We know that they were green. We know that some of the others were painted green at some point, but it wasn't standard practice till later in the 30s, and 491 may never have actually been painted green, and we have no documentation or pictures to prove that 491 was green. But only the K-37s and then a lot of the Durango switchers were green, and then some engines for Rocky Clubs, but most of them on the narrow gauge were black, though the standard practice for the railroad dated something like 1937 was to have the green boiler jackets, and most of their standard gauge engines were painted that way. When will 491 get PTC so it can go run excursions on the Bean Sniff? No. Have you ever played the Freebird solo? Yes, and I can play the whole thing, and maybe we'll close the live stream out with that. Or no, I can't, because then the monetization... We'll do that at some point. We'll do that in Discord. I will play Freebird for you. If so, what's your favorite part, either the song or the solo, and why? The solo, because it's just guitar. It is just guitar shenanigans, nonstop and rampant, and it's just fun. And it's actually not a solo; it's a duet. It's 2 lead guitars the whole way through, which is just kick-ass. I love that song. Just like, yeah, you know how we're gonna end the song? We're just gonna totally go off on this thing and just let the Rossington boys just, yeah, slay the guitar. Great question. Okay, now I'm going to take.
For a break.
Now I'm going to actually take the break and grab a drink and use the restroom, and then we will finish these questions. These are good questions, and I pulled up the footage of 20 to be ready, and now I took it away. I don't. This is a tick of me. I don't like having extra tabs and extra things open. You people out there that have 30 tabs in your Google Chrome open, you're my nemesis. So I compulsively closed it. So let me find it again, and then we'll be right back just in a second here. We turn off my cam, we turn on that, and then pachoo. 20's gonna derail while in the shop, I think, because Kenosha's on. But anyway, be right back, folks. Oh no, I was gone that my B-roll of 20 stopped playing and didn't repeat. Apologies about that, folks. I am back, but my face is not on. There it is. Is Mickley here?
No.
Oh, good. He's not here. Okay. Let me get my Coke Zero opened here. Tasty, tasty. Stream did not die. We're still, or did it die again? It says my bitrate's
It's
doing
sort
dumb
of
things
dying.
again. As long as the audio is okay, folks. That's all that really matters. I see I've missed a couple super chats. Bryant Towels. Do you play any games that aren't train related? Many. Not too many these days, honestly, because time. But I play a lot of shooters. I used to play
know
Team
one.
Fortress 2 competitively. Rainbow Six Siege, Deep Rock Galactic, Minecraft, Factorio. Yeah, those are a quick list of recent favorites. Although Mickley say not Minecraft because you haven't played it with me yet.
Mm-hmm.
We get Minecraft kickers once every 18 months, and you just haven't been there for it yet.
It's a whole server setup. You don't even play on it. My goodness.
We'll get there. And Bryant, what is the story behind Smells Like Kenosha? Smells Like Kenosha is a bit of a poor taste joke. That's a running joke at the museum, and I'm actually going to film a video about it one of these days when I can get up there. 346 in 1937, I think, wrecked on Kenosha Pass because her engineer was drunk. Like, drunk as a skunk, didn't realize he was going 40 mile an hour. The Kenosha Pass, there's a Y at the top. It's on the old CNS going up to Fairplay, Colorado. Did stream just die? It went to the thumbnail in my preview. Are we okay?
On my end.
Okay. It's
I'm getting multiple reports that stream died though.
yeah, YouTube is hiccuping at the very least. Stream health is excellent, it's telling me. Is it good? Back?
People
Had to
are saying
refresh.
they're back.
Okay, still here. Wonderful. Including Swanton Pacific. Hi. Anyway, yeah, so and 346's engineer was drunk. Kenosha Pass on the CNS, Colorado and Southern to Fairplay. She was leased engine. She was in helper service. She turned around on the Y, started running downhill, and it's 4% grade, bullet straight for like the first mile, and then it is a sharp turn. And so they got going like 40 mile an hour. Fireman jumped, 346 rolled over, absolutely clobbered the locomotive. Her engineer, Mickey McGowan, died like 3 days later from burns in the hospital because he was crushed between the boiler and the cab, which is not great. But yeah, it was the ICC report didn't say that he was drunk, but knowing the individual and the stories in the CNS, everyone believed him to be drunk. And so we make the joke of if there's hard liquor about for whatever reason or whatever around 346, it happens once in a blue moon. People be like, 346 gets a sniff and she goes, why does it smell like Kenosha? Because last time she smelled that, she went and had a little PTSD from rolling over and, almost blowing up. So Smells Like Kenosha is the joke of, oh, okay, it smells like booze, and it's the runaway train and the wreck. And so the song I engineered to speed up and then feel like a train wreck at the end. And I'm very proud with how much of a shit post it was. And I love the song. But that's kind of the origin of that, is a bit of a poor taste joke at someone's very misfortunate event about, 80 years ago or 100 years ago or whatever.
It's a fun song.
It's a fun song.
And very
Anyway.
fitting for running in railroad game.
Indeed. Alan Knight Prince, another super chat. Thank you. Curious as 191 ever ran at the museum? No, not under its own power. Again, wrought steel boiler, so very likely to go at any moment if you fire it up. Ashley Taylor, welcome to the ES&D Conductors. Thank you. You're back. Or were you a brakeman before? I can't remember. And Dorded, welcome to the ES&D Brakeman. Thank you. Okay, all looking good. Anyway, link to the edited song. It is on Spotify, and I can send you a link to Smells Like Kenosha on Spotify. But yeah, we actually went and paid our respects to Mr. McGowan He's buried in Golden. Fun fact. We found out. And he's the reason that 346 exists, actually, because had she been wrecked by the Grand would have scrapped it. Had the Grand got it back in one piece from the CNS without them wrecking it, they would have scrapped it. But because the CNS wrecked the Rio Grande's engine, the Rio Grande said, "You sons of bitches, you rebuild our engine." And so she got a rebuild late when a little engine like her would have not been rebuilt. And that's the only reason we have 346. So, anyway, I'm going to do the opinions section of questions next. Least favorite thing about narrow gauge railroading? Squeezing into the crappy places in the frame. I don't know if it's much better in standard gauge, but it's not fun in narrow gauge. Multiple people ask if you could rebuild any historic locomotive with price and size being irrelevant, which would I choose? Price and size being irrelevant, or build any historic locomotive. My pull the string out of my back answer for this is one of the Uinta Articulateds, just because of how batshit they were. If we're talking about one that still exists, the UP 9000, that thing's so cool. You couldn't run it anywhere, but I mean, 12 drivers? Hell yeah. That thing's rad. Matthew, if you could visit any railroad in their prime, which would it be and why? Probably the RGS, just to see the scenery. The RGS would have been beautiful. Amazing railroad. Or maybe the Midland, because the Colorado Midland was batshit insane too. That would have been fun. Or maybe the Pennsy, because 100+ mile-an-hour steam and 4 main... too many good choices, man. It's hard to pick. Mean Muddle Mike, any thoughts on the restoration?
Before you answer that, go look in the MOWVC text.
Okay.
And tell me that's not hilarious. That is not me doing anything. This is YouTube doing it. You should show this on camera.
So, users of my Discord know that we have an auto filter that makes memes about the big boy. Well, it's crossed over into YouTube somehow, because YouTube's worried about someone saying big boy. That's too good. That is really good. Oh my god. No, sorry, you can't say big boy. Oh man.
I had to double take for that.
Yeah.
Too good.
Oh, speaking of the Uinta lads, PBL, the maker of SN3 things, I found out that they're making them in SN3. They're going to be expensive, and I want one so bad, but yeah, they're going to be like almost $3,000, I think. But they're going to be, the PBL models are ridiculous. I learned today, this is my model of 20 that I got yesterday. It came in the mail. There hasn't been one for sale in over a couple of years in SN3 because SN3 is rare. They only made 100 models of 20 in 1986. This was the first run, and then they did a more recent run. But I'll get out a little show and tell time real quick, and then we'll get back to it. But she's very cute. She looks like the real one. But get this, the valve rods, the valve extensions actually rock back and forth. Is it a slideshow? Oh. Well, yep. I'll hold it really still, really slow. The valve rods for the valve actually actuate back and forth as the engine works. I haven't seen a model do that. And Jimmy told me today that the PBL K36 run that came out a little bit ago has functioning Johnson bar and radius rods in SN3. Like, you saw me flip about that crap in Derail Valley. That's digital. That's pixels. This big and the Johnson bar works? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I want one so bad now.
Excited Hyce.jpg.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh my god, dude. Working radius rods in 1/64 scale? Oh my god, I'm such a foamer. Anyway, yeah. So I want one of those really bad. And they're making the Uinta boys now. So I want one. But yeah, they're gonna be like almost $3,000. So that's I will just save my shekels one at a time. Remember I was talking about how I want cameras? Model trains can wait. Anyways.
And then Chris says he had to step away, but thanks for answering the Freebird thing. And did the thing get incinerated?
It did not. Christian, I'm on train crew tomorrow. I'm lighting 491 off tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow. But yeah, been trying to figure out exactly what I say. I still haven't opened it because I wanna fresh open it on camera, and I want to make a joke about it being, oh, I got fan mail, and then what is this crap, and then light it on fire. Yeah.
I'm seeing the questions again, so I think it's time for another little bit of sellout for store, Discord, etc. Something, like, subscribe, hit the bell.
Yes, all of those things.
There's a link in chat for the Discord. There should be one in the description too.
I think there is by
There
default.
should be a store link in the description, but I don't think it's there.
We'll get there someday. I will set the thing. I'm bad at the admin side of things.
Okay. It's a learning curve.
Okay. Back to the questions.
Bisquickelhausen says cameras are mass produced. Get the trains instead.
That's a strong point. Yeah, the thing with the PBL
Very
stuff
strong
is
point.
that like the PBL stuff, I mean, he said that they're going to do like a run of maybe 70 of them, and that's it. So, yeah, I'm going to try and get on the reserved list and then just pay with my soul or something. 100 souls, 3 days. Get my Davy Jones on. Oh, so we've established that my proposition is sound in principle, and we're just haggling over price. Price. Anyway, I love Davy Jones. Favorite character ever. Me and Metal Mike, any thoughts on the restoration of K4 1361? And then lots of other locomotives. Thoughts on the Western Mainland 484 Potomacs and Russian decapods, Strasbourg 210090, and 06031. The K4, what a beautiful locomotive. It'd be great if they could get it done. It sounds like there's good backing now, so hopefully. I hope so. I'd love to see it. Obviously, that thing's been in like restoration hell for a long time, and I don't really know the issues surrounding it other than the Pennsy being the Pennsy and being the standard railroad of the world that didn't follow their own standards. The Western Maryland 484s, I don't know what they look like off the top of my head. The Russian decapods make me think of Bachmann model trains. The Strasbourg 210 number 90 is awesome because she's kind of proportioned like 491. There's the Coke. Sorry. Other than the extra driver, but the overall boiler is kind of sized like 91, and she's a Colorado engine, Great Western. So 90 is really cool. I've never seen it turn a driver though. Actually, I've seen its drivers being turned. When I was last in in 2015, she was getting all her wheels turned on the lathe. So she was sitting without wheels, and I watched her drivers being machined, which was cool. But I've not watched her turn them herself. I've only seen the 89 run at Strasbourg. The 2 or 3 times I've been there. I interviewed there. I almost worked there. Fun fact. And the 06031, that's the engine that they've been working on for a long time in the back burner. I don't know much about it. I see a super chat. What can you from Bryant Towels? What can you get away with throwing into the firebox? Objectively, too much. There are so many stories from guys on the Grand, guys on the DNS, guys on the Cumbres and Toltec, burning everything. I won't name names because I know who some of them are. But like dudes, like I've heard of someone burning a couch in the firebox, piece by piece. They were done with their couch, they broke it up, and they threw it in the firebox, and out the stack it went. I have watched someone throw an entire gallon can of lacquer thinner, still sealed, into the firebox, and flames came out the stack. That was bad.
I have worked with lacquer thinner. It is very, very, very flammable.
Yes, as soon as the plastic cap melted, it was a flamethrower in the firebox. Firebox, I mean, it's hot enough to melt steel when they're really working, so like people have thrown the scoop in, and then the metal part never came out because it rained out the stack as slag when the engine was working hard. Like, yeah, a lot of stuff can go in the firebox.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so too much is the answer to that one. Emil Person, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Welcome to the ES&D train crew. Yeah, don't tell the FRA. FRA, we didn't do it. Anyway, back to the questions. Mr. D&H, if you could build any locomotive, what would it be? The Uinta boys.
The commentary is mine.
The Uinta boys, guys. The Uinta articulateds, please. Unless
Okay,
standard
so
gauge, I don't know. But.
so the one there's many people they specified historic. This guy did not specify historic. So is there anything in terms of fancy or special configurations that you like that don't exist that you'd want to build new?
Oh, like fantasy stuff. The some of the Rio Grande proposals would have been badass, like the 482 with the 48-inch drivers, a narrow gauge, oh, or the L101, of course, so big that they had to derate it to 75,000 horsepower. Bitchin', yeah. North Bank Rail fan, favorite Pacific Northwest steamer. 40 for 49. It's the first engine I saw run under steam. There's a great video on VHS that I need to digitize somewhere of me at 6 years old with my granddad at PFM, the Pacific Fast Mail brass locomotive importer office in Edmonds, Washington. Watch the 40 for 49 go by, and it's just like, ah. And I'm sure that my mom can dig up a million great pictures from that too. Formative moments. Yeah, definitely good. Oh man, opinion questions from Only Wednesday. Coke or Pepsi? Coke Zero. What addiction problem do you have? Coke Zero. Yes, very much so. Pizza or tacos? You're gonna make me pick between pizza or tacos. I love them both. Tacos usually have less of a chance of me having lactose intolerance related sadness. So tacos would probably have to win there. Favorite instrument I don't play? That's tough. I've always wanted to learn sax. Saxophones sound so regal. Bari sax? Oh yeah, baritone saxophone. Picking that. How's my day going? Well. Favorite classic train game? Classic? Probably Lionel Traintown, if I had to.
The question was worded specifically as favorite train game growing up.
Oh, favorite train game growing up. When I was a kid. I got Microsoft Train Simulator when it came out when I was young. That game was bitchin'. But I was really bad at it because it was a train simulator and I was young. So I had lots of fun. Yeah, Lionel Traintown was great when I was a kid. Sid Meier's Railroads was great when I was a kid. Railroad Tycoon 3 was great when I was a kid. But Railroad Tycoon 3 was hard. So Sid Meier's Railroads was probably the one that I was best at, that I had the most fun with when I was a kid.
In terms of favorite instrument you don't play, I'm going to choose to not be offended on the whole not picking French horn. But
French horn's cool. French horn's not... French horn's cool, and I would love to write a score for a French horn, but I feel no desire to play the French horn. The baritone sax, I mean, I can only think about one thing about the baritone sax, and it's the baritone sax Fs. Go listen to any Count Basie big band live recording. Go listen to Little Darlin' with the Barry sax. Yeah.
I will accept that. Barry sax is really cool.
Barry sax.
Tenor sax is also very nice, and you are getting timed out for spamming.
Yeah. I will answer. We answer questions. I'm trying to. There's been so many questions. We're trying to get through them. We'll get to your question. It'll be on the VOD if it's not here. I'm only one man. West Side number 9. Talk about Argent Company 2-6. West Side 9. Difference in power when grade is a factor. I don't know about Argent 2 and 6. 6, was that the thing that was on the Railroads Online tech tree at one point? The 262? I don't know. West Side 9 is a neat Shay that lives at the Midwest Central. I know that. Difference in power when a grade is a factor. You lose adhesion because normal force no longer directly at the track, so you lose friction on choo-choo, which mean that you pull less. So there's no difference in power because power is a function of speed, not pulling power, attractive force. You lose tractive force, which causes you to
paraphrase extensively because of how long it was.
Gotcha. Oh, well, maybe I'm sorry if we did that question a disservice. Send us the full thing again in on a comment somewhere, and I'll try and answer it articulately in a comment. I'm close. I've got 5 more questions written here, and then we can close out with some of the live ones.
Just have a couple more.
Yeah. I've just got the paint questions and some story questions. I don't know. Anyway, Cat of the Potatoes. That's a great username. Mechanically speaking, how's brake rigging set up on cars with trucks such that trucks rotating doesn't affect the brake application? It does. Fun fact. Wouldn't the same problem occur with a geared loco drive shaft where the distance between the endpoints on the truck and frame changes? Yes. That's why Shays can't go around sharp curves, because the U-joints only go so far and then it doesn't work. Brake rigging, at least on the narrow gauge stuff, is hung on the car. So as the truck rotates, the one shoe will get more braking force and the other one will get less. But it all pulls the rigging and the set. I mean, it kind of squeezes the truck and everything kind of runs into each other and you get friction, and it doesn't change enough to cause enough of a problem. And it's worked for a long time. On more modern stuff, the brake rigging is inside hung and hung on the trucks, and doesn't have that problem. And there's a reason that extra brake travel is a thing, is so that you're really making sure you're applying the force. But yeah, that's why Shays are stupid, because Shays have the drive shaft on the one side, so they're better at turning with the shaft on the outside rather than the inside, because the U-joints don't have to travel as far. And you go a certain length and then the U-joint doesn't work. And it's a big problem on like model Shays, is that the U-joints or the drive shaft falls apart because it's not actually driving things. And you hit the tolerance because model trains. That's why like Heislers are smarter, because the drive shaft is centered at least. And so you don't have that handedness. But yeah, there's definitely a limit to how far they can turn before it causes a problem. Marty Drawdy, how do cylinder cocks work? They are a hole in the cylinder. There you go. I have pictures.
It was very much more long-winded than what's there.
Gotcha.
But the basic gist was, please graphically display how cylinder cocks do their thing. Let
me see about getting a picture from sometime when I when did I see 491 apart? I filmed my camera going through her cylinder bore when her pistons were out. When was it? Oh, and I took pictures too. It would have been right around here, right around this time. That's spread on a hand car. That is not what I'm looking for. And that's more stuff in the studio. So, okay, apparently it was not this time, but I can show this picture of the bore. Okay, so here's 491's bore after it was bored with a jig to hold the string line centered in the bore. That's adjustable so that when you're aligning the crosshead, which is what we just did on 20, when you're aligning the crosshead, you can keep the piston perfectly centered in the bore. The bore being the cylinder, right? And the cylinder cock is this guy right down here, this little hole. So there's a hole on either side, and then there is a valve that sticks out from underneath it, which I don't know if I have a good picture of, but they're very simple valves, and that's worthy of a video at some point. But yeah, I guess I'll MS Paint that real quick. Look at this harp stand drawing. That's bad. That's fine. Okay, so you saw the hole in the bore, so you have your cylinder, and you've got the little holes in the bore, and then the cylinder cocks thread into the other end of that hole, basically. And the cylinder cock, there's a couple different flavors, but they look kind of cylindrical like this. And really all it is that there's a slot in the cylinder cocks like this. So if you look at them from the front, they look like this. And then there is a valve that sits in there that's got a stem that sticks up through there. And then there is a lever, and the lever is very carefully ramped like this so that when you move the lever, and it's usually actuated up from the front or something like this, there's a bunch of different ways to do it, many ways to skin the cat. When you pull the lever, the bigger part of the ramp geometry forces that valve down and opens it. And so when this then tries to fill with steam on the one side of the piston, sitting there, and this is open, it go really loud out the cylinder cock. And then the other one doesn't do anything because it's not emitting steam there. But yeah, that's the real technical, that's the sound that they make. There you go. Someone's going to make a meme out of that face that I just made. I can smell it from here.
Super chat.
Super chat. I see it. Blackbird Gaming, thank you. If a locomotive has roller bearings on the rods, do you still have to grease them? Not near as much as you'd need to grease the like the bearings on a floating bearing setup. I would imagine you'd have to pack them like any other roller bearing, like your car wheel bearing or anything. I don't know. I've never worked with roller bearing rods, but I'd imagine, you'd have to take the bearing apart every now and then and pack grease in, but they should be a sealed system, and the grease should, not be worked out. Whereas with a floating brass in a main rod or in a knuckle joiner or whatever on another rod, the brass is floating and the grease is just getting knocked out by the rod over time. And so if the tolerances if they're too worn out, the grease knocks out easier, so you have to grease, more frequently. So roller bearings are better in that way, but roller bearings also have to be a lot more precisely aligned because they're not a floating BS brass thing in the middle of, some rods. So it's easier to keep a floating bearing guy running rather than a roller bearing guy, where you have to have the alignment really critical. But I'd imagine you just pack it like your car's wheel bearing or something, and then you leave it alone, maybe on an annual, if I had to guess. But I've never worked with roller bearing rods, so if anyone's touched the 611, let me know.
In terms of next questions, I think we can skip the first of the story.
Yeah, we've told some good Rio Grande stories.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mainline Through the Rockies, good question. But like, tell a funny story is like,
it was many people.
Yeah.
I just didn't get to changing the name.
yeah.
Mainline Through the Rockies was one of the people who asked
Gotcha.
for give a funny Rio Grande story.
Tell a funny story is hard because there's so many, and it's like you're like, you think of a generic thing, do it. And you're like, but if there's a prompt, was there ever something like this? If this thing ever happened, that will spawn the funny stories, because you're relating to something, not just like, So, look for that next time if you have a thought in mind. Did they ever have a runaway? Did they ever have a this? Whatever. Yes, they did, and there's stories and whatever. Anyway. Zachary Hogg asks, Hogg with 2 A's. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. What is the story of 491 running away? Yes, I still need to film this video. I'm sorry. What happened, and did anything derail or break? Did it just run out of pressure and stop? So there's 2 491 runaway stories, and both, I will tell both on the channel probably next week, because so many people asked after I said, ask me how I know, in a YouTube video, and then forgot it even in the edit. First was the day that she got put out of service. Her throttle leaked so bad because they machined the seats non-concentrically so that poppet valve could never seal on both. So the throttle leaked horrendously, and she waltzed all the way across the Alamosa yard 2 miles all by herself, hit the derail device, and sat there spinning in the dirt. And they said, you know what? Re-rail that thing and put it in the dead line. And so she was one of the earliest K-37s retired in 1963. The other story was the time that she ran away at the museum because of the Great Stromboli.
Whoa, Cheeto Man.
Cheeto Man, yes. The Cheeto Man from Toy Story 2. She had okay, we're breaking out the MS Paint. We're breaking out the paint. Why did I close it? Why? Compulsory closing of programs. Anyway, so Steam Dome. Steam Dome looked like Steam Dome. It looked like Thing. There is, studs and whatever. Copper gasket goes on the inside row of all those studs, and then the cap goes on. And 491's original cap looked like this. And it was about 3/4 of an inch thick, and steam pressure lives inside here. And the nuts that hold things down are out here. And if you're an engineer, you're seeing their gasket, this copper gasket's right here, and then the studs are on the outside. So we have steam pressure that is trying to basically bend this out in every possible way because it's rotating around that gasket and because it's being clamped out here rather than in here. Well, it can't be clamped in there because then it wouldn't seal because then bolt holes, right? So it's not the most intelligent design. Whatever, railroaders were not the smartest all the time. Anyway, so this is trying to bend this constantly, and at 3/4 inch and 200 PSI, it slowly bent all the studs out, and you had to hammer this cap on and off with a giant brass sledgehammer because it had deformed slowly over time. And so Strasbourg did the math for us and sent us a new cap when we were doing the Form 4, and it is an 1.5 inch thick brick of steel like this. But remember, the old cap had that step in it. And 491's throttle standpipe comes up like all the way to the top. And it's got a giant poppet valve in it. It's 10-inch diameter. And in the center of the valve is the stem. And when we opened the throttle, the stem hit the new cap. We tested it. You could only open it like a third of the way or something. Which meant that the spindle, this guy, that goes down to the bell crank and everything that actually makes throttle do throttle things, had to get shorter. And so Stromboli grabbed his favorite cutting torch and just cut the top of it off and then didn't clean any of the slag that he blew everywhere. And it turns out when you open the throttle and then there's a demand of fluid to be flowed through there, and then there's this little slaggy particulates that are everywhere, they get sucked in there. And then when you close the throttle on one of them, then the throttle bites it and says, I'm going to hold that right there. So we were doing a test lap with 491 after we did the annual, did all the work, new cap, all that stuff. Going around the railroad, and something you could. I was watching. Stromboli was running, and some other guy was firing, and you could tell both of them were exchanging glances, like something's weird. And he's trying to shut off, and she keeps kind of handing him the throttle bar. So he finally gets it shoved in really hard, lets go of the clasp with his left hand. And then 491 bitch slaps him. She threw the throttle, popped it out of the catch, broke at least one of his fingers. I think broke both his pinky and ring finger because the throttle couldn't close, and he was just bending the rod, deforming it to try and get it to sit in there. So she bitch slaps him, and then we realize, okay, we can't shut the throttle. And so we were stuck, and he sets up a bunch of air on the train to slow down, stop at the top, tie down the train, because we realized the only solution at this point is get the steam out of the boiler so we don't have any potential for a runaway. So he comes up, we stop at the top, and being the good engineer that he was, Stromboli, sets up a bunch of air, has the train in tension come into a stop. And couplers don't release when they're in tension by design. And so he stopped with the automatic. I get down to be the brakeman, and I give him hey, give me a little slack. And he gave me the most evil, are you kidding me face as I gave him the little, hey, you should have stopped with the independent, dickhead. And so he puts the bar in reverse without touching the throttle, kicks the independent brake off, shoves the train 3 car lengths to the rear. I pull the pin, and he puts the bar in forward, does a burnout, and takes off down to the shop. We end up getting her on the turntable, knuckled her into the diesel, capped the stack, let the fire burn down, and let the fire burn down and be out for a while so that there's no heat. And then we blew the boiler dry. We opened the blowdown, 8 seconds open, 8 seconds closed for an hour to blow all of the steam out of it. And all the water out of it. And it's holy shit, that is one of the most sickening bad feelings. I'm joking about it now, but God, yeah, that was awful. But she didn't really run away, but it was that we mitigated it, but it was, not a good time. And then we, the next day went to pull it apart, and it was a 16-hour day pulling it apart, pulling the throttle up, plug out, seeing what happened, seeing the slag, cleaning the slag, and then having to relap the throttle valve in place, put the plug back in, put the cap back on, fill it up, hydro the engine again, and fire it up again, because this is, of course, a test in advance of Day Out with Thomas, so we had to make the event and everything, and long freaking day to fix it, and then it was fine, but, I was lazy and didn't clean the slag because I'm God's gift to railroading and nothing bad can happen to me. Huh. Yeah, it turns out that's not a great attitude to have.
Do you want a video that covers something similar?
Sure.
So, you ever heard of Alex Steele?
Yes.
So, a couple of years back, he was fixing a power hammer, and it's got this seal in it that has the exact same thing that you're talking about.
Okay.
Where he had to go and lap it. It wasn't that he had slag in it, but it was leaking.
Gotcha.
So he had to go and lap the same thing and do the thing with it. I'm going to go ahead and post
Yeah,
it in
post
chat.
it. Post it in chat if
Promoting
people
another
want to
channel.
watch Alex Steele's channel. It's neat. I don't know. Maybe there could be a collab opportunity someday. Cries. Yeah.
But yeah, it's got this seal on the top of a power hammer that does something with something. I don't know. I watched it a long time ago.
Importante, and if it doesn't seal, that's
Yep.
that's a bad time. All right, the last of the pre-asked questions, then we can finish the live questions and be done with this awesome live stream, so I can get videos done for next week.
Did you catch up on the super chats?
Is there super chats? Oh my goodness.
Unless you already got those two.
I got the Blackbird Gaming one. Bryant Towell is asking a good question. Obviously, you work on steam locomotive maintenance, but I've ever worked on diesel maintenance a little bit. I did a little bit with BNSF when I was a trainee, management trainee. They liked to teach us what the guys were doing, and so they put me in the shop with the guys a couple days. I worked the drop pit, helped change out traction motors on an SD9 of all damn things. I did a 3-year air inspection, replacing all the control valves and stuff under the cab floor with a machinist. I replaced the turbo lube pump lines on the BNSF 2709, piece of garbage, ancient turd of an RCL that worked out of Everett. It was the first diesel engine I worked on at BNSF. And then, of course, we maintain our stuff at the museum, changing brushes and greasing traction motors and brake shoes and little things. But our diesels really don't get that much service. So good super chat, and thank you for the super chat, as always. The last of the pre-asked questions from Xander Tomzak. I'm sorry, that looks Polish. It's got too many letters in it for me to comprehend. Who is Fred L. Oster, and why did the DNRGW put his name on 491 and the other names on the other locomotives? So Fred Oster, we miss you, Fred. Fred was one of our very dear friends. He passed away in 2019 from brain cancer. And you want to talk about a role model, sweetheart, wonderful, kind soul, and hilarious person. Fred was hilarious. He worked for the Rio Grande as a carman, fixing train cars for 42 years. And he was retired. He died in his late 60s, so he wasn't that old. But he had been volunteering at the museum since 1962. He operated 346 at the museum, countless number of times. Hilarious dude, so many good stories, so much railroading history. And he was instrumental in getting the 491 running the first time. And he was like the one guy that, if we could think of anyone deserving to have their name on the 491 that's been involved in the restoration, it was Fred. And he was the one guy that was friends with everybody, and shown through any politics or any of the BS. Fred was just like, he was hilarious. Just a great guy. And it was, Brett put the lettering on 491's cab. It wasn't the DNRGW, it was us. We put it on about a month before he passed. We put we lettered Fred's name on the side of the 491. And Brett did it with some vinyl lettering, and we got to show it to him before he passed, and that was special for him and special for us. Still miss that guy. He's responsible for a lot of who I am and why. I mean, he was just one of those guys you want to be, and he had so many good stories, and he was so fun to hang out with. He joked he bought his parents' place back, and he used to joke about how he's still playing with his model trains in his parents' basement because he bought his parents' house and built a badass HON3 model layout in the basement of the house. But we all felt like when it was getting to be time, it's like Fred means so much to us that it was that important to have him. So we put his name on the 491, and his name was the only name that was going to fit. So that's why Fred's name's on the 91. The other engines, 20 doesn't have one. 318 says Cornelius W. Hauk on it because Corny was one of the ones that founded the museum, and he bought the 318. So that's why 318 has his name. 346 has Robert W. Richardson, who was the other founder of the museum, Uncle Bob as we call him. And he bought 346 for a fancy sum of $800 in 1952. I keep offering Jeff $1,000 for her, and he keeps turning me down. I'm not sure why. But yeah, Bob Richardson's on the side of 346. And then back in the day, it was a practice when the engineers were assigned a locomotive. Back in the era where locomotives were just numbered consecutively, pretty much. A lot of times the engineers actually got their names were lettered on the side of their cab of their locomotive, because you were that locomotive's engineer in the early days. In Little Engines and Big Men, Lou Lathrop talks about being assigned to various different engines, and talks about the C-19 came around and firing the first engine with a shotgun stack, and he was assigned regularly to the 342, and he probably had his name lettered on the engine at some point. It wouldn't be surprised, but back in the day it was like, okay, that was your engine, and these days it's it's a tribute of respect and honor to someone to have their name on the engine. So that's why we've got the two museum founders, and then of course Fred on 491. So yeah. Good question, and don't mind me just missing my good buddy. So I'm sure if anyone's haunting the Colorado Railroad Museum, it is Fred Oster. He looked at me when I started volunteering, and he's like, "Hey man," that was his intro. "Hey man," every time. Big stinking silly mustache. Just a funny guy. "Hey man, you don't want to be a lifer at the Colorado Railroad Museum, do ya?" Oops. Sorry, Fred. Me too. They got me too. Oh, okay. Austin Roberts asks, we're now in the live chat here. Have you experienced an elitist attitude in the steam railroad world? I saw firsthand a very cliquey and unfriendly attitude with all of the 611 crews. Holy shit, could we do a video on this? Yes, good Christ. And I was, my start in this was because I fit into a clique and I didn't realize it. And yes, it is so prevalent in the industry of steam railroading. Much like, I mean, it's not like just steam railroading is like this. A lot of mechanical shop, macho dudes, puffed up chest kind of bullshit. Anything that attracts that sort of thing kind of has this issue. There's a lot of egos. There's a lot of personalities. There's a lot of people who think their shit doesn't stink. And I know a lot of them, and I'm friends with some of them, and I hate the guts of some of them. And that's just kind of the way it is. But I got brought up into this, and the reason I got to do stuff early was because I became a favorite in a clique. And I had no idea. I thought I was just the luckiest fucking young, dumb 19-year-old in the world, and that this was just an awesome thing. And, I'm slow at processing a lot of things in those ways. It's just part of the way my brain works. And it took me a long time to realize that, and realize the role that I played in the clique. And yeah, I feel gross about it when I look back, and the culture that was there. And thankfully, it is gone now, and the culture at the museum's awesome now, and we are really, really far past that, but there still are remnants from it because it was so pervasive for so long underneath the great Stromboli that we talked about. So, yeah, there could be many videos done about that. It sucks to hear that the 611 crews got that, but I mean, I can give a list. I won't, because I don't need to make half of the world hate me, because people know people, and news travels fast and gossip travels faster on the railroad. So I don't need to go and start talking crap about people or anything. That's not my place and not what I like to talk about. But my thought with it and my experience with this is one of my biggest drivers for wanting to do this YouTube is that the elitist attitude and the gatekeeping that is present in a lot of places holds a lot of this knowledge and information away from you. And there's a lot of people out there that are geniuses and have a ton of knowledge and do great work, but they won't share a lot of it unless you're in the clique or unless you know enough to ask an intelligent enough question to get there, but you never get the chance to start. And so that's one of the reasons why I want to do this YouTube and do the Railroad 101 as much as I can, is to try and get rid of the damn gatekeeping. There are so many people that want to be a part of this. The amount of people, the amount of questions I get where people are talking about, how do I get involved in this? How do I do preservation? How do I help? How can I do this? How do I get to run the trains? And it's like, you have to do it, and there's people that want to do this sort of stuff, and people are gatekeeping the information away. That's bullshit. And so that's why I feel so strongly about trying to teach as much as I can. I'm not an expert. I am not a god of Steam. I am not someone who can rebuild a Steam engine by myself. I don't have all the knowledge. I don't have all the skills. I probably never will, but I want to learn as much as I can, and I want to share it as much as I can, because that's what is going to help keep these things running and keep this passion alive, because it's important to me, and I hope it's important to you guys too. So yeah, we got a little deep there again. But yeah, so that's yeah, there's a whole lot to be said there, and there's a soapbox that I'll get on, and when the time is right, I think I'll address that in much broader terms on the channel and publicly. But that's a delicate line to walk, to even start talking about that conversation, because of kind of how pervasive it is, and you could easily be blackballed, cut off from the industry for talking crap about people or whatever. But I mean, that's a great question, and unfortunately the truth in a lot of places. So
unfortunately, it is very pervasive in the world as we know it, not just limited to Steam trains.
It's just people, man. Damn humans ruined humanity.
I believe another super chat rolled in.
I think I just saw that from ML Person. I don't even know what currency that is. I'm curious now. At the Heritage Railroad you volunteer at, you have a funny runaway story from the 1950s when they dropped a car down a 1.7% grade. I imagine that's funny now, but Lord. Yeah, not fun. Anyway, next, what does the Union Link do? Motorhead 24. Good question. I don't really have a brilliant answer other than it helps really smooth out the valve motion and helps sync it to the piston and really end the sinusoid motion position wise of etc. Words. So you can technically run an engine without a Union Link, but they don't run very well. So it really helps smooth that out. I've heard of people running without them. And then obviously that Australian engine recently threw one off the side, which wasn't great. But it's a way to tie your piston to your valve to keep them more synchronized. And to speak more eloquently about it, I don't know enough about valve gear right there to really give you a better answer than that. So, yeah.
You want to hear the currency thing?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
The SEK is a Swedish krona.
Oh,
which
the
is
krona.
equal
Okay.
to 0.094 United States dollars. So 65 of those is roughly equal to $6.11.
Well, thank you so much. That's appreciate the super chat. And then yeah, that's interesting, the krona. Anyway, let's see. Blue Jacket Warrior, how can the museum get away with running non-legal choo-choos?
FRA stuff.
Our choo-choos are legal. I don't know what you're talking about. We are an insular operation. To be governed underneath the FRA, the Federal Railroad Administration, you need to have a public grade crossing, or interchange, one of the two. Be it a waterway and you're just a bridge, or a bridge over a road, or an at-grade crossing with flashers and gates and all that crap, or without that, or public highway. And our crossing at the entrance is private. It's our driveway. So we're not crossing a public road. We don't cross a public waterway via bridge or anything like that. So we're not under FRA regulation. And so 491 is certified through the state of Colorado. They're treated as industrial boilers, which, I mean, they are, but they also have an engine tied to them. So the boiler's certified every 3 years by the state of Colorado. So they're legal. They're just not, 491's just not FRA legal. And yes, we want to get her to be FRA legal, and we follow FRA maintenance procedures. It's just back to the clicks and bad things that come with them. The video to be done at some point, probably when we do retube the 491, is talking about the way that 491 was restored and everything that was done wrong as lessons learned for everyone else in the industry. But I don't need to make the museum look horridly bad and air a lot of skeletons unless we're actively fixing it. And we're not there yet. So we're not going to talk about that yet at this time, but someday I'll share that story. And yeah, that's going to be I'm not excited to try and put that one together because there's going to be a lot of emotion with that. There's going to be a lot of trying not to make people look bad, and it gets really political and difficult to navigate pretty quick. So doing it in a public kind of manner eloquently is going to be a challenge. But I think it's an important thing that needs to be talked about because, again, I mean, preservation is only going to continue if we do it right. And being brought up and introduced to this stuff and it wasn't done right, like, yeah, I had a weird start in the industry and I'm happy that it's changed and things are better now. But yeah, I'll have to find a way to make that video someday. But for all intents and purposes, our locomotives are legal to the state of Colorado. 20 is FRA certified because we can take replaces. But yeah, 346 and 491 have only ever had state boiler tickets, so they're legal and they're safe and they're proven, and we've done all the things. So anyway, Holson 1070. So happy to see the new series with Khan. I'm sure it's been asked, but why aren't you helping with dev anymore? The real truth answer, and we're 4 hours deep in this live stream, so I can bury this in here. I can't stand working with QMA. QMA is a very nice guy. He's a very smart guy. He's a good programmer. Sometimes his procedure doesn't make sense to me, but he would never want to listen, and I could not find a good way to communicate with him. And I felt like I was spinning my wheels every day trying to get even the littlest things that I knew would make the game feel so good to happen, and I could not make a difference, and it was driving me insane. And so I left, and then everything else kind of fell apart after that. But yeah, it was not an enjoyable time. So that's kind of why. But the game's fun to play. I'm glad that Con and I are playing again too. I still love the game. It just hurts me to know how much better it could be and how little impact it feels like I have at trying to make it better. But
And for those curious, I feel pretty confident in saying that a lot of the other people that left felt the same way or similar in terms of spinning the wheels and not being able to really make a difference.
Hey, Bacchus 4472. Any thoughts on the Pennsylvania Railroad T1 Trust? They're insane, but holy shit, is that badass. I'm hoping they can do it. I imagine they can. I've said this. It feels like this question comes up every live stream. They are doing not the impossible, but the improbable. But they've made significant progress. They're doing it in a really smart, marketable way. They're raising a lot of money. They've got good engineers behind it. I would love to talk to their engineers. Holy shit. Getting to see the FEA that they do, finite element analysis on the steam engine in SolidWorks. I get nerdy out like so quick. So exciting. Yeah, T1 Trust is badass, but the hardest thing ahead of them is making the frame. And they've got a good plan for it, it sounds like, making it out of 5 different weldments. And they've done a lot of analysis to make sure that weldments versus a one-piece casting will work. And I have full confidence that they'll be able to do it. It's just, it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of money. That's the saying in the industry. All it takes is time and money. And anything can be made, and anything could be made to run again. But yeah, Godspeed to those guys. I'm so excited to see that thing get done. That'll be cool. Hang on, we've got a super chat. Classic Gaming Dude, thank you. I love your content, man. Keep up the good work. And can I appreciate the video of Best Girl number 20 for your break footage? Thank you. It was too good yesterday with her sitting outside the shop. And I was like, it's perfect. It's snow. It's beautiful. So that's going to be the new outro probably for the winter. And maybe I'll fix it so that it doesn't say like and subscribe anymore instead of like and subscribe. I think like two people have pointed that out. And I couldn't believe it the first time someone said that. And I was like, how did I do that? And how has it gone out on like 100 videos with no one saying anything?
I'm going to have to go check because I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, it says like and subscribe every single time because it's a pre-rendered clip with the music and everything. So, it's fine. Plenty Sticks. Will I ever do a global tour where I visit 1 or 2 countries with other railways? Hell yes, when I can make it work. Traveling is expensive. And obviously now, like, YouTube is my job. It pays more than the museum does. Not much, but I mean, it's survivable. And thank you to all of you ridiculous folks on this live stream today. This has been amazing and wonderful, and the generosity like warms my heart. I'm not here to complain about getting to do YouTube and be on the museum full time. Like, that's badass, but like saving up for international travel is going to take a long time. And yes, that's a dream. Like, I want to start traveling and filming other locomotives and railroads, and I've been in talks with a couple different railroads about the possibilities of doing that. So hopefully next year we can start doing that once Polar Express is done, and, you know, see if I can't get out to other railroads and try and see what I can do. 'Cause that would be outstanding. I mean, that's a dream, whether I'm operating or just visiting and seeing what's up. I mean, I'm super excited for that. So hopefully someday, and hopefully I can make it down your way, down to your neck of the woods. Plenty sticks. And Midland 1072 Productions with another 5 memberships gifted. You people, thank you so much.
You know, speaking of liking and subscribing, something sell out, go hit the bell, subscribe. They've changed the buttons so it's different colors now. Did I say like the video? I don't know if I said like
something
the video.
like that. Oh my god. All right, I just looked at the stats. So before this stream, I had 224 channel members, which is amazing, and I love and appreciate every single one of you. I've gotten 108 new ones so far this live stream.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, most of them from people like Midland and everyone else just being wonderful and gifting memberships. And God, who gifted 50? Someone gifted 50 earlier, and I'm so bad at names. I feel so bad. I don't remember who it was already, but
it started with an E, I think.
Just, you people are just, yeah, that's, I don't even know what to say to that. 108 more members. I mean, that's over half of the audience of the live stream. Hey, look, and the porn bots are back, but YouTube automatically flagged them. Thank you.
I'm getting rid of it.
Let's see. And Tristan from the WNS and NG. Look at you. Hey, Tristan. How's it going? What's your subscriber goal? What content are you working on to branch out to more people? My subscriber goal right now, I want the plaque. I didn't ever, if you asked me a year ago if I thought I would be doing YouTube, or moved to Colorado, or any of this shit, I would have laughed at you and not had any idea. And this year has been a wild ride, and I've always joked that my career has been me like falling backwards slowly into something else, and then it's just a cushy chair kind of, because that's how like all of my gigs have happened. And it's not a linear path, and it doesn't make any sense, but it's been fun. So, you know, no complaints here, but, God, a year ago I was making little YouTube videos about music and hoping that somebody would watch, and Tristan was one of them. It was fun. And now over 30,000 subs, in less than a year, and getting monetized, and, you know, YouTube making it so that I can work at the museum full time is so ridiculously fulfilling. I couldn't even believe it. But now it's like I see I've got enough analytics behind me to see what the videos do, see what people like, see how subscribers come in and stuff. And it's like there is potential for the channel to do really well, and I really want to see that. And I'm doing everything I can to make it happen. If you haven't seen the amount of videos that have come out this week. 5? Anyone? 5? Yeah. Anyways, not including shorts. 5 actual like edited long videos.
So if 100K is your subscriber goal,
100K.
Does that mean 100K and you go bald?
Man, you know, I love
the bold pill.
I love my hair. I love the rock and roll. I don't know if I could do bald. I might do a buzz. Maybe I'd consider it. We'll see how it affects the analytics. Mate, I don't know. The long hair thing, I've done it for so long. I like it, but anyway. Yeah, 100. I would love to get to 100K. What am I doing to get there? A lot of different things. I have so many different videos filmed already. I'm trying to do stuff that are stories that hit the public and people who aren't necessarily trained people, like the pizza and the ribs in the smoke box that'll be coming out somewhat soon. I'm trying to do stuff that is just fan service for you guys, the Discord and the YouTube, the citation needed, the 3/4 idiot stuff where we're just being dipshits and having fun. That doesn't appeal to a wider audience. Those videos, they do okay. They have the core base of subscribers that do it and watch those videos. And we have a shit ton of fun making them. Those videos are for us, and those are for the memes and for the core group of you guys who are here right now primarily. I'm not going to branch out to the public with us shit posting about mining establishments. Do you have any gold? Yeah. Like, you're just not going to, it's just not going to do it. So, like, you know, I'm trying to do some more public-facing stuff and more general stuff and educational stuff to reach out to the people who aren't necessarily trained people and bring them in. And then hope that they find the stuff interesting and the views interesting and the research that we're doing on locomotives with cameras now is interesting and try and get people to learn stuff. And I know that it's successful in some ways because, like, the photographer guys that I've bragged about, like Brian Burton, he was talking about how he's not a super crazy train guy, and he watched the video about 20's throttle the other day and was like, oh, I know about 20's, I know about throttles now. I didn't know about that anymore, like before. You know, that's amazing. And it's like, okay, well, you're a great photographer. You like trains, but you weren't really in the fold. And now he's becoming more in the fold by learning those things. Jeff Taylor, our roundhouse foreman, or not a roundhouse foreman, that's Dusty, titles, whatever. Curator of rolling stock and equipment, was talking about his parents knowing me because I'm the guy who made the pizza on the steam train, and they raised train kids. They weren't trained people. Like, he told them, oh yeah, he was cooking ribs in the smoke box. Is that the guy with the pizza? Oh yeah. Just, you know, so the little stuff like that is going to help bring a wider audience. And I'm working with some people behind the scenes to try and help accentuate that. So you're going to see some more videos come out on the channel with a little bit of professional help. And I won't announce who it is that I'm working with yet because I haven't discussed it with them, but starting a cool partnership that's hopefully going to be really good for the channel. So,
speaking of behind the scenes, we have acquired both a Pharma and a Brett.
Oh,
Boo.
Well, how are you?
I'm cold.
I bet you are.
Polar.
Did you go to the North Pole? Did you make
We
it?
did. We went to the North Pole and back 3 times in one night.
That's crazy. And knock on wood, someone cursed us early in the live stream and said that, like, what happens if 491 goes in the dirt? You guys kept it on the rails, right?
We kept it on the rails. I think the only out of the ordinary thing tonight was a manhunt between the second and third run. So that was kind of cool.
What?
We had so as best as I can understand it, we had a group walk in and register their tickets or whatever with their email, you know, whatever, they go in and sit down for the show. And then another group comes in, and it turns out that was their email, and that was their tickets. So somebody, like, defrauded their way into Polar, and then when they went to go and confront them about it, they had vanished.
That's hilarious.
So we were all hunting around the property for the people that broke into Polar Express. But no in the dirt.
That's a new one.
That was not on my Polar bingo card for tonight.
That's not on the Polar bingo card. No.
I think that's a new one. But
that
no,
is
we
a new
didn't
one.
thrill.
Oh, that's good.
And in case it wasn't obvious, Brett, we are live on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
I saw.
We've been live on YouTube for approximately a century. It's been almost 5 hours.
I was shocked to see you were still streaming.
Yeah. Just having fun. I like answering questions. You know how I am.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Anyways, I've got some super chats to catch up with. Blackbird Gaming, you know, Hyce, if you ever want to do railroad content in faraway locations, I'm sure the community would be willing to donate, sort of like Slips in the USA. You know, it is, as we kind of talked, I don't like to brag about me. I don't like to sell out and stuff. So people have suggested, like, doing a Kickstarter or something, and it's like, it's hard for me to get over the hurdle to do that because it feels so weird for me to ask, but we might get there. I've been talking with some folks about doing a tour of the East, a railroad in Colombia wants me to come down and help them do stuff. Like there's lots of conversations in the background that have been happening, and maybe a Kickstarter or something to show that off. Maybe that'll be a thing. But
Maybe a stretch goal to come to the real South.
that would be a fun stretch goal. See if I can go get killed by everything that moves in Australia. That'd be fun.
See, all you gotta do is hint that you kind of want it, and then I'll set up a Kickstarter or something for you.
I see. That's how it is. Organized by Mickley.
Well, sure. I don't care about selling out. I'll sell out.
This is why it's good to have Mickley as number 2.
Oh
Anyway.
yeah. hit that subscribe button for like the 20th time.
Smash the like button. Bash it in like I bashed 20's bolts in. All right.
Exactly.
Tristan Rhines with the super chat. Hey, Hyce, first time catching the stream. You mentioned earlier that you hope to make a 7.5-inch scale loco. Have you seen any of Kozo Haruka's books? I have not. I'm not even familiar with that name.
He's the one that does the 27 and I think 4 3/4 inch.
Oh, bitchin'. Yeah, I gotta check that out.
He's a fairly big name.
Brett,
What?
Jimmy Booth-isms that happened today that was just like one of those... It felt like Dave Pitts just casually dropping bombs about jamming with Bob Moog moments.
Oh, boy.
My
What did Jimmy
granddad was
say?
building a 7.5-inch gauge C16 and never told me about it.
Oh.
He had drivers, he had cylinders, and they were at the shop.
Wait. One of the Portola engines?
I don't think so. I don't think it ever got finished.
Well, this might be completely unrelated, but there was a collection of friends that were building like 4 C16s of probably
my grandfather
30 years
was
ago.
one of them. Yes.
And one of them was never finished because I think he passed on or something.
That is my
Interesting.
grandpa.
I've got a video to send you. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah. So they built 223, 268, and 278, and Choo Choo Bob was going to make 271.
Hang on. I've got a picture of this engine then.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'll get it for you right now. Give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, Jimmy talked about how the drivers and the cylinders and everything sat in a rusty pile under the stairs in the shop, and I never saw him as a kid.
There you go.
Yeah, that's where'd you put him?
I'm getting there. I found it. I don't know which of these it is, but here's a picture of all 4 of them at various stages of completion.
I'm excited.
I would assume, I'll just throw it in.
BC text.
Throw it. I've got so many DMs. Apparently, I go live for 5 hours, and then everyone decides to DM me. Good
Mark!
Christ.
DMing Mark! Mark, talk about this!
He's looking at
Mark!
his Discord during this stream. I bet he is. No, he's not.
Mark! There. I'm sorry to have derailed the live stream all of a sudden. But
This
look,
is the great derailing of the live stream. I'm excited about this.
look VC text.
VC text.
That's
Which
the
VC?
wrong VC
That
text.
is the wrong VC text. There's 2 VC texts. That's
Why are
okay.
there 2 VC texts?
Because there's one for the private and then for
one.
this.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Here. There.
It's
No,
fine.
it's
I
in
found
both.
it. I found it. And now it's on stream. I don't think he got that far. But maybe. It's hard to say, but yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. But those are the 4 that were built together. I think that's 268. That's 268. I think a second 268 and 278. So maybe it's a different group.
Maybe. I know that Jimmy and my granddad made the drawings together. They combined their forces. Jimmy made his. And my granddad had drivers and the cylinders, I guess, but he never finished it. And God knows what happened to the bits. I wish I knew. All right.
Man, would that be a fun project?
Yeah,
I
well,
wanted to
that's
do 2.5
that's
inch scale. I've got that itch.
goals to do on the YouTube someday, but that involves lots of time and money. I've got goals that are up there, and we just got to get there.
If you have the bits to build a C16, we need to go halvesies, and we can just start building 7.5 inch gauge locomotives.
Yes. Sold. Yes. The Jag.
The Jag. Yeah, ask
right.
Jimmy. I wonder if he knows.
He said he didn't know because he assumed that he had them till he passed. So my grandma probably scrapped them or sold them or something. And
Damn.
oh, the Marky, those are train parts. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway,
Spot on impression.
more super chats. That's exactly what my grandma sounds like. Hopefully, my mom is peeing her pants if she's watching this stream. Anyway. Bryant Towels with the super chat. What is the worst part about running Steam? How much goddamn work it is.
Yeah.
Just everything, the servicing, the firing up, the long hours, the waking up early, the your body hurting afterwards, the amount of maintenance that comes with it, day on the road, day in the shop. Yeah, it's not all fun and glory when you're doing it all. It would have been neat to have been a part of Steam Railroading when you could have just been the engineer and focused on that, but yeah, it's definitely not the case these days. I don't know, Brett, what's your take? What's the worst part of Steam?
I mean, I think you pretty much hit all the major points. Maintenance kind of it's a lot of waiting, honestly.
Yeah, hurry up and wait. The
It's
railroad,
not-
the
it's
railroad is
really
hurry
not
up
a
and
game.
wait. Yeah.
It's really not a game for those who are impatient. You sit around waiting for water to boil. You sit around waiting for dispatch. You sit around waiting for this, that, and the other thing.
Yep. From Joseph Vasa, who's been an ES&D conductor for 5 months. Thank you, Joseph. Best spoof movie. The 491 goes to the city of Rock Ridge, featuring Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks, if you're out there watching this, I don't know why, but yes, let's make a shit post. That would be hilarious.
He's
Brett,
good at that.
I would have thought you'd answered something along the lines of everything is too small for you.
Standard gauge
I
man
mean-
in a narrow gauge world.
I did wang my head on a chandelier in the Rico tonight, so that was fun.
I have I opened cars this morning and yesterday morning, and both mornings I had not had coffee yet, and I just absolutely domed myself on the kitchen car's door, and I got so
Ow.
mad both times, like
Ow.
inexplicably wanting to punch kittens mad. Like
It's
just
a powerful fury.
Someone spammed a little bit, and they said there were 4 guys building the C-16s: Peter, Bill, Ron, and Stan. And Stan has passed away, and his got sold to a guy in Tresmau.
Okay, so we can confirm
so
that different group
Different
of
group.
C-16s. Cool.
Okay.
I know Jimmy's run with a couple of the guys from that group, or is somehow affiliated.
Gotcha.
Is his K-27? I don't think is that one, but whatever. They all know each other.
Speaking of K-27s, Brett, do you remember which K got scrapped out from under Bob out of spite?
361 did.
Well,
or-
it was a C-21, but there was also a K-27.
I guess I haven't heard that story. The
Oh.
most tragic K-27 scrapping I know of is the 455, because they had just completely redone the axles and the tires and the drivers, lowered the thing onto its brand new wheels so they could roll it 30 feet forward outside the shop and cut it up.
F.
As you do.
Yeah, I
That's a rip.
don't know of a K-27. I guess I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I've heard that story, so. Yeah.
The 361 was the classic, like, screw this guy, we're gonna scrap this out of spite.
Yeah, I knew that one. Nope, I've still got to catch up on Super Chats. I'm sorry, guys. James
We're so
Edwards.
behind.
Hey, Hyce, what is your opinion on the DNRGW line from Denver to Salt Lake City? Because that's the line that runs through your hometown. The Moffat or the Tennessee Pass? Because they're both badass. But the Tennessee Pass is more badass. But anyway. And we all want to see trains on it again. That's about all I got.
Such.
Thank you for the Super Chat, though. Bryant Towels with a big Super Chat. Thank you. The volunteer coordinator at ORM was looking at a museum job in general and could have gone to the Science Museum, but we got to them first, and they're slowly learning things. Yeah, it turns out a lot of admin people at railroad museums are not trained people, and that has pluses and minuses, but you have the right balance and things are good, and we have a pretty good balance these days. Most of our office staff are really not trained people, though, except for our director these days. Paul is a trained person. Paul is I grew up at the Railroad Museum through and through kind of individual, which makes him our kind of weird. So,
Our kind of weird.
let's see. Scrolling down. More Super Chats. Thomas. Oh, goodness. Thank you. Follow up on the 7.5-inch gauge question. Have you seen Steam Channel's series on how to select and build a 7.5-inch gauge? No, I haven't. I'm going to have to do that, apparently. Peter, Bill, Ron, and Stan. Yeah, my granddad was Bob Longnecker, the inventor of the first sound system for choo-choos. Yeah, model choo-choos.
Bob.
Train Bob. Yep. Joshua Knight, again, another super chat. Thank you. I actually would like to work at the museum as a fireman because I always wanted to drive steam locomotives. Well, two problems with that. Finding jobs at museums is challenging, as we've discussed. I am half in the shop/operations, and fireman does not drive steam locomotives, nor does the engineer. The engineer runs steam locomotives, if we're being pedantic. But yeah, it is definitely fun if you can get the chance to work up through the ranks and make it into the cab. It's one of the most rewarding things in the whole world. So definitely recommend it.
Something drive the train.
Okay. We've made it. I've answered all the super chats. I've answered all the live questions Mickey wrote down. I've answered all of the recorded questions. Last batch, whatever you got. If you have any other questions, guys, and then I'm gonna end and probably edit or post videos or something. But yeah, any last questions? What is the meaning of 42?
Question. Scroll up to
Thank you.
radioisotopics. They've asked that a couple times, and it did not make the
Radioisotopics.
other stuff up.
Where? How far do I need to scroll?
Just above, just a little bit.
Okay. Why do you think White Pass and Yukon adopted intermodal service? Do you think the DRGW could have benefited? Seems like having a car as versatile would reduce maintenance and the traffic would make more money. The Grand didn't like cars that were not made out of wood. That would be why. No, I have no idea.
The Grand did not care about the railroad at that point.
But by the time that intermodal became a thing, the Grand was. I mean, they were trying to bite off their nose to spite their own face, like since the 1930s.
Yeah, basically since the war ended.
Yeah.
That was poorly worded, but you get what I mean. They were doing everything they possibly could.
Yep.
To the point of borderline fraudulence to try and get the narrow gauge closed.
Yep. And they just kept on going like the cockroach that they are. Do you know the story of 1804's boiler explosion? I don't. What was the reason 20 was put out of service? Annual inspection plus fixing a leaking cylinder head because the RGS didn't braze it right, which went down the rabbit hole of, oh, this is also a thing that needs to be done. How's the progress on 346 going? To quote Brett, poorly. We haven't touched it in like a month.
To answer that one, I think 1804 was the one that it blew up in Union and the boiler flipped over the tender and landed on the baggage car.
Right, that one. No, yes, I have
one.
heard that one. I just didn't know the number.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Swanton Pacific road trip to Durango? Hell yes. Hopefully soon enough. Yeah, I actually saw the Durango boys yesterday, and they gave me cursed objects. Anyone want a cursed object? I've got a roll of Wasatch stickers.
God.
Oh, I will save one of those for you, Swanton Pacific, because I know, yeah, I will save you one of those so you can burn it. Anyway, yeah, no, I saw some of the guys yesterday. They came in and kind of weathered the storm with their hauls from the Wasatch auction at the museum.
Spoils.
Their spoils. God, they got some good stuff. I was jealous.
There was some good stuff in that auction. We were talking about it earlier.
They made out like bandits, dude. They got some serious good stuff. I mean, like that portable welding rig that was worth like 20 G's that they got for $4,000. Yeah.
Yeah. I was disappointed the R stamp got taken out though.
Yeah. I think my favorite thing of the whole thing is though, do you know who I found out who bought the desk for that ridiculous price?
I heard.
It makes me smile because it's just.
How much did it sell for?
I don't know. It was getting close to $1,000, I thought, but
Serious?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was. It was of all the people to get the desk, it went to the right person to enjoy the shit post of having that desk. So. Yeah.
It's well done.
Here's an idea. How spicy are we feeling at the end of this 5-hour stream?
I don't know. What do you? What's your idea?
Jersey is in one of the chats.
Oh God, we could invite the Jersey.
Kidnap him.
Kidnap Jersey and put him on the stream and watch what happens.
Okay.
This is gonna go poorly or okay.
I have to read channels because it won't let me drag him.
Oh.
Hello, we kidnapped you.
Oh, he's here. Okay.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
I was having a whole conversation about Cass. Oh
Well,
my god.
well, now you're live on the internet, sir. Welcome.
Hi.
This
Hi,
is Jersey.
How you doing? Oh, that was terrifying.
Oh, it turned out better than I expected.
Well, this
Shut
is
up,
funny.
Nick.
Anyways, shall I? People have asked a lot of questions. Should I probably just continue answering questions? I guess.
Yeah, we'll
I
let
don't
him
know.
come to terms with his
Go,
existence for a
go.
bit and just answer some questions.
Yeah, you know. What video game train inaccuracies really piss you off? Everything in train simulators where they get stuff wrong and they claim to be a simulator stares directly at one group of people that develop a game that has simulator in the name or sim in the name.
I don't know if you take issue with them, but I take issue with Dovetail on that.
Hey!
I can say that because I'm not you.
Allegedly, perhaps, maybe that was who I was thinking of. What's the largest American white notation you've heard of? Probably the triplex, the 210-10-2 or 210-10-2 or the 28882 or whatever the hell it was. Stupid Virginian crap. What scale would you recommend for narrow gauge models? SN3. SN3.
God damn it! Don't listen to him. Not SN3.
It's perfect. It's the best
It's
size.
not perfect. It's not perfect.
I want to do SN3 someday.
It's a
SN3
fantastic size, but it's a size where you can buy literally nothing for it.
I have 5
I think-
engines. Shut the hell up.
Can you go to the hobby shop and get can you get a figure in SN3?
You can
Yes.
get 1 to 64 figures. 1
I
to
swear to
64 is
God.
the scale that makes sense.
There is
1
somewhere
to
on the internet.
87.
I was looking at it somewhere, and I swear to God, I forget what website. It might have been Wikipedia. There's a little subsection about SN3, and it says SN3 is particularly niche and incredibly hard to find. And it's like there's a whole
There's
like,
dozens
tiny
of us.
paragraph.
The
Yeah.
SN3 convention, all 5 of you go to Applebee's or something.
As Leighton Moreland says, who models an SN3? Some, none, maybe 3. Yeah. Anyway. What are my
So, I
thoughts
have-
on the Disneyland and Disney World 3-foot gauge railroads? D is for Disney. I have no issues with the railroads, but I have issues with some of their employees. That's as far as I'll go with that. The great
Lord.
Stromboli. We got deep. We talked a little bit about Stromboli on this stream as politically as
I was
nicely as I
really
there for
could.
that.
Yeah.
I was there for that.
Yeah.
I wasn't typing, but I was there.
People were asking about clicks and things, and I was like, let me walk this line as nicely as I
Jeez.
can.
Yeah, that's a hell of a line to walk.
Start playing the Johnny
Really,
Cash. My
Hey.
God.
If it makes you feel better, Jersey, Goose wants to know where we're at that he can't see us.
Oh, Goose.
That's funny.
Hi, Goose.
Should I kidnap
Hi,
him too?
Goose.
We
Goose.
should, yes.
The Goose.
We should.
Would the 464 be better
video.
off at the CRRM? I mean, we would
Yes,
think
yes.
so. Huckleberry probably would disagree, but we would say so.
They're in Flint, Michigan. Think about their water.
How do narrow gauge
Right.
engines get moved between museums? On the back of a truck.
Am
You
I
said-
kidnapping Goose?
I'm
Go
gonna
for it.
kidnap him.
You
Oh,
don't have
already
the power
beat
to
me to
kidnap
it.
him into here.
Yeah, I do.
Into
Oh.
here? You
Yeah.
can't
Look,
see this
now there's a
channel.
goose.
Well, hello.
It's a
He can't
goose.
access the channel himself,
been
but he
so
can move
long.
people to here while he can see the channel while he's in here.
How you doing tonight, babe?
Curious.
I have several stories.
Oh, great.
Uh
Well,
oh.
I already
One-
told him about the fraud and the manhunt, so that's
Yeah,
cool.
I carried a brake club with me to the crossing when I went.
That's a
I
vibe.
was, I was searching under all the cars with my flashlight. And then I put on a show for Brett.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're
Dare
making
I
me all
ask
hot
what that
bothered running-
means?
You're making me all hot
Jeez,
bothered running
boy.
through the crossing, man.
Yeah,
Bro, are you stripping?
I should have
for
shown
other
more
people?
leg.
PG-13,
Wanna-
children. PG-13. All right.
We
I've
are
got
still
a
on YouTube, boys.
I've got a couple. I have a couple super chats to answer. Hang on. Bryant Towels. Narrow gauge is cute, but it doesn't have the FP45s. Also, Santa Fe 90 is first built and last in service, owned by the RM. Sadly, she doesn't work right now. Those FP45s are cool. Narrow gauge is cute, but narrow gauge, like steam. Come on, steam choo-choos. Everyone who's seen Grandma run falls in love with Grandma. So, just saying.
I
Thought-
don't know. I kind of fell in love with 20 today.
Well,
20's a
Tw-
nice.
20's
that's my
20's a good
favorite
choo-choo.
engine at the
20
museum.
20 has the same kind of inspiring like pull and feel to it that the 346 does too.
I don't know
I'm
what
just
it
trying
is,
to
but-
figure out which one of them sneezed on me.
That was 91 if I've ever seen it before. You got Dalmatian. Good.
Good.
20 is my favorite engine at the museum, even though I haven't worked on it. I haven't, but looking at it,
She's cute. It's a good engine.
She's an angry.
I have one more super chat, and
Never
then I've
gets
realized I've
clean.
got a million DMs from someone on Discord, and I told them
Ooh,
that
fuck.
I would answer a question of theirs on stream for them, and I'm
God.
only now remembering because I'm seeing their logo in my Discord DMs. Sorry, enemy. Super chat from Thomas. Thoughts on Colorado Pacific buying the RGS? You mean the Slurg, the SLRG? I don't. Brett probably has more opinions on that than I do. So.
Good for them. Good
Good
for
for them? Okay.
Really, Leighton put it best. He said, "I don't know. Good for the Iowa Pacific Creditors."
Yeah. Yeah.
There's the thought.
The another super chat,
God.
the Geogria, that's not how you spell Georgia. Rail fan kidnapped Smokey. I mean, are you talking about the Smokey from Smokey and the Bandit? I don't know. Anyways,
No, we're talking.
Smokey the Bear?
He's talking about the CAS employee that I was talking to. I'm pretty sure.
okay.
He's down
Oh
in-
yeah,
I
yeah.
just
The
feel like-
enemy has been providing commentary for 2 hours on the stream, and has answered a couple questions that I couldn't answer actually. 044 RT means rear tank apparently, which is just like a Forney or a Mason bogey. Okay, I guess that's what the RT stands for. Let's see. he also says he'll come organize our sockets. I don't think you want to say yes to that, dude. I
No,
don't think you want to say yes to that.
It's an exercise in madness right there.
Yep, it's got to get done though. And he says the biggest white notification or white notation he's heard of is the 28884T, which I believe that's probably the biggest I could think of too. But to answer Enemy's question, Enemy asked a good question about brakes, hand brakes, like what they like, how actually easy or hard it is, and then how you use the club. It's a pretty simple thing. So staffed hand brakes on the early stuff, basically all you're doing when you're tightening that wheel is you're tightening a chain around a pull. And so it takes it a little bit for the chain to get tight, and the wheel moves really easy until then. And then when the chain starts to tighten up, then you are using the ittiest little bit of mechanical advantage of the chain wrapped around the pull to be your moment arm to pull all of the brake rigging applied. And so you have no leverage on just the wheel. So you put the club through one of the spokes of the wheel against the pull. So you have, 3 feet or 3.5 feet of actual leverage on the wheel. And then you engage the pawl to try and press it on. But I would hate to be trying to apply handbrakes before the air brake days, because it is hard to tie down a car worth a damn without an air set. Yeah, I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. That sucks.
I've done that. That's a requirement for brakemen at the creek.
It
I've
is.
had to stop a train with the handbrake only.
It's like things that you gotta do, but I mean, it's sucks. And modern handbrakes are so much nicer. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, the handbrakes we have are from...
Andrew Beeman says it. As the real railroader he is, you get a red zone with 20 on him, and that's the only way to apply handbrakes decently. Absolutely. And your handbrakes are nicer than ours, if you can believe it. So.
Oh, man.
Oh, lordy.
Sorry.
Okay. Last couple questions, anyone. If you've got anything else, I'm about ready to hop off and go edit something, maybe.
Big boy.
Big boy? No, big boy. Well, I mean, I'm not developing roads online anymore, so yes, big boy. Big boys are cool.
Wow.
I have,
Nick,
Wow,
got
you have
do I
changed
to
your
reply
tune.
to the
Betrayal.
This
call?
is a character
When it
arc.
was 100 small children a day asking me when I'm going to add it to the video game, it's goddamn annoying. When we're just talking trains, big boy's cool.
Where's Big Boy?
I want the big boy. Where's the big boy?
We can
Please,
hear
sir,
you.
What happened
may I have a big
today,
boy?
Mark?
You can be disconnected.
Brett, what'd you say?
Did you hear any of what happened to Ed?
No.
Okay.
I
I'm
thought- I
trying
thought,
to get info. I wasn't sure if you'd heard something.
Well, so I heard that they had a hot box on the 210-2 after the diesel took a shit the day before, and
There was something this morning that was
oh no, I haven't heard anything this morning.
something about carbon monoxide.
Oh
Somebody
Christ!
mentioned it
Oh.
in one of the chats, but I didn't end up adding it because I wasn't sure if it was factual or not.
That's kind of why I ask. I have not had anything confirmed, so wasn't sure. Anyway,
Thoughts on putting the whistle I made on the chicken? I think Stothy would probably die first before he would remove the world's most annoying single-note whistle that he could buy on eBay, his words, and putting something else on. Although a big 6 chime on it would be a shit post, and maybe he would be into that. He likes pissing people off. That's what he likes to do.
Same.
Is that
So.
why he has the eBay whistle?
Yes. He said multiple times, what whistle is it going to wear? The most annoying single note that I could buy on eBay. Quote. Yeah.
Must
gotta
have shipped
get-
from Britain then.
They gotta get that. What's the whistle called? The adjustable
The
Lukenheimer.
whippoorwill.
Yeah, the whippoorwill.
Whippoorwill, that thing. The fucking woo.
That's a shit
The
post.
slide whistle, that fucking thing.
Brian, with another super chat, thank you. You've had some good handbrake experience, and it's bad your stuff ain't that old, but it's rusty. Yeah, that doesn't help. Ed, the Ed we're referring to is Ed Dickens, who's the head of the UP STEAM program, Heritage program. He's a really, really nice guy.
Mockingbird.
Pretty sure
Oh, that-
not public knowledge yet, guys. Yeah, I don't think we have. I don't think.
Yeah,
I think everything is just hearsay through the Foamer line at this point. So.
yeah. That's not like oh, there's this big secret. I just wasn't sure if anybody had heard
5511
anything
blew
about
up.
Again,
That would be
once
impressive.
again, I did not include it.
Apparently
in the
carbon
questions list.
monoxide poisoning. Well, that sucks. I mean, I would let's stop the conversation there because we don't need
Yeah.
to like be promoting speculation about
Yeah,
something
this
that's
is-
that's safety critical. That if it was
No.
somebody going to the ER or something, the FRA probably has to investigate anyways.
Yeah,
So it
let's
is
not.
best to just leave that discussion there and hope that that's just hearsay and that everyone's okay. Because
I hope he's
that's
okay.
dangerous territory to start talking down. So let's not
Ed
do
is
that.
cool people though. He's probably like the coolest person.
He restored it and ran it on the main line.
He
did.
Literally did.
Hey, I
Literally.
restored it and ran it on the main rod today.
You did.
Oh, shut
That
up.
was
I
a
did all that.
powerful level of shitpost.
I need
missed
to
it by, like,
I need
2
to make
hours,
that
I
as
guess.
I need to make that as a short for tomorrow, I think. Because yeah, I ran 20 on 20.
That's like the time I put 4501 on 4501. Did I send that video ever?
I don't know if you
I
did.
I dragged my 700 miles of driving. I dragged an HO scale 4501 and put it on the real 4501. Hold on, where should I send this? I'm gonna
The biggest
put it in, like-
white was an 062 24242 plus 260. What? My brain hurts. No.
French.
stroke.
I'm saying it's
Did
French.
you have a stroke writing that?
062 24242 plus 260.
Oh,
I'm pretty
It's a-
sure
that's
the
a
answer
what?
is negative to that question.
anyway,
when you solve that.
It's an 062.
I put it in staff chat. I shouldn't have put that in staff chat. Whoopsie doopsie.
We can all see staff chat.
Yeah, we all see it.
well, okay, well, I'll put it back then, I guess.
We've had less serious conversations there before.
A quadruplex?
4260.
Belgian
I tried.
Franco Crosty quadruplex. Okay, now I need to see what this thing is. I'm assuming I can type that into Google and see a picture.
The original question did specify American, so
It did. It's true. But good God, what a disgusting locomotive.
What did this?
What? Why? What are they
What a
accomplishing with
sweet
this
lesson.
idiotic thing?
Wait, hold on. Where can I see this? Is it on stream? or
It's
you
it's
just
on
put-
stream now. I'm just pulling up Google images of it. Hey, look, Brett, someone's made it in Lego. Challenge accepted.
oh, great.
Somebody posted a picture
Do you
in
rate?
some
Do they
text.
rate Belgian locomotives in
Oh
waffles per
my
invasion or
God.
something?
It's a brick.
What
have you
what a
done?
just
It's
just
like 3
whack.
bricks.
Just
This
Somebody
is-
posted
this is
a
that
picture of the
British
regular people VC text
460
as well.
turbine engine, but
Just-
worse.
just a whack. Have I
Oh,
attempted to get the SD40T-2 fired up off the welder yet? No. We got to unstick all the injectors in Polar Express first.
Oh my god.
Still looks better than the Fallout 4 train.
Yeah, well, it's not hard.
Stream health, nice. We're
Have I seen the SD42s used in Australia? No, I don't. Not. I mean, maybe, but not off the top of my head.
Mark, we're watching chat.
We're watching
We're
chat. Oh, hey, look. Let's watch chat and look at the analytics. Hey, how's that? Press buttons.
I can see 3 chats now. There's chat within a chat within a chat within a chat within a chat.
Chatception.
Unstoppable or Runaway Train? I haven't seen Runaway Train, and Unstoppable causes me to get blackout drunk. So, not Unstoppable.
We gotta watch Runaway with our engine.
That's right. We have to watch Runaway. 3011. Yeah.
Hey, when are we doing the Polar Express thing where we all rip it apart?
Oh, God.
Never.
We should watch Polar Express.
You said that we were doing that.
We
Sometime
should
in
do that.
December.
We
Let's
gotta
let's
do that
let's
soon.
wait until my little break with the alcohols is over, and then yeah,
Cheers.
because
shut
I
up.
will need a stiff beverage to watch that
Don't
fucking
need
shit
this
show.
shit, bro. God.
We can
Colorado
just
Midland or Colorado and Southern? Colorado Midland all day long, man. Midland was
Really?
badass. Yeah.
Norm is gonna kick your ass.
Yes, he is. But Dusty will give me a big hug. So.
He will.
I think you should do the Polar Express sober just so you suffer more.
Why? Why do you wish this upon me, Jersey?
You've wished it upon me. That's
See,
why.
Jersey, what we're gonna do is I'll post a week in December or sometime, and it'll just all be Polar Express. That'll be the
Oh
only choice.
God. that's hilarious.
Christmas
Oh, you should
Discord stream
totally
of
do
Polar
that.
Express.
Probably not on
Ugh.
Christmas.
Not on Christmas. Around
should do-
Christmas.
We should make
Yeah.
December train month just only train movies.
That could be a thing.
That would be fun.
Maybe.
Like, I
think
want to
could
watch
be.
Emperor of the North. I haven't watched that. I haven't watched Emperor of the
Still-
North.
How did Goose and Jersey both miss the Emperor of the North stream?
Because I was fucking working. Sorry, working at Quick Check at the time.
I was
We'll
gonna
have
say
to
I
fix
don't
that.
remember exactly what I was doing at the time, but I know I missed the
Playing
stream.
Arma.
Well, I guess we should do.
Shut up.
We can do December train month Discord live stream
Yeah,
movie months, and we can hit up these movies that we're missing. So
Emperor
Okay,
Express,
so-
Unstoppable.
hang on a minute. I just looked up train movies, and Google is trying to tell me that Madagascar 3 is a popular train movie.
It's not wrong.
X to doubt.
It takes place
No,
on a
No,
train.
it has a train. That
It's
is
a
correct.
terrible. It is a terrible
It's
train. It is
hotter
like
than
a.
Polar Express.
I think it's the
How?
UP49.
all right, I have 2 more super chats, and then we're gonna call it here. Hemihead, thank you so much for the super chat. It says message retracted. If you have a question, I see you posted later. Thoughts on the 1965 film The Train? I haven't seen that one.
I've seen
Have you
that
not
one.
seen that
bro.
one?
I've not seen that one. I need to watch that.
That was one of Fred's favorites.
Really? Damn.
Fred loved that movie.
Well, we'll have to watch it now.
It's a good
I
movie.
almost cried on stream talking about Fred earlier. Okay,
Oh,
this has
Oh,
been
sorry,
hard.
Mark.
Um,
Sorry.
It's okay. People didn't know who Fred was, and I started explaining, and then I was like, oh, I miss Fred. Fred was great.
We all miss Fred.
We all miss Fred. And the last super chat, Bryant Towels. What is the dirtiest thing you've had to clean on a locomotive? Wouldn't you like to know?
Spicy.
I'm pretty sure 491's lead truck was probably the grossest thing that I've had to clean on an engine. It was just caked in what looked like muddy, dirty chocolate sadness that was just sticky grease bullshit. And I had to scrape it with a paint scraper. And that was awful. Yeah. It filled up more than 2 5-gallon buckets. There was so much shit on the underside of it. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
I'd feel bad for you, but you do this for a living. I don't.
Comes with
So,
the
I mean,
territory.
With that
I mean,
being
I would
so
like
gross,
to do this at a living, but I don't.
That wasn't the grossest thing that I had to clean. The grossest thing I ever had to clean was the stupid exhaust fan in the shop. In the smoke jack, standing on top of 491's doghouse with a pole scraping up, and all the bits that fell out of that after that awful coal that we had, that oily coal, Brett.
Utah bullshit.
The Utah bullshit that we got.
Yep.
Yeah,
I recall.
that's how I ruined a dryer. I washed my overalls in the washer and they were fine. I put them in the dryer and the entire dryer was caked with a layer of greasy coal bullshit.
I think we still have some of that Utah bullshit because we use it in the
In the
The
stoves.
furnaces
in the
Yeah, that
stove.
might be
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
in the cars.
was not
I
fun.
can't remember if that's the Utah or if that's the Pokey we got.
That might be the pokey. The Utah was.
The Utah was terrible.
so bad. It
I
was
was
so
told
bad.
it was Utah stuff.
I'm
I-
glad.
it
I'm just
could be, I
glad
don't know.
I didn't have to clean every single flue in 491. That was Jeff, Barrier, and Fred, because I was at school that day. But yeah, she plugged all 203 tubes and flues.
Oh my
with that
god.
coal. Every single one.
Yeah.
The 5.5-inch superheater flues, plugged, solid. No air could get to the smoke box. Plugged,
Yep.
solid of bullshit.
That
Yeah,
was
that,
bad
cool.
coal.
that coal was bad. That coal was very
Wow.
bad. Yeah.
Burning dirt.
Yeah. Anyways,
So-
No,
thanks.
because dirt would flow through them.
Can we look at this thing that AC6000 has posted before ending, just so we don't end on the gross note?
Oh, sure. What did AC 6000 post?
Where when?
MOWVC text.
I can't see that. SMH.
Yeah.
This
Be
is the
interesting if
most.
I could
This
see
is
that.
the
Can't see
most
that.
accurate meme I've ever seen.
We can't see it.
It is now on stream. This is the most accurate meme
What's
Oh, there it is.
I've
what's
ever
what's our
seen.
saying? Thomas pays paychecks, Polar keeps the lights on.
Oh, we.
Yeah.
Oh God, I haven't said we can't run Polar Express this year.
Jeez.
We, our financial manager, whatever her name is, she just said no, you're not running those, and we don't know why. She was saying something like, "Oh, the Newfoundland coach, oh, blah 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 blah, you can't run that coach," and we're like, "Why? COVID? What?"
Ugh.
We've been running the coach like for 3-4 weeks now, and it's just nope, can't run the Christmas trains.
Okay.
Bro.
That is a bummer, Jersey. On because Christmas
Oof.
trains are like the most. That is when museums
why
make their
That's
money.
the only reason we're still open.
Yeah. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching. This has been the longest stream I think I've ever done.
5 hours.
I was
Sell out,
surprised to
sell
get
out.
home and see you still
Five
streaming.
5 hours and 23 minutes going right now. A lot of fun, a lot of great questions. I hope we got to most of them. So I mean, if you still have questions, feel free, leave them on the VOD. You know where I live. No, you don't. You know where I am. Feel
I know
free
where
and
you live.
well, Brett knows where I live. Don't dox me. And feel free and send them on Discord or the email or whatever. I have methods to be contacted. So a lot of fun. Thank you so much for hanging out, everyone. Thank you, all you ridiculous, generous people. 108 new members.
Oh
Good
my God!
God. I can't believe that. And then all the super chats and you guys make me feel so loved and supported. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you next time. And Mickley's yelling something about selling it or something.
Subscribe!
Like and subscribe. Great success.
Smash that like button.
Remember, Mickley sells
Ring
out,
the
so you
bell.
don't have to.
It's true. Mickley's a good man.
Comment.
Leave a comment, ring the bell. Ding 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 ding.